Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, Azuma-kun. Bocchi, you didn't forget our promise, did you? I didn't forget. But I'm sorry, I couldn't get the movie tickets. Bocchi bowed her head. Earlier, she had sent a small apology to Yakama Azuma via line. It's okay, I already got the tickets. Yakama Azuma took the movie tickets out of his pocket. When Bocchi saw the tickets, her eyes lit up. She really wanted to go watch the movie with Yakama Azuma again. She had stayed up until midnight trying to get the tickets, but ended up not being able to get them, feeling regretful for a long time. They took the train to Ginza. Before they even reached the cinema, Bocchi could feel that the crowd today was different. When they entered the cinema, the absurdly long ticket line only made Bocchi feel even more awkward. Yakama Azuma reached out, took Bocchi's hand, and pulled her closer to him, shielding her from the crowd. Bocchi felt her hand tightly holding Yakama Azuma's. The sense of unease quickly disappeared. Although since joining the Kesoka band, Bocchi had somewhat understood that the distance between her and Yakama Azuma, in terms of friendship, was definitely unusual. However, this feeling of abnormal distance gave Bocchi a sense of comfort and reassurance. So, after just realizing her unease about the distance between them, Bocchi decided to accept this mistake. They checked their tickets and entered the theater. Unlike their first movie outing, this time, the seats in the theater were almost full. As soon as they entered, Bocchi could feel many eyes on them. She instinctively gripped Yakama Azuma's hand tighter. Yakama Azuma gently patted Bocchi's head as a way of comforting her. After finding their seats, they sat down. Yakama Azuma looked around the crowded theater, feeling quite satisfied. The people sitting here, it's all money. Although only a small portion of it would end up in Yakama Azuma's pocket, it was enough to make him feel happy. The lights in the theater dimmed. The movie officially started. Bocchi inhaled the familiar scent from beside her. Gradually, she stopped noticing the people around her. She immersed herself in the film. With a total investment of over 200 million USD, especially considering that the actors' fees made up only a small portion, the film offered impressive shots. When the Titanic ship cut across the surface of the sea, entering the viewer's sight, gentle breaths could be heard throughout the theater. As the plot progressed, the movie finally reached the famous scene. You jump, I jump. At this moment, emotions peaked. There were quiet sobs in the theater. Bocchi, immersed in the film, also felt sadness. At this moment, in this scene, she wanted to see Yakama Azuma's reaction. However, the moment she took her eyes off the screen, she saw, not far ahead, a young couple passionately kissing. Bocchi immediately felt her cheeks burn, quickly turning her gaze away. Then, she looked around. The entire theater was filled with couples kissing. After all, this was a romance movie with a disaster element. Bocchi felt unsure where to place her eyes. Moreover, when looking at those people, she gradually recalled the feeling from the last time in the cinema. Her legs unconsciously rubbed against each other. Hitori, do you want to? Yakama Azuma suddenly whispered in Bocchi's ear. His breath touched Bocchi's earlobe. It became the catalyst that ignited the flame. Bocchi turned her head, her tearful eyes hidden under her pink hair. She looked like a flower ready to be picked. As a result, this time, Yakama Azuma did not approach. Bocchi stared at Yakama Azuma in confusion. But Yakama Azuma only pointed to himself. I won't resist. If you have any intention, Bocchi, feel free to do it. Hearing this, Bocchi immediately understood. In the dim cinema, the reddish-pink hue spread along her cheekbones, down her neck, even staining her earlobes. If it were winter, there might even be steam rising from Bocchi's head right now. Her gaze was fixed on Yakama Azuma. Bocchi felt extremely embarrassed. There were too many people around. But deep inside, she was extremely agitated. Amid the hesitation, Yakama Azuma helped Bocchi. He raised his hand to cover Bocchi's eyes. So, when there was no longer any vision, Bocchi deceived herself, not caring about anything else. After all, she couldn't see anything. Therefore, there was nothing around her. Bocchi thought this to herself. And when the actual contact happened, she didn't think about anything else. The sky was blue, the grass was green, the sunset was crimson, Don't ask why I'm saying these things here, because if I say anything else, it'll be censored. When they finished, the movie was almost over. After all, the famous scene from Titanic was already in the later part. Next time, let's go watch a movie together again. Yakama Azuma smiled and invited. Bocchi lowered her head, her cheeks still flushed pink, but she nodded firmly. In her mind, she couldn't even figure out a reason for deceiving herself. This was definitely not a distance that could be explained by friendship. No matter how foolish Bocchi was, she understood this. But even so, Bocchi still couldn't say no. This was the clarity of decadence. The next day, Ariri dressed formally and appeared at the entrance of the Ginza cinema. Yakama Azuma looked at the movie ticket in his hand. He had agreed before, but he hadn't paid attention. On the ticket, the seating was marked for couples. Yakama Azuma was very curious, wondering if Ariri had done this on purpose or by accident. And when they entered the cinema. What? What's going on? Ariri looked at the seat corresponding to the ticket and exclaimed in surprise. Yakama Azuma nodded. It was intentional but also accidental. Unlike the large cinemas at premieres, cinemas specifically for couples don't have many seats. And these couple seats were not just regular chairs. They were more like a double bed. There were no dividers between the two seats, and the backrests were connected, so the two people sitting could hug each other at any time. Ariri clearly didn't know this. After all, she had never been to a cinema for couples. Maybe Sayuri Obisan's friend bought the wrong ticket. Yakama Azuma cleverly helped Ariri out of this situation. Ariri immediately nodded rapidly. Yes, it must have been a mistake, but there's no other choice. After saying that, Ariri immediately sat down in the seat. Yakama Azuma also sat next to her. The movie began. In the summer, the air conditioning in the cinema was very strong. And when there are fewer people in the room, just sitting for a while makes it feel cold. Not even 10 minutes after it started, Ariri had huddled at the edge of the seat. Yakama Azuma found it both funny and helpless. If he didn't know Ariri was a silly girl, her actions today would really seem quite calculated. Purposely pretending not to know, buying tickets for a couple's cinema, and even wearing light clothing. Yakama Azuma put his arm around Ariri. Ariri stiffened, then her small hands pressed against Yakama Azuma's chest, trying to push him away. However, her resistance was really quite weak. Don't move, I don't have a jacket. The air conditioning is too cold in here. If you don't get close, I might catch a cold after the movie. Yakama Azuma said gently. You said that, so. I really have no choice, you should thank me, you know. By now, Ariri had completely stopped resisting, and instead, she curled up closer to Yakama Azuma. Her small, soft body, with a faint scent of pear filling the air. Yakama Azuma's hand started to grow restless. This is an emergency situation, this is an emergency situation. Ariri mumbled under her breath, pulling herself even closer into Yakama Azuma's arms. The movie was gradually reaching its climax. Ariri, curled up in Yakama Azuma's embrace, was crying uncontrollably. She was quite an emotional person. When the death of Jack came on screen, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Yakama Azuma gently lifted her small head, which was rubbing against his chest. In Ariri's tear-filled eyes, he kissed her. Ariri could only make a choked sound. Then, she completely lost herself in the kiss. Strangely, not only did Ariri have the scent of pear, even in the kiss, she carried a slight sweet taste of pear. Yakama Azuma quite liked this flavor. So, he took his time enjoying it. Titanic was released globally, and it could be said that it was both highly praised and achieved immense box office revenue. In Yakama Azuma's original world, Titanic's global box office eventually stopped at $2.3 billion. But in this world, the release of Titanic was delayed by a few years. After the initial economic crisis, the movie was postponed until several years after the economy began to recover. In just a few years, the level of consumer spending had completely changed. Finally, when Titanic left theaters, its global box office was set at $3.4 billion. And Yakama Azuma's investment of $10 million, which accounted for 3.5% of the total revenue. 3.5%, this number might seem light before calculating the revenue. But after the calculation, it turned into $119 million. $119 million, which is 18.2 billion Japanese yen. Chapter 83, Yukino Shita. Yukino misunderstands until cries watching the same movie for the fourth time, one that he had already seen before. Yet Yakama Azuma didn't feel bored at all. The sparkling, water-like eyes of Bocchi and the conflicted boldness in her heart made it impossible not to tease her. Ariri's cute reactions, gradually shifting from arrogance to shyness, coupled with her pear-flavored sweet lips, also left a lingering impression. In contrast, The movie outings with Kazumi Yutaha and Kato Megumi were relatively more peaceful. With Kato Megumi, things had only progressed to holding hands. But just sitting next to Megumi while watching a movie was enjoyable enough. As for Kazumi Yutaha, nearly anything could be done. There was no need to do anything too extreme right inside the cinema. When Titanic ended its screenings, the box office revenue figures were released. Yukino Azuma's all-in investment had brought Laplace Corporation an enormous profit of $119 million. After subtracting the initial investment capital, the net profit still exceeded $100 million. For this investment, the return rate reached 1,000%. Converted to Japanese yen, the figure reached a staggering 18.2 billion yen. This unbelievable investment profit prompted Hayasaka Nao to take the initiative to call and report for the first time. It seemed Hayasaka Nao had also followed along with a small investment. But she didn't have the boldness to all in like Yukino Azuma. Even so, she still became a significant winner. But compared to the profits, Hayasaka Nao was even more amazed by Yukino Azuma's foresight. This man seemed to live up to his name. Just like Laplace's demon, he could seemingly foresee the future. During their conversation, Yukino Azuma and Hayasaka Nao briefly discussed the next investment plans. Among them, $20 million was allocated by Yukino Azuma to invest in a man named Michael Dell. This individual had registered his company 2 years ago with a capital of just $1,000. The product he aimed to develop was computers. 2 years later, he had launched his creation and was in urgent need of investment to validate it. Additionally, another $50 million was allocated by Yukino Azuma to invest in a computer operating system project by Microsoft. The founder of Microsoft, Bill Gates, was already a renowned entrepreneur and software engineer at this time. His company, Microsoft, had also captured a significant share of the software industry in the United States. Ordinarily, for a newly established venture capital firm like Laplace Corporation, without strong backing, it wouldn't qualify to participate in the initial funding rounds for Microsoft's projects. For a well-known company, when accepting investments, they don't just consider the money. They also focus on the value the investor can bring to them. Famous Wall Street venture capital firms, with just one investment, could generate media frenzy and massive advertising campaigns. Investors with a strong foundation and extensive connections could rely on personal networks to expand product distribution channels or even resolve issues related to sourcing cheaper raw materials. These were things that Laplace Corporation currently couldn't do. However, that was just the typical scenario. The computer operating system project by Microsoft at this time was an exception. Because the same year Microsoft began seeking investment, the U.S. government also announced that the Department of Defense would develop its own computer operating system and make it widely accessible. On one side was a civilian system, and on the other, a government-backed system. The trend clearly leaned toward the government. For this reason, most venture capital firms didn't see much potential in Microsoft's project. Thus, Laplace Corporation was able to secure this investment opportunity. The remaining funds, aside from operational costs for the overseas headquarters, were entirely used to invest in the branch in Japan. And finally, with money in hand. Today, Yukino was sitting in an office building conducting interviews. Sitting across from her was a young woman named Ishiki Iroha. She was interviewing for a position in human resources. As Yukino looked over her resume, she couldn't deny that Ishiki was indeed impressive. However, at present, all human resources matters at Laplace Corporation were personally managed by Yukino. There was really no need for additional staff. Ishiki-san, have you considered trying a different position? After failing to persuade her, Yukino finally asked. If it were in the past, she would have refused outright without another word. But since meeting Yukino Azuma, she had started learning how to negotiate with others. Ishiki Iroha shook her head. In that case, Yukino was about to make her decision when her phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I'll step out for a moment. She took the call and walked out of the interview room. President, do you need something? Yukino, what are you doing? I'm working. Do you have something else you need, President? If it had been anyone else, Yukino would have responded curtly, I'm working. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. And she would have actually hung up without waiting for a response. Yes, I do. Over the next 2 days, hire a few HR staff, then you stop working. From the other end came Yukino Azuma's enthusiastic voice. A massive question mark appeared above Yukino's head. Was he planning to fire her? Why? Yukino tried to recall everything she had done over the past half-month. Since she started working, she could confidently say she had worked diligently without any negligence. Even in terms of workplace relationships, after her last conversation with Gerasimitsu, Yukino's attitude toward Yukino Azuma had noticeably shifted. The patience she never showed others was now fully extended to Yakama Azuma. Even when Yakama Azuma occasionally talked nonsense, she still listened seriously. And yet, why? Mashi Mashi? Yukino, are you listening? Yakama Azuma's voice came from the other end of the call. Yes, I understand. Yukino replied. Good. Once you're done, come over to my place. I've sent the location online. Alright. Yukino quietly hung up the phone, a heavy feeling weighing on her chest. She returned to the interview room. Trying to maintain her composure, Yukino looked at Ishiki Iroha. Ishiki-san, welcome to the company. Please follow me to complete your onboarding paperwork. Even with the looming possibility of being dismissed, Yukino upheld her sense of responsibility, finishing her work without any personal bias. Yukino Shita-san, is something wrong? On their way to complete the procedures, Ishiki Iroha curiously asked, noticing Yukino's unsettled demeanor. However, Yukino merely shook her head. The turmoil in her heart was something she couldn't share with a stranger. Once the onboarding procedures were completed, Yukino informed Ishiki Iroha that she would officially start work the next day. After that, Yukino left the company building. Following the directions on her phone, she made her way to the designated location. On her way there, Yukino's mind was in chaos. She couldn't understand. Why, just when she found a glimmer of light, was she about to be pushed back into the darkness? The past 2 weeks felt like a beautiful dream, and now it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. When she arrived, she saw Yakama Azuma standing by the roadside. Although she had told herself repeatedly on the way to stay calm, her heart was still far from steady. She needed to stay rational. But at this moment, Yukino couldn't hold back anymore. She strode quickly over, grabbed the young man's shoulders, and spoke in a trembling voice, "Why are you planning to fire me? Did I do something wrong?" Yakama Azuma was bewildered. "Who said I was going to fire you?" Yukino Shita Yukino, Odato? Hearing this unexpected answer, Yukino froze in place. "But on the phone, didn't you say I should stop working?" Yakama Azuma nodded. "That's right. I meant stop working in human resources. When you first joined, I told you it was just a temporary role in HR, didn't I? Now that we have money, keeping you in recruitment is truly a waste of talent. In a moment, we'll acquire a few factories and then establish a new subsidiary. You'll be the branch director. I can't trust anyone else with this role, only you, Yukino." Yakama Azuma gently patted Yukino's shoulder. "Woman, I trust you completely. In society, someone like Yukino Shita Yukino, honest, upright, and incapable of lying, was a rare gem. If it weren't for Yukino, Yakama Azuma would rather manage all the branches himself. After all, the foundation he had painstakingly built would be a cruel joke if stabbed in the back by someone he entrusted. But Yukino Shita Yukino was truly someone who could be trusted without question. Yukino's emotions were fluctuating, and at this point, she couldn't keep her expression in check any longer. Tears streamed down her face. "Why? Can't you just say everything clearly, once and for all?" Seeing Yukino cry, although his mind was still in confusion, Yakama Azuma took a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. Yukino grabbed the tissue, wiped her tears, and mumbled, "How much did we make?" Yakama Azuma didn't hide it. 119 million. Yukino nodded. As expected of him. With that, the company's fund was now much more ample. However, to buy a few factories, the range of options might be a bit limited. As Yukino was thinking this, Yakama Azuma added, USD. At that, Yukino took a deep breath, then glared at Yakama Azuma. She had gone numb. It seemed like whatever happened with this person in front of her couldn't surprise her anymore. It was just. "I told you. Say everything clearly once." Yukino had just stopped crying, but now she felt like crying again. 119 million USD. How long had the Yukino Shita family taken to accumulate 119 million USD? Yukino thought. Maybe not less than 10 years, and perhaps 8 years. That was during a period of strong economic growth. The guy in front of her couldn't just be described as outstanding anymore. "How did you do it?" "Invested in films. Didn't I say before I bet all the registered capital? A profit like this is pretty normal." This guy was truly a Laplace demon. After a long while, when Yukino had stopped choking up and wiped her tears dry, Yukino Shita Yukino returned to her professional demeanor. "So, where are we going next, Laplace demon-sama?" "Being called that is a bit embarrassing." "You deserve it." Alright, let's buy a car first." "You're still not old enough to get a driver's license." So I'll buy one for you to use. I'm the branch manager, not a driver." You haven't officially started yet?" "I'll pay extra for the driver position, how about it?" "Fine, President." Yukino is so easy to sway when she's poor. This is legitimate income. Chapter 84, Hayasaka, you don't want your mother to suffer losses, do you? Azuma and Yukino had bought a car. A black Cadillac. The same model as the car Azuma had seen the Shinomiya family driving before. By paying a little extra, the paperwork like registration and license plate was completed in no time. Yukino sat in the driver's seat. It gave off the vibe of a successful office lady. Azuma nodded in satisfaction. Yukino really suited this style. If someone like her were sitting in a cheap, shabby room crying, that would be the truly odd scene. So, where are we going now? Just so you know, I don't know anything about choosing factories. Those things require information and professional knowledge. I'm not all-knowing either. Yukino said while glancing at Azuma. She had the feeling he was thinking something very rude. Azuma snapped his fingers. I know. Leave the professional stuff to the experts. We're going to the Shinomiya house. Yukino raised her head, looking into the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the young man sat calmly in the back seat. It was as if they were just talking about going to a family restaurant. Thus, Yukino withdrew her gaze and started the car. In general, nothing about Azuma surprised her anymore. The car rolled smoothly. Yukino's driving skills were very good. At least, they were 100 times better than say Yuri's reckless driving. The Shinomiya mansion. Located in Shinjuku, Tokyo. This mansion took up an enormous area. In a capital city as urbanized as Tokyo, it is rare to see such a large space used not to open a store but to plant trees or create a garden. But the Shinomiya family did exactly that. The Shinomiya mansion was like a paradise in the heart of bustling Shinjuku. The car had just reached the street near the Shinomiya mansion. A man in a black suit stepped forward to block their way. Azuma rolled down the back window. Hello, may I ask if you have an appointment or an invitation from the Shinomiya family? The man in the black suit asked with a respectful tone. I'm looking for Hayasaka. Azuma replied calmly. The man in the black suit took out his phone, checked it for a while. Then he lowered his head and asked again, may I ask your name, sir? Azuma. After receiving the answer, Azuma was allowed to pass. But only to the outer grounds of the estate. The main house of the Shinomiya family consisted of a central mansion, surrounding gardens, an outer grassy area, servants' quarters, and flower gardens. Currently, Azuma was still on the road outside this area. The car passed through the street, gradually heading into the outer garden. Azuma leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Yukino, how do you feel about all this? Yukino thought for a moment. In fact, the structure of the Yukinoshita mansion was quite similar to the Shinomiya. The only difference was that one was in Shinjuku, Tokyo, and the other was located in a less prominent area of Chiba. Moreover, the scale wasn't much smaller either. Therefore, the scenery along the way didn't surprise Yukino. If she had to describe her feelings. I'm curious, will you also build a mansion like this in the future? That was Yukino's impression. With Azuma's abilities, unless something unexpected happened, it was certain that he would have enough financial resources in the future to build a mansion like this. He wouldn't even need to wait for the future. Right now, as long as he wanted to, by recouping his investment, he could already do it in an area with cheaper land prices. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Azuma shook his head. Probably not. Yukino glanced at the rearview mirror again. The young man in the mirror still had a calm expression. Things like flower gardens. None of the people I know enjoy arranging flowers. A house this big, wouldn't it feel empty if you open the door every day? There's no atmosphere at all. If you can't open the door and call the person you want to see, then it can't be called home. It's simply just a place to live. Yukino withdrew her gaze. Her heart started pounding. She understood those words all too well. For all the time she had spent. Every day when she woke up in the Yukinoshita mansion. She didn't feel any warmth of what could be called home. Even though the mansion had a butler and servants. She didn't feel any living atmosphere. Yes, it was simply just a place to live. But her mother. For a home like this, she had almost sacrificed everything. The car stopped in front of the inner grounds of the Shinomiya mansion. A blonde girl in a maid uniform had clearly been waiting for a long time. Azuma opened the car door from the other side. He patted the seat next to him. Hayasaka, hurry up. Hayasaka smiled gently. But inside, she was full of Humphrey. Earlier this morning, she received a call from Azuma. On the other end, he asked, are you free today? As the closest maid to Shinomiya Kaguya, Hayasaka was someone who worked tirelessly 365 days a year. So, She quickly replied that she had work to do. As a result, Yakama Azuma told her to take a day off. Take a day off. Take a day off, my beep. However, in the end, Hayasaka I did take the day off. Because Yakama Azuma told her there was something very important. He even said something like, Hayasaka, you don't want your mother to suffer losses, do you? Such words. In a situation with no other option, Hayasaka I had to submit a leave request to her mistress. Even though she had never asked for a single day off in over 10 years. Getting in the car, Hayasaka I politely greeted Yakama Azuma. Yakama-san, may I ask what important matter requires me to take time off and meet with you? Though polite, she emphasized the word important very clearly. It's urgent, help me make money. Yakama Azuma smiled as he spoke. A question mark appeared above Hayasaka I's head. Why is helping him make money an urgent matter? And why should she help him make money? She was about to refuse. But just then, Hayasaka I heard Yakama Azuma say, Hayasaka, you know, my company, Nao-san also has shares. Hayasaka, you don't want your mother to suffer losses, do you? Again, that line. Hayasaka I wanted to kick him, make his head explode. But, being someone who loved her mother, Yakama Azuma had indeed provided a reason she couldn't refuse. So what do you want me to do for you? I want you to use the Shinomiya family's network to help me screen suitable electronics factories. Yakama Azuma made his request. Am I still supposed to be a servant of the Shinomiya family then? Hayasaka I was furious, and this time, she couldn't maintain her politeness. You don't want your... Stop. I'll help. I'll help you find them, okay? Remember to help me find some talented people in the computer field from the Shinomiya group. Are you crazy? You don't want your... Shut up. Let's plan the strategy. The car left the Shinomiya estate. Yakama Azuma sat in the back seat, his face full of smiles. Hayasaka I sat beside him, looking like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Yukino occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, lost in thought. Today, Ujisama Yukino suddenly realized the truth. That is, Yakama Azuma treated her so gently it made her want to cry. Before, she had no point of comparison. Now, meeting Hayasaka I, Yukino realized that Yakama Azuma's treatment of her was almost like he was cherishing her. He didn't use her weaknesses to threaten or deceive her. Sometimes, she could even enjoy delicious breakfasts and dinners made by Yakama Azuma at his house. As for the company work, he almost completely entrusted it to her. Without a shred of doubt in her. Could this be love? A subconscious thought appeared in her mind. Yukino felt her face growing warmer. She hurriedly turned her head, focusing her attention on the road ahead. In the end, in less than a day, Yakama Azuma easily took over several electronics factories that were on the brink of bankruptcy and urgently needed to be transferred. These factories previously specialized in producing refrigerators, televisions, and other large household appliances. A few years ago, when the economic bubble burst, the demand for consumer goods decreased significantly, which directly affected the revenue of these factories. After all, large household items like refrigerators and televisions were almost considered luxuries in the context of a poor economy. Although the economy has shown signs of recovery in recent years, there were still factories that couldn't survive and would have to close down before the sun rises. Yakama Azuma gathered all these factories and incorporated them into a newly established subsidiary. Smart Home Laplace Incorporated. This was the second subsidiary after Laplace Electronics Technology, and it was also the company that Yakama Azuma planned to invest most of his resources into within the Japanese branch. On the way back to the Shinomiya mansion, Yukino had many questions she wanted to ask but hesitated. If you have any questions, just ask. Now that Hayasaka has joined us, it's fine. Yakama Azuma said, noticing Yukino's unusual behavior with a smile. Hayasaka I glanced up at the sky. She was trying to get used to this. Otherwise, she'd eventually be driven crazy by the people around her. Why enter the electronics industry? Given the current economic situation, investing externally would yield a bigger return. Yukino asked, assuming Yakama Azuma possessed unusual abilities like Laplace. Given the current economic climate, instead of running factories and selling electronics, clearly continuing to invest would earn money faster. Yukino, sometimes money alone is not enough. Money has to be spent to be meaningful. Yakama Azuma shook his head. If money can't be spent and can't reach the people who need it, then it's just scrap paper. Originally, a person enduring like a salted fish, Hayasaka I turned around in surprise to look at Yakama Azuma. Yukino, after hearing this, also thought about it and nodded. Money must be spent to be meaningful. Right? Because she didn't understand this, Yukino had chosen to study finance. But now, Yukino felt she needed to start learning again from scratch. The car stopped in front of the Shinomiya estate. Hayasaka got out, stood outside for a while, looking at Yakuma Azumo before finally closing the car door. The car drove away, and Hayasaka turned around and walked into the inner courtyard of Shinomiya. Along the hallway, all the servants bowed respectfully to Hayasaka. After walking a short distance, Hayasaka arrived at Shinomiya Kaguya's room. She knocked on the door. Thud. "I'm back, Kaguya-sama. Come in." Hayasaka opened the door and stepped inside. Shinomiya Kaguya was sitting at the table, holding a red teacup. She had clearly been waiting for quite some time. "He called you? What did he want?" Before Hayasaka could even greet her, Shinomiya Kaguya hurriedly asked. Hayasaka paused for a moment and then said, "He asked me to use the Shinomiya family's network to take over a few factories." When Shinomiya Kaguya heard this answer, she raised an eyebrow. "Factories?" "Yes, factories. What's the plan?" "Looks like it's for household electronics." Hayasaka didn't lie. But the information she provided was even more vague than a lie. She had left out two crucial words. Smart devices. Chapter 85, Yakuma Azuma feels incredibly happiness, so he used 18 billion yen just to prepare some household items? Shinomiya Kaguya gently traced her finger along the rim of her cup. Shortly after their first meeting, Shinomiya Kaguya had ordered a thorough investigation into Yakuma Azuma's background. Of course, she also learned about Yakuma Azuma earning 18.2 billion yen from film investments. This was a figure large enough to draw the attention of the Shinomiya Corporation, particularly with the short investment cycle and the rapid return on profit. When she learned this, Shinomiya Kaguya was deeply astonished. This only strengthened her determination to recruit Yakuma Azuma. Shinomiya Kaguya was someone who, once she set her mind on something, would see it through to the end. No matter what obstacles she faced, she would find a way to overcome them until she achieved her goal. At the moment, that's all he's done so far. Hayasaka lowered her head. Due to the guilt in her heart, she didn't dare look Shinomiya Kaguya in the eye. Clearly, what Yakuma Azuma was involved in was insignificant compared to the Shinomiya Corporation. But Hayasaka still chose to conceal the truth. Because she and her mother shared the same belief. That person. That young man was far superior to the three sons of the Shinomiya family she had met. His future wouldn't stop here. One day, he might grow to the point of posing a real threat to the Shinomiya Corporation. As for her, ever since Hayasaka made her choice, there was no turning back. Fortunately, even if Yakuma Azuma truly became unpredictable in the future, at most, he would only affect a few sectors of the Shinomiya Corporation. And those sectors weren't particularly relevant to Shinomiya Kaguya's future. Thinking this, Hayasaka felt a lot more at ease. The rest of the Shinomiya family might not matter to her. But Shinomiya Kaguya was someone she didn't want to betray. Lifting her teacup, Shinomiya Kaguya took a sip of black tea and smiled faintly. There's no other way. That's the extent of his vision, but even so, it's already impressive. With a bit of guidance, he'll undoubtedly become a qualified assistant. There's no doubt about that. He's studying at Toei Agasaki, isn't he? Next semester, let Shuchin send him an exchange invitation. Hayasaka opened her mouth to say something but hesitated. In the end, she simply nodded. The student exchange program. This was a special program existing only between the three top private schools. In the second half of each academic year, students from Toei Agasaki Private Academy, Shuchin Private Academy, and Hayaka Private Academy could apply to study as exchange students at the other two schools. Simultaneously, the schools could also directly invite a specific student for the exchange program. However, the latter case was exceedingly rare. Yakuma House today wasn't the weekend, but Yakuma Azuma had taken a leave of absence from school. As soon as he got home, he saw 3 pairs of neatly arranged small leather shoes at the door. Peeking into the living room, he saw Kasumi Jouka, Ariri, and Kato Megumi sitting properly on the sofa. I'm back. Welcome home. X3 After changing into house slippers, Yakuma Azuma curiously stepped into the living room. What's going on? Is today some special occasion? Ariri shot him a glare. The day after tomorrow is the official release of White Album, and you're not even a little nervous? Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma finally understood why the 3 girls were gathered. Relax. I've already spent a ton of money on advertising. If it doesn't sell, I'll just hunt down the advertisers and demand refunds. Yakuma Azuma said with a shrug. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls could only shake their heads helplessly. How should I put it? Yakuma Azuma's words really ruined the atmosphere. But they had to admit. Such statements were far more reassuring than something like, our game is definitely flawless. Or other overly optimistic lines that ignored objective reality. His words somehow instilled a strange sense of confidence. Anyway, let's do one last check of the game. Kato Megumi suggested. Yukima Azuma, of course, had no reason to refuse. Kasumijoka and Ariri also nodded in agreement. Thus, the four of them sat down together. Yukima Azuma in the middle, Kasumijoka on his right, Kato Megumi on his left, and Ariri somehow pushed aside sat sulking behind him, grabbing the mouse. Yukima Azuma opened the visual novel under the watchful eyes of the three girls. The feeling was a bit strange. It was like being in the middle of a happy ending without realizing it. However, Yukima Azuma quickly focused and took the game seriously. After all, this was everyone's hard work. Ariri's illustrations were truly exceptional. The characters on the screen were vivid and lifelike, making players involuntarily fall in love with them. Kasumijoka's script was top-notch as well. Though Yukima Azuma had provided the original storyline, the dialogue in the game ignited emotional sparks within players, perfectly aligning with the plot. It truly achieved the goal of using words to spark genuine feelings. The game had about 8 hours of content. Yukima Azuma played for 2 hours before stopping. Behind him, Ariri, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly let out an audible growl from her stomach. "You're even greedier than Shiretomaru." Kasumijoka Utaha teased as she glanced at Ariri. "This is just a natural bodily response. It's not like I can control it," Ariri retorted, her face turning red with anger. Yukima Azuma pressed the pause button. "If even we, the creators, are so engrossed in this game, there's no way it'll fail. Now then, let's address a more pressing issue. No matter how good a game is, it can't substitute for a proper meal, right?" The three girls nodded in unison, wholeheartedly agreeing. "I want charsiu." Ariri was the first to raise her hand. "I want noodle soup." Kasumijoka voiced her directive. Yukima Azuma turned to Kato Megumi. "I'm fine with anything." Kato Megumi, as always, was easygoing. "Alright then, let's make mixed ramen with charsiu," Yukima Azuma concluded. Mixed ramen, also known as hot pot noodles, is typically made with ingredients like pork, pork blood, fish balls, radish, and noodles soaked in broth. The dish is topped off with a ladle of hot soup. In some places, pork intestines are added for extra flavor. Yukima Azuma began preparing the noodles at the stove, with Kato Megumi efficiently assisting him. Meanwhile, Kasumijoka and Ariri simply sat and watched. As the water began to boil, Yukima Azuma casually brought up the topic of midterm exams. "Speaking of which, how's everyone doing with studying? The midterms come right after the summer comiket. Garasu-sensei mentioned that if you don't meet the passing standards this time, you'll have to attend supplementary classes throughout the summer." The reactions from the three girls varied. "Azuma-kun, who do you think I am? Exams at that level I can pass them with my eyes closed." Kasumijoka scoffed, her gaze shifting to Ariri sitting nearby. "As for a certain half-British someone, how's your English? I feel like the British blood in you is crying out in anguish at its owner's incompetence." Ariri froze in place, completely stunned. Summer school? She hadn't even heard of such a thing. Her precious summer vacation, how could it possibly be wasted on remedial classes? The fear of supplementary classes overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to muster a retort to Kasumijoka's taunts. "Help me." Ariri looked at Yukima Azuma with pleading eyes. Yukima Azuma could only sigh, rubbing his forehead. "Alright, after the summer comiket, I'll tutor you." With that, he turned to Kato Megumi. "And how about you, Megumi?" Kato Megumi said nothing. Though she didn't reply, Yukima Azuma, who understood her well, could sense her unease. "In short, after the summer event, Megumi, you'll need to show up on time for study sessions too." Yukima Azuma made his decision. Kasumijoka finally realized something wasn't quite right. Her slender legs, encased in black stockings, began tapping restlessly against the wooden floor. Was she being excluded because she was good at studying? No, the real issue seemed to be her grade level. Garasu-sensei is upstairs, asking her to tutor would definitely be more effective. Kasumijoka quickly came up with an idea. Ariri glared at Kasumijoka in frustration. That fat woman. If she couldn't get her way, she'd sabotage everything, right? If they could understand Garasu-sensei's lectures, they wouldn't be in this situation. Ariri, go upstairs and call Garasu-sensei down for dinner. Yukima Azuma reluctantly made the decision, using the moment to change the topic. Hearing this, Ariri quickly ran up the stairs. No tutoring session for that fat woman, good. When she reached the door with the nameplate Garasu-mifu hanging on it, Ariri knocked. "Garasu-sensei, come down for dinner." There was a sound of movement inside, followed by Garasu-mifu's voice. "Okay, Sawamura-san, I know. You go ahead, I'll be out soon." Upon hearing this, Ariri turned and hurried back down the stairs. As she descended, she became curious. Thinking about it, she had been here for 3 weekends and never seen inside Garrus's room. Every time she called her down for dinner, it was just a few words like that, and then Garrus would came out alone. She only stayed cooped up in her room during the weekends. How strange. Was she perhaps doing some kind of ritual, summoning demons? However, Airi quickly pushed the thought aside. After all, it wasn't Yakama Azuma, so she didn't care too much. When Airi returned to the ground floor, Garrus opened her room door, peeked out to check if anyone was around, and then quickly stepped out, dressed neatly in her office attire. She immediately closed the door and locked it. Once everything was settled, she breathed a sigh of relief and started walking toward the stairs. Making fresh char siu would take too long. Yakama Azuma had already prepared several portions a few days earlier. The dish for that day was already prepared, and the rest was vacuum sealed and stored in the fridge. Now, he just needed to take it out and reheat it a little before serving. The ramen, looking delicious, was placed on the dining table. Yakama Azuma also brought out a plate of pre-sliced char siu. Before he could place it on the table, Airi dashed over and snatched a piece. However, it was still too hot, so she kept switching hands, finally shoving it into her mouth in haste. Yakama Azuma knocked her on the head, ordering her to wash her hands again. "Aho baka." Kasumijoka commented helplessly. Everyone at the table laughed. Though a bit impolite, the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. In fact, outside of Yakama Azuma's house, Airi would never act in such an impolite manner. After all, she was a young lady from a diplomat family. As for Kasumijoka, Kato Megumi, and Garrus, none of them would usually laugh or take things lightly when someone handled their food like this. But in Yakama Azuma's home, everyone just shared a few jokes and continued enjoying their meal happily. Yakama Azuma felt incredibly happiness. Chapter 86, White Album, Truck-kun and transfer student from Russia. The summer comiket was held as scheduled on that Saturday and Sunday in Chiba. Yakama Azuma, Kasumijoka Utaha, Kato Megumi, and Airi all participated. However, only Yakama Azuma and Kato Megumi were at the booth. Kasumijoka Utaha, the genius, beauty, and light novel author, had gained so much fame since the signing event for the 4th volume of The Metronome in Love that she was now beyond ordinary recognition. Her popularity was now so high. If she publicly appeared at Comiket, she would definitely be surrounded by crowds asking for her autograph. Therefore, she could only disguise herself slightly and walk around the exhibition. As for Airi, this girl couldn't even show her face. As the famous R18 artist, Kashiwagi Airi, her name was listed on the artist roster for the game. In such a situation, of course, Airi could not appear at the booth. However, she didn't need to disguise herself like Utaha, she freely roamed around Comiket to buy limited edition items. At the booth, behind Yakama Azuma was a pile of boxes stacked high. Inside were 1,000 game discs. This number was quite staggering. "Do you really think we can sell them all?" Kato Megumi asked, curiously looking at the pile of boxes. "Let's see." Yakama Azuma shrugged. In reality, the booth at the Summer Comiket exhibition was mostly for increasing recognition. The actual sales revenue here was only a small fraction. Popular works usually only needed about 200 to 300 copies per day to be enough. Bringing 1,000 copies, even with the large crowd at the Summer Comiket, it would be very difficult to sell out. However, there were exceptions. As soon as the event began, the sound of hurried footsteps, like a flood rushing toward them, could be heard. Kato Megumi looked over, blinking in astonishment. A large group of visitors was rushing toward them. Since running was prohibited in the exhibition area, the crowd was almost like participating in a race-walking competition. Before even reaching the booth, they had already lined up in a long queue. They completely ignored the game experience area and went straight to the sales area of the two of them. "Hello, please give me 3 copies of White Album." The first customer, breathing heavily, quickly said. Yakama Azuma shrugged at Kato Megumi. It was as if to say, "See?" Kato Megumi hopelessly shrugged back. It was as if to say, "Fine." She packaged 3 copies of White Album and handed them over. Yakama Azuma took care of the money collection beside her. Most customers bought 3 copies at once. Those who only bought 1 copy were even fewer than those who bought multiple copies. It could be said that there was no way they would have unsold stock. Yakama Azuma had once said, if the game doesn't sell, he would definitely go after the advertisers to collect the debt. As long as the promotion was good, fans of Gal games, after watching the trailer and trying out the demo of White Album, would mostly be attracted. This was also why most people bought 3 copies. As the otaku community often says, 1 to collect, 1 to watch, and 1 to spread. After 2 hours of the exhibition, more than half of the boxes behind the 2 were empty. By lunchtime, the boxes were now filled with empties. The only remaining box with stock inside was placed on the table. The quantity of goods inside had clearly decreased. Sorry, there are only 20 copies left. Customers standing behind, please come back tomorrow. To give everyone a fair chance to experience the game, each person can only buy one copy. We ask for your understanding. Yakuma Azuma stood up and announced loudly. Even so, the last 20 copies quickly disappeared in an instant. Some customers standing behind didn't want to give up, their faces showing clear regret. Yakuma Azuma stretched his neck a bit to relax. Kato Megumi also stretched her wrists for comfort. Tomorrow, we should hire someone to help look after the booth. Yakuma Azuma said. The hard work, making money wasn't the most important part, what mattered was witnessing the customers' enthusiasm firsthand. Now that they had seen it, there was no need to wear themselves out anymore. The two quickly tidied up the booth, then stood up and headed toward the outside of the exhibition. The four had agreed to meet at a family restaurant. When the two arrived, Kasumijoka Utaha and Ariri were already seated, waiting for them. Super popular. I've never seen an anime and manga event with such a long line like that. Before they could sit down, Ariri excitedly said. Well, I guess it's okay, the script I wrote wasn't in vain. Kasumijoka Utaha said this, but her eyes clearly showed joy. Now you two can relax, right? Yakuma Azuma sat down and sighed. I wasn't worried from the beginning. Ariri looked up. I wonder who was running around like a headless chicken out there before the event started. Kasumijoka Utaha mocked. The two started bickering again. Yakuma Azuma realized that Kasumijoka Utaha really liked teasing Ariri. Alright, to celebrate the huge success, cheers. At that moment, drinks were brought over, and Yakuma Azuma raised his glass of cola. The three girls looked at each other for a moment, then also picked up their glasses. The four glasses clinked together, making a clear and pleasant sound. The three girls were clearly very excited. At this moment, Yakuma Azuma took out 3 bank cards from his pocket. These are your payments. The revenue from the game will be paid daily to the cards. After saying that, Yakuma Azuma pushed the 3 cards toward the 3 girls. The atmosphere at the table paused slightly. Noticing the girls' thoughts, Yakuma Azuma sighed helplessly. What are you planning? Why does this feel like a farewell dinner? This is just your well-deserved pay. I've started a company. How could I just do it once and then give up? Do I look like the kind of person who wouldn't pay you and would make you work for free? Yakuma Azuma's teasing made the 3 girls unable to stop themselves from laughing. Actually, no matter how grumpy he is, Lonely-kun isn't really a bad person. Kasumijoka Utaha was the first to take her card. Since you said it like that, I guess I'll buy something new. A new digital drawing tablet. Ariri snatched her card, grinning widely. Kato Megumi placed her finger on the card. I didn't do anything to help you guys. Yakuma Azuma pushed the card into her hand. Being a tester is an important job too, the money on the card is divided proportionally, Megumi deserves it as well. After a moment, Kato Megumi was convinced. We won't stop here. We'll go even further together. Yakuma Azuma said, then raised his glass of cola again. In the cheerful atmosphere, the 4 raised their glasses to celebrate. The next day, the sales for the first day of White Album were announced. The number of copies sold on the first day surpassed 200,000. Unlike light novels or manga, game discs have a higher price and require players to have a certain level of understanding. The gal game market is smaller than the broader otaku market. This figure was already a phenomenon. On the 4 cards, the amount in the accounts had reached a staggering number. Even Kato Megumi, with the lowest share ratio, after just one day, had an amount on her card that no high school student could ever achieve. The total sales of White Album were predicted to exceed 1 million copies. An undeniable major victory. Thanks to White Album, many people learned about the name and logo of Laplace for the first time. And in the second week after the game's release, something big happened. The reason why the Summer Comiket was important was because it would soon be followed by the award voting by IGN. White Album, a groundbreaking gal game, was nominated in 6 award categories. In the end, it won IGN's Best Story Award, IGN's Best Independent Game Award. As soon as the awards were announced, not only did it boost the game's sales once again, but it also firmly solidified White Album's position and reputation within the gal game community. It had almost become the origin story that every gal game fan must experience later on. And on the day the awards were announced, a guy named Aki Tomoya went mad. Aki Tomoya couldn't accept that a game he wasn't involved in had achieved accomplishments he couldn't even dream of. The best gal game. Especially when he learned that the game was produced by Yakuma Azuma, the script was by Kazumi Yutako, and the illustrations were by Kashiwagi Iri. After screaming in anger at home, Aki Tomoya ran outside. I can't accept this. I absolutely don't acknowledge this. While yelling, a large truck came speeding toward him from a distance. Note: LOL, seriously, I almost choked on water on my laptop while translating this. Luckily, I managed to hold it in, but I still ended up wetting the sofa. I thought Lord Kuzuma would be the first to meet Truck-kun. At Yakuma's house, Garasamitha received a phone call, looking surprised. Yakuma Azuma, holding Shirotamaru, curiously asked, "Garasa-sensei, what's going on?" Garasamitha quietly nodded. She sighed, then spoke, "Aki Tomoya from our class had a truck accident this morning. He was rushed to the hospital, but he didn't make it. He's dead." Yakuma Azuma blinked after hearing this. Who? Aki Tomoya really met Truck-sama? So, is this a nice guy situation now? Yakuma Azuma really wanted to make some excuses, saying that he brought it on himself. But if the police had the perspective of the reader, they would definitely keep Yakuma Azuma for questioning for 2 days. However, it wasn't Yakuma Azuma who ride the truck. It can only be said that there are thousands of vehicles on the road, but safety is the most important. If you don't follow traffic laws and go crazy in the middle of the street, you'll have to pay the price. So, do we need to organize a visit to his family? Yakuma Azuma asked. He's dead already. As a teacher, Garasamitha had to visit the family of the student. To help Garasamitha, Yakuma Azuma was also ready to act along. Garasamitha shook her head. A visit? Maybe it's not necessary. After all, he didn't really have any friends in the class. The parents also said there's no need to inform anyone else about his death. Just tell them next week that he transferred schools. By coincidence, we'll have a transfer student joining our class next week. With a new student coming and going, no one will really pay attention to it. Yakuma Azuma was a bit surprised after hearing this. A transfer student? At this time? The summer exams are almost here. Garasamitha rubbed her forehead. Indeed, when the topic of the transfer student was brought up, even Yakuma Azuma, who knew the bad news, shifted his focus to something else. Perhaps when the announcement is made next week, the entire class will have a reaction like Yakuma Azuma's, where no one really cares much about Aki Tomoya. Yes, this transfer student is supposedly from Russia. Garasamitha casually said. Yakuma Azuma blinked. Oh, from Russia. That's not too surprising. The school systems in Japan and other countries are not synchronized. If a student is from another country, it's normal for them to appear at any time. When she arrives, you should help her, assist her in adjusting to the class. Garasamitha instructed. We can't have another student isolated like the one before. Me? I'm really busy. Yakuma Azuma pointed at himself. Garasamitha raised her hand, ready to pinch Yakuma Azuma's ear. Yakuma Azuma quickly apologized and agreed to help. Chapter 87, Alice sometimes hides her feelings in Russian Monday. Toyogasaki Academy, Class 1E. Before the first class had begun, Garasamitha was already present in the classroom. As most of the students had already arrived, Garasamitha gently tapped on the blackboard. The classroom, which wasn't particularly noisy to begin with, became completely silent, and all eyes turned toward the podium. I have 2 announcements to make, so this will take a bit of time before class starts. The first matter, Aki Tomoya from our class has transferred to another school due to personal reasons. The moment Garasamitha finished her words, the reaction was as expected. The class didn't show any particularly strong emotions. Everyone exchanged glances with puzzled looks on their faces. Many students immediately had the same thought, who was Aki Tomoya? Did we really have someone named Aki Tomoya in our class? As they looked around and noticed the empty seat, some finally recalled who that name belonged to. But no one really cared. Over nearly a semester, no one had befriended Aki Tomoya. In fact, many had never even spoken to him. As a result, they treated it as if nothing had happened. Seeing the class's reaction, Garasamitha let out a small sigh of relief. Though it felt slightly rude to the one who had left. This was for the best. The second matter, starting today, we have a new transfer student in our class. Please be welcoming and friendly to them. Immediately, the class broke into excited chatter. After all, having a transfer student join during this time felt like the start of a light novel. A transfer student. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl? Hopefully, it's a stunning beauty who falls for me at first sight. If it's a guy, that would be annoying. The transfer student better be handsome. Hey, you're no better. Besides, we already have Yakuma-san in class. Isn't that enough? Even if there are too many handsome guys, there will never really be enough. They're nice to look at, you know. Amid the buzzing chatter, Garasamitha tapped the board once more. When silence returned to the room, she called toward the door, Kuja-san, you may come in now. The classroom door slid open. A tall beauty with white hair stepped inside. Her mere appearance immediately drew gasps of admiration from the class. After all, just like Bishonen, there can never be enough Bishujo anywhere. The transfer student had snow-white skin and eyes that sparkled like sapphire gemstones. Her long, straight hair, tied in a half-up style, cascaded softly down her back like a silken waterfall. She was tall, with slender limbs, a well-defined figure, and curves in all the right places. Not only did she possess a beauty that far exceeded the high school level, but compared to the average Japanese girl, this transfer student exuded a sense of height and maturity, carrying an aura of a refined, elegant woman despite her young age. Yakama Azuma looked at the new transfer student and blinked lightly. Kirisu-sensei was clearly overthinking things. With a beauty like this, there was no need to worry about her fitting in. All she had to do was take her seat. By the end of the day, countless people would surely approach her to chat. Wait a second. Yakama Azuma suddenly remembered a detail Kirisu had mentioned. This beauty had transferred from Russia. Her native language was Russian. Could it be that she wasn't fluent in Japanese? If so, would he be tasked with acting as her translator? At that moment, the transfer student stepped up to the podium and wrote her name on the blackboard. Elisam Kailevnekaju. Her full name was even longer than Aries. You can call me Ella. I'm half Japanese, half Russian. Please take care of me. Ella introduced herself succinctly. Her Japanese was quite fluent. Yakama Azuma dropped his face onto the desk. Might as well sleep. Kirisu-sensei was definitely worrying for nothing. Kaju-san, you can sit over there. Kirisu pointed to the seat next to Yakama Azuma. That spot had been left vacant as announced earlier that morning. If you have any difficulties with your studies or anything else, feel free to ask the person next to you. Hey, Yakama Azuma, wake up right now. Kirisu-san's voice rose in irritation when she realized Yakama Azuma was already fast asleep. She had specifically reminded him over the weekend to help the new student. Yakama Azuma lifted his head, revealing a red mark imprinted on his forehead. Eri, seated nearby, couldn't hold back her laughter. Even Ella, standing at the podium, allowed a faint smile to escape. As the new student approached, Yakama Azuma, feigning charm, pulled out the chair next to him with a flourish and gestured invitingly. Thank you. Ella spoke softly in gratitude. Yakama Azuma waved dismissively and slumped back into his seat. Resting his face on the desk again, he felt the heat causing the hair on his forehead to stick to his skin uncomfortably. He brushed his bangs back, pushing his hair away. At that exact moment, Ella's gaze turned toward him. In the soft morning light, his casual gesture of sweeping his hair back revealed his clean-cut, handsome face, illuminated with an almost ethereal glow. Though his expression was somewhat lazy, that very laziness gave him an irresistible charm. The simple act of brushing his hair back was enough to accentuate his good looks. So handsome. Hearing the faint murmur, Yakama Azuma turned to look at Elisa. Ella remained composed, meeting Yakama's gaze directly. Her calm demeanor made Yakama wonder if he'd imagined hearing it. Excuse me, Kaju-san, what did you just say? I was just saying thank you. Ella replied calmly. Yakama Azuma's mind was filled with a big question mark. That clearly wasn't a simple thank you, it was a compliment about how handsome I am, wasn't it? What's going on here? Since most ordinary Japanese students don't understand Russian, does she think it's fine to just openly say whatever's on her mind in Russian? Isn't his a bit too bold? Yakama Azuma couldn't shake a slight sense of unease. A teenage girl with such peculiar tendencies. Most of the time, people like that are under a lot of psychological pressure and prone to overthinking. Kirisu-sensei, you're throwing a ticking time bomb at me. But maybe it's best to just act like I don't understand. Yakama Azuma nodded and responded with a gentle smile. You're really handsome. In Russian, Ella once again, without a hint of emotion, stated her honest thoughts. Yakama Azuma turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Beside him, Eri finally stopped laughing. Even someone as oblivious as her could now sense the gravity of the situation. A transfer student had just arrived, not just any transfer student but a beauty far beyond the usual school standards. And she was seated right next to Yakama Azuma. On top of that, the two were chatting quite naturally. This. A metaphorical exclamation mark popped up over Eri's head. Wasn't this the classic setup of a girl who fell from the sky? And as for her, the childhood friend, wasn't she shaping up to be the typical loser character in a high school romance comedy novel? What's more, Eri realized a major problem. Her defining trait being a half-blood was now completely overshadowed. This girl who fell from the sky had the same trait. This is bad. My position is about to disappear entirely. Eri finally began to panic. As soon as the bell signaling the end of class rang, things unfolded exactly as expected. A large group of classmates gathered around Ella's desk, crowding an entire corner of the room. Naturally, most of those who approached were female students. High school boys in their prime youth, faced with an overwhelmingly beautiful girl, often felt too shy to start a conversation directly. Instead, they chose the indirect route. Ayuri sat off to the side, watching the scene unfold with mixed emotions. Fortunately, Yukino Azuma remained seated in place, which offered some comfort to the twin-tailed blonde. At that moment, two boys approached. Kunimayama and Satukazuma, two of Yukino Azuma's friends at school. The first, Kunimayama, was a key member of the basketball team, with a decent appearance, scoring around 6 or 7 points out of 10, and a healthy build that made him quite popular. The second, Satukazuma, was an otaku, but his personality was not as unpleasant as Aki Tomoya's. "Hey Yukino, after gym class, want to play some basketball?" Kunimayama asked, inviting him. Yukino Azuma nodded in agreement. He liked participating in sports activities like basketball, as it helped with his physical fitness. "You two really are a bunch of uncivilized brutes," Satukazuma remarked sarcastically. He had tried playing basketball with the two of them before, but the skill gap between them was just too big, like an insurmountable wall. So, Satukazuma had given up, choosing to live with the bitter reality of his own limits. "Kazuma, here's some advice. If you ever get isekai'd into another world." Yukino Azuma patted Satukazuma on the back, offering serious advice. "When you pick your cheat, don't think too hard. Choose something with average abilities, okay?" Satukazuma blinked in surprise. "Why are you suddenly talking about being transported to another world?" "Because Kazuma, you're weak. Who knows, you might get run over by a tractor and die one day." "What the heck are you talking about? Who the hell dies from a tractor accident?" The three of them laughed together as they walked toward the gymnasium. On the other side, Ayuri was grinding her teeth in frustration. Good news, Yukino Azuma hadn't approached the transfer student who fell from the sky. Bad news, Yukino Azuma didn't bother to talk to her either. "Sawamura-san, let's go change," Kita Ikuyo said, coming over to invite Ayuri. Let's go," Ayuri responded, trying to hide her unease. Noticing her, Kita Ikuyo immediately added, "Sawamura-san, take it easy. Don't push yourself too hard during gym class like last time." Ayuri immediately remembered the mishap from the fitness test at the start of the semester. She had gotten into a bit of trouble during that time. At that moment, her jealousy and frustration vanished. "Right, that fool is the type of tsundere. He's probably just shy, so he didn't talk to me. Maybe when we get to the stadium, he'll be like last time and silently look out for me from afar." Thinking about this, Ayuri broke into a bright smile. After gym class ended, Ayuri rushed to the area beneath the stadium, to the vending machine. She bought a cold bottle of green tea. Then, she began looking around for Yukino Azuma. After searching for a while, she finally spotted Yukino Azuma walking from the stadium to the lecture hall, chatting happily with his two friends. Ayuri immediately ran over. "Azuma, I bought an extra bottle of water, here, for you." She extended the bottle of green tea towards him. Yukino Azuma, hearing her, paused his conversation and turned to look at Ayuri. He casually took the bottle, opened it, and took a sip. "Thanks." After saying that, Yukino Azuma waved and continued walking with his two friends. Ayuri immediately pouted in frustration. "What is this? I went out of my way to buy a drink, and this is the kind of attitude I get? Not even a single extra word to me." With her head down, Ayuri felt utterly downhearted. Just as she was puffing her cheeks, about to sit down and indulge in self-pity for a bit, something cold unexpectedly brushed against her cheek. "AAA." Ayuri yelped in surprise, looking up. In front of her was a can of lemon tea. "I almost forgot. This one's for you, Ayuri. I specifically got it for you," Yukino Azuma said, smiling gently as he handed her the can. Ayuri immediately snatched the can of lemon tea from him, glaring at Yukino Azuma. Her small fangs peeked out, making her look quite fierce. However, since it was her favorite kind of lemon tea, Ayuri decided to forgive him this time. Chapter 88, Yukino Shitaharuno's first time. Ayuri's favorite is lemon tea. This hasn't changed from when she was a child until now. So, when she saw the lemon tea, Ayuri felt that Yukino Azuma was truly paying attention to her. Holding the can of lemon tea in her hand, the cold sensation spread throughout her body from the palms of her hands. The heat of summer seemed to be completely dispelled. Yukino Azuma gently patted Ayuri's small head, then turned and ran to catch up with her two friends. The topic they were just talking about, Yukino Azuma seemed to care a little. "You, disgusting Ryajulu," Satukazuma criticized. "Haha, Yukino, you're really talented," Kunimayama teased. Yukino Azuma waved her hand. "Where were we with the topic just now?" Oh, it's about my friend in the basketball club. He said he witnessed someone spit fire from the palm of their hand." "That's ridiculous, superpowers. Nobody uses that in shonen manga anymore." "Yeah, My friend said it very confidently, even pounded his chest, saying he saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. Kunimayama made a chest-pounding gesture. Satukazuma looked at him with the expression, "You believe everything your friend says? If superpowers really exist in this world, then please reincarnate me into another world. I don't want to be a bystander in a shonen manga. Those supporting characters in shonen manga never end up well." The conversation circled back to the topic of another world from earlier this morning. Yakama Azuma thought a little. Superpowers? Really? If it were last year, hearing this topic, he would have just laughed it off. But the problem is, he really met someone with supernatural powers, someone with an eye of yin and yang. That day, after school, Yakama Azuma walked out of the school gate and saw a red and white Porsche sports car parked in front of Toei Agasaki. Seeing this luxurious car, Yakama Azuma had a bad premonition. So, he immediately turned around, preparing to take a detour and leave by the sidewalk on the other side of the street. As a result, just as he turned around, a fragrant breeze hit him from behind. "Azuma-kun, long time no see." The sensation of a mountain pressing down on Yakama Azuma's back was quite striking. The alluring scent completely enveloped Yakama Azuma. Two slender, white hands stretched out from the side of the neck, intertwining before Yakama Azuma's chest. Her hair lightly touched the back of his neck, the itching sensation spreading to his back. Yakama Azuma was hugged from behind, with no choice but to stop. "Let me go. It's so cold. It's been a long time since we met. Is it because I did something wrong that made Azuma-kun angry?" Despite saying this, the person let go of Yakama Azuma's neck. Then moved to stand facing Yakama Azuma. This is a beauty almost beyond reproach. Short black hair, smooth white skin, with eyebrows and facial features that are extremely delicate. Her appearance resembles Yukino Shita Yukino, but she exudes a more mature aura. She wears a tight-fitting t-shirt and denim shorts. Her long, smooth legs are exposed to the air, so long that it's almost unbelievable. Her body, with distinct curves, can't even fully describe her beauty. Her figure is like a sharp scythe that takes away life, like a sweet poison that one cannot resist. Yukino Shita Haruno. Yukino Shita Yukino's older sister. Yakama Azuma's ex-girlfriend for just one night. Yukino Shita Haruno stood in front of Yakama Azuma, smiling mischievously. "Azuma-kun, it's been a while, do you miss me? Surely you have a lot to say to me. How about we get in the car and talk for a bit? My car, the windows are one way, you can't see inside from outside." As she spoke, Haruno's fingers lightly brushed her lips. A suggestive hint. However, Yakama Azuma just gave a cold smile. The sneer, with no hint of amusement, was enough to show his attitude. He truly had nothing to say to this woman. Seeing that Yakama Azuma remained unmoved, Yukino Shita Haruno immediately became serious. She clasped her hands together. "I know I made a huge mistake, and it's normal for you not to want to talk to me. But I came here because of Yukino. At least my sister is innocent. Please listen to me about Yukino. After that, you can punish me however you want." Looking at Haruno's serious expression, Yakama Azuma raised an eyebrow. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed. She had said it like this, so Yakama Azuma didn't want to say anything more, he could only listen to her. "Where's your car?" "Right here." The red and white Porsche sports car was indeed Yukino Shita Haruno's vehicle. Yakama Azuma sat in the passenger seat. Just as he closed the car door, he heard the click. The car door was locked. Yakama Azuma turned to look at the driver's seat, where Yukino Shita Haruno was sitting. She had returned to her mischievous smile. "Azuma-kun, why are you still so easy to fool?" To be honest, Yakama Azuma really wanted to punch Haruno in the face. If he gave her a punch, she would definitely cry for a long time. Seeing Yakama Azuma slowly raise his fist, Yukino Shita Haruno realized that if she teased him any further, she would get into trouble. She quickly changed the subject. "Actually, I'm really here to talk to you about Yukino. When I was looking up information, I was shocked. The documents had your name in it. I thought it was just a coincidence, but when I checked carefully, I realized it was really you. I never expected, the little guy who once shared a bed with me, has developed this much." After Haruno finished speaking, a look of nostalgia appeared on her face. Yakama Azuma curled his lips slightly. Her words brought back memories for him. However, those were certainly not pleasant memories. It was the second year after Yakama's family gone, when Yakama Azuma returned to Tokyo from Chiba. It was also when he regained the memories of his past life and received the system. At that time, Yakama Azuma didn't have much money. Although he had a support tool at hand, and many ways to make money in mind. But the skills required time to develop. So, during that difficult period, Yakama Azuma could only take a part-time job. Of course, even though it was a part-time job, With Yakuma Azuma's ability and appearance, he didn't need to work like an ordinary student doing odd jobs. Yakuma Azuma only had to dress neatly and work at a high-end place. With his looks and proficiency in multiple languages, Yakuma Azuma easily passed the interview. He could earn a large salary, and at the same time, in such places, customers only needed to give a small tip, which was also a considerable income. In that context, Yakuma Azuma met Yukino Shita Haruno for the second time. Previously, when he met Haruno at the Yukino Shita house, Yakuma Azuma hadn't paid much attention to her. He thought there would be no relationship in the future. But then, at a dinner party, this woman, like a butterfly, fluttered through the human world. With just a smile and clinking glasses, she managed to build a significant social network. Yakuma Azuma remembered that this woman, Haruno, seemed to have a motto she had created for herself: stand like a peony, sit like a peony, and act like a lily. As a result, such a peony got involved in this situation during the dinner party. There was definitely something in her drink. Before the party had ended, Yukino Shita Haruno tried to stand up, pretending to be fine, and rushed to the bathroom. Then, she climbed out the bathroom window. The banquet room was on the second floor. If Yakuma Azuma hadn't just finished work and passed by, Haruno might have fallen and broken her leg. After helping her, Yakuma Azuma realized the situation wasn't right. He intended to call an ambulance and take her to the hospital. But at that moment, Yukino Shita Haruno, who had lost consciousness, reached out and snatched his phone. She turned it off. Then, her tearful eyes looked at Yakuma Azuma. Going to the hospital now might cause a scandal, and my life will be ruined forever. Please, take me to the hotel. I have medicine in my room to deal with this situation. Yakuma Azuma could not refuse the plea. Haruno's eyes at that moment had a power that made people lose their minds. He hailed a taxi. Yakuma Azuma took her to the hotel based on the address on Haruno's room key. He helped Yukino Shita Haruno stagger into the hotel room. Yakuma Azuma looked around, wanting to find the medicine she had mentioned. But the hotel room showed no signs of being used at all. There was no luggage or personal items. Yakuma Azuma turned back and asked, "Excuse me, where's the medicine you mentioned?" As soon as he turned back, Haruno threw herself onto him. They both fell onto the white bed. "Medicine? Aren't you my medicine?" Yakuma Azuma remembered that Haruno had said that. Then, Haruno really consumed Yakuma Azuma. It was likely because Haruno had reached the age of sexual desire, or maybe it was due to the effects of the drug. She completely consumed him. As a result, Yakuma Azuma had to wait until noon the next day to wake up. When he came to, Yakuma Azuma saw fresh clothes hanging at the head of the bed. On the sheets, there was a bright red stain. On the bedside table, there was a pile of Japanese yen. Looking at these things, Yakuma Azuma fell into thought. After a while, he realized something. It seemed he had been misunderstood. He quickly jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and called the hotel staff. The staff said that Haruno had left early in the morning. She had also extended the room for 3 more days. Yakuma Azuma asked the front desk for Haruno's contact information. The front desk replied that it was the guest's personal information. This answer could not fool Yakuma Azuma. He immediately declared that Haruno had stolen from him and demanded an investigation. At the same time, he slipped some money into a hidden corner of the camera. Thanks to the reasonable change in reasoning and the power of money, Yakuma Azuma finally obtained the real information. That morning, when Haruno left the hotel, she had used her status to erase her information from the hotel system. When he found this out, Yakuma Azuma was furious. How could he contact her? Aside from going to Haruno's house to block her way, Yakuma Azuma decided to give up. The money on the bedside table, Yakuma Azuma put into an envelope. This envelope, along with a white bed sheet, was placed into a handbag. He threw it into the bottom drawer of the wardrobe in the bedroom. The purpose was to remind him of the humiliation and to push himself to strive harder. As a result, a few hundred days later, a woman suddenly appeared. And she stood blocking the school gate. She started with the words "long time no see." If Yakuma Azuma could show a friendly attitude, that would be strange. He had never tried punching another woman, and didn't know if he could do it. But if it were a punch to Yukino Shita Haruno's face, Yakuma Azuma was sure he would feel no guilt at all. That bitch, a punch to her face would surely make her cry for a long time. Chapter 89, Yukino, I can't be without you. Yukino Shita Haruno, the eldest daughter of the Yukino Shita family. The Yukino Shita family has only 2 daughters, and she is the elder. As the older sister and the one better adapted to society, Yukino Shita Haruno is almost a symbol of the Yukino Shita family. However, this prestigious lady who shines brightly on the outside is internally scarred and already in tatters. Yukino Shita Haruno understands her mother very well. Her mother, who is wholeheartedly devoted to inheriting and expanding the Yuki no Shita family, possesses strong ambitions and abilities. From a young age, Yuki no Shita Haruno understood her own mission. For the advancement of the Yuki no Shita family, Yuki no Shita Haruno honed her social skills to their peak. Every day, she wore a mask. Speaking human words to humans, demon words to demons. She was also prepared to sacrifice some personal freedoms for the sake of the family. However, that resolve was shattered into pieces by two events. The first. At an evening party, Yuki no Shita Haruno was drugged by her fiancé, who intended to commit an indecent act against her. Even though only 2 years remained until their engagement term, he could not wait even for that short time. He didn't even bother with sweet courtship, opting instead for the most despicable method. That day, although Yuki no Shita Haruno escaped, she still lost her first time. If there was any consolation, perhaps the fact that her first was with a younger, handsome boy made her feel a little less heartbroken. The young man working as a server at the venue was quite Haruno's type. This one thing could barely count as some small psychological comfort. The second. Yukino left the Yuki no Shita family. As someone who dearly loved her younger sister, Haruno's feelings toward Yukino were deeply complex. She didn't want Yukino to be hurt, but she also hoped Yukino could grow quickly, mature enough to no longer rely on her. During their youth, Haruno always played the role of the perfect yet terrible older sister. She acted as both an opponent and a target for Yukino to strive toward, guiding her forward. But due to the turmoil within the Yuki no Shita family, Yukino also had to bear the burden of an arranged marriage. Haruno didn't want to see that happen, but she was powerless to resist. The Yuki no Shita family was under the complete control of Mrs. Yuki no Shita. The 2 daughters born into this family were like 2 golden canaries trapped in a gilded cage. Haruno tried to play the role of an exceptional canary. One that could occasionally step out of its cage, earning applause and admiration for its master. But in the end, it was still tethered by a thin string around its leg. As for Yukino, the other canary, locked tightly in the cage since birth, suddenly, upon graduating from university, broke free from its chains and flew toward the sky. As if, under the vast blue sky, even if its feathers were singed by the sun, even if its wings were broken by fierce winds, even if it crashed into lush branches, bloodied and battered, Yukino would not care. Haruno was simultaneously astonished by her younger sister's strength and heartbroken by her fragility. Yukino was strong enough to break free from the mental chains and soar straight into the sky. But Yukino was also weak, unable to fully spread her wings under the blue heavens. Haruno was sent by Mrs. Yuki no Shita to Tokyo, tasked with forcing Yukino to return home. Thus, Haruno sought out the Fujikawa publishing house. She visited the companies behind the recruitment websites. She approached every company Yukino had worked for, forcing them to dismiss Yuki no Shita Yukino. When doing these things, Haruno sighed briefly. But it didn't change anything. Because even if Haruno didn't do it, Mrs. Yuki no Shita would come to Tokyo and do the same. And once Mrs. Yuki no Shita got involved, her actions would bring Yukino far more suffering than Haruno's ever could. Therefore, Haruno believed it was better for Yukino to obediently accept it, suffer less, and return home. Yet Yukino faced every hardship so resolutely. She endured and soared for an entire year under Tokyo's vast blue sky. Once more, Haruno traveled from Chiba to Tokyo, this time bearing an ultimatum. This time, she had to bring Yukino home. If not, Mrs. Yuki no Shita would come personally. But this time, when Haruno investigated her sister's circumstances, she discovered that Yukino was working for a company called Laplace Corporation. And the person controlling that company? The records clearly listed the name Yakama Azuma. Of course, Yuki no Shita Haruno knew this name. That day, when she tried to escape the hotel with her battered body, she had gone to great lengths to investigate the young man who had been involved. In the end, she discovered she had even met that boy before. She had once marveled at his decisiveness. That day, the two had crossed paths on the narrow road near the Yuki no Shita household. Who would have thought there was such a connection between them? At that moment, Haruno truly wanted to find someone to cry her heart out to. And now, that boy had spread his wings to protect her younger sister. With a complicated mix of anxiety, emotion, fear, and sorrow, Haruno drove to the school gates where that boy was currently studying. Under the gentle light of the afternoon sun, the young man stepped out of the school gates, dressed neatly in his uniform, his hair tidy, and his demeanor calm. It was as though some significant transformation had occurred within him. Yet, at the same time, it felt as if nothing had changed. Yuki no Shita Haruno stepped forward. Initially, she had intended to simply greet him, then discuss Yukino's situation. But in the end, she couldn't stop herself from extending her arms and hugging him tightly. Now, the two of them sat inside the car. "Sai, you know the Yuki no Shita family's situation isn't great right now," and Yukino still has an engagement looming over her. Allowing her a year of freedom outside was already the limit. Now it's time for her to come home. So, Azuma-kun, hand Yukino over. Or if you can't bear to, I'll talk to her myself. As Yukino Shitaharuno spoke, her fingers played with the keychain dangling from the car keys. Meanwhile, Yukino Azuma treated her words as if they were nothing more than a passing breeze. Yukino Shitaharuno, this matter has nothing to do with our relationship, and I have no interest in opposing you. But Yukino Yukino, I must have her. No one else, only her. Yukino Azuma articulated each word clearly. It had to be Yukino Yukino. No one else. Laplace Corporation required someone as upright and principled as Yukino Yukino, immune to any form of temptation, to provide support. Yukino Shitaharuno could feel the unwavering determination in Yukino Azuma's words. She couldn't help but stare at him in confusion. She couldn't understand why it had to be Yukino. You've grown so much, so don't say such childish things. There's no one in this world who is irreplaceable. Before Haruno could finish her advice, Yukino Azuma interrupted her. Then there's nothing more for us to discuss. No one else, only Yukino. That might sound childish to you, but to me, it's an unchangeable truth. Next, I'm guessing you'll say that if I don't change my mind, your mother will come here next, right? That's fine. Even if it's Mrs. Yukino Shita or even Shinami again and standing before me. My answer will remain the same, and it will always be the same. If you want Yukino, try taking her from me. Yukino belongs to me. Only me. After finishing his words, Yukino Azuma stepped over Haruno's long legs without hesitation. He reached for the driver's side door lock, opened the door, and exited the car. Throughout the entire process, Yukino Azuma didn't spare so much as a glance at those alluring long legs. Watching Yukino Azuma's departing figure, Yukino Shitaharuno clasped her hands tightly together, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. A faint trace of Yukino Azuma's scent still lingered on her collar. She silently buried her head into her clothing, arriving at a conclusion. Her younger sister, Yukino Yukino, must have drawn the strength and determination to break free from the Yukino Shita family because of this young man's inspiration. Because, in this very moment, Haruno herself wanted nothing more than to escape her gilded cage and stay by his side. After taking a few heavy breaths, Haruno raised her head. And then, through the rearview mirror, she saw her younger sister embracing the young man. A surge of unprecedented jealousy welled up from Haruno's fractured heart. For the first time in her life, Haruno felt envious of her own younger sister. After getting out of the car, Yukino Azuma saw a girl with long, straight black hair running toward him in a hurry. The first button of her white shirt was undone, and the sleeves were rolled up in a messy fashion. Although she was still wearing high heels, she was running frantically, not paying any attention to the risk of twisting her ankle. This was the first time Yukino Azuma had seen Yukino Yukino lose her composure like this. Even when he had made her cry last time, she had still maintained her grace and dignity despite her tears. Upon seeing Yukino Azuma step out of the car, Yukino rushed toward him. She said something to you? I can explain, Her breath was frantic, her words disjointed, and she was speaking so fast that it was difficult for her to make herself clear. Yukino Azuma gently placed his hand on Yukino Yukino's head, then his fingers slid down, straightening her misaligned collar. Next, he carefully pulled down her sleeve, which was still rolled up, smoothing out the wrinkles. These actions caused Yukino to choke on her words, unable to continue speaking. After making the adjustments, Yukino Azuma nodded in satisfaction. Yukino, panicking like this isn't dignified at all. You're the branch manager of Laplace Corporation. Whatever others say to me doesn't matter, Yukino doesn't need to explain anything to me. Since you became the branch manager of Laplace Corporation, there's no turning back for you. If anyone tries to use threats or temptations to take you away, I'll be even more decisive than they are and offer better benefits. Even if you want to run away, I won't allow it. No matter where you go, I'll bring you back. Yukino, remember this. Laplace Corporation can't be without you. I can't be without you. Yukino Yukino opened her eyes wide, speechless in shock. Since learning that her sister had come to Tokyo, she had rushed here immediately. On the way from Toyogasaki Academy, due to traffic, she had left her car by the side of the road and ran here. As she ran, her mind was flooded with possible scenarios. Her sister might reveal her true identity to Yukino Azuma, using the Yukino Shita name to pressure him into letting her go. Or her sister could offer a high price for him to take the money and fire her. The young man, like a Laplace demon, might not care about money. He might also not fear the threats from the Yukino Shita family. But he had no reason to defy the pressure from her family just for her. In this encounter, the young man might wear a cold expression and tell her to go away. Or he might show a troubled expression and tell her not to blame him. But Yukino had never considered the possibility that this young man, Yakuma Azuma, would calmly step in front of her, fix her crooked collar, and then, with a determined look in his eyes, say to her, "Yukino, I can't be without you." Those words exceeded the most beautiful dreams Yukino had had in over 20 years. Because even in her dreams, there had to be some basic logic. But why would he say something like that? Yet reality was even more absurd than her dreams. This young man truly said those words. Yakuma Azuma stood before her, his eyes unwavering and resolute. "Yukino, I can't be without you." Yukino felt like she was about to lose herself in his gaze. Chapter 90, Master of Love Garasamifo, but the embarrassment that makes she want to die. Sitting in the car of Yukino, Yakuma Azuma stretched his hand comfortably, leaning back in the seat, looking completely relaxed. As expected, lying here is the most comfortable. However, in the driver's seat, Yukino did not have the same calm demeanor. At this moment, her cheeks were still flushed. Earlier, on the street. After hearing Yakuma Azuma's words, she couldn't control her emotions and rushed to hug him. Although school had ended a while ago, there were still some students from Toei Agasaki Academy passing by on the street, glancing over at them. Moreover, Yukino's older sister, Yukino Haruno's car, was still parked nearby. Clearly, it was Yukino herself who had initiated the hug, but in the end, she was blushing so hard that she didn't know where to hide her face. "Let's go home." Yakuma Azuma tilted his head and looked at Yukino, suggesting. Yukino didn't turn to look at him. By now, her mood still hadn't settled. If she looked into the deep eyes of this young man now, she didn't know what she might do. After all, she was at that age already. "I still have to go back to the company, the work is not finished yet." Yukino's voice was somewhat embarrassed. "Huh? You clearly finished at 5 o'clock though?" "It's because Yakuma. Because Azuma doesn't care about the development of the company. Right now, we're just starting, I need to make use of the time. It's just today, there won't be any problem." "But, Yukino, how long has it been since you went home for a meal?" The mention of home broke down Yukino's last defense. In the past, she had felt that the atmosphere at Yakuma's house was truly too captivating. That's why Yukino was always so busy and never went home. In reality, she was afraid that if she became too immersed in that atmosphere, one day, when those moments disappeared, she wouldn't be able to bear it. If she got used to life at Yakuma's home, then was pulled back into the birdcage called Yukino, she would definitely collapse. But now, Yukino realized that her resistance was actually no different from being useless. The car started, heading towards Yakuma's house. "Yukino, do you want anything to eat?" "I don't have any particular preferences." Yukino was the type of person who liked to cook. Most people who enjoy cooking are not picky, but they usually have a few dishes they like. But Yukino was the type of person who liked anything as long as it was delicious. Opening the front door, Shiritomaru was sitting obediently on the doorstep. If Shiritomaru could bark, it would definitely be a very good house guard. After changing into indoor slippers, Yukino bent down, reaching her hand out to Shiritomaru. Shiritomaru looked at Yukino. This mistress, who leaves early and comes home late every day, rarely gets to pet it. Carefully, it lifted one paw to test. Confirming there was no danger, Shiritomaru immediately jumped into Yukino's hands. Yukino's heart melted at the cuteness of Shiritomaru. She was, after all, someone who was extremely fond of cats. God knows how much willpower she had exerted over the past period to resist rushing to hug Shiritomaru. At this moment, as she picked Shiritomaru up, Yukino inhaled deeply, as if she wanted to swallow the cat whole. Yakuma Azuma stood beside her, watching the scene with a faint smile on his lips. He remembered when Shiritomaru first came home. Back then, it was as small as the palm of a hand, and one could easily pick the cat up with a single hand. Now, when lifting it up, its body had grown long like a cat's string. Now as long as a human arm. Because Shiritomaru was so smart, not even the cage or the room's door could contain it. Every day, it ran around the upper and lower floors. When hungry, it would bring its bowl out and knock it on the floor. Other than its own cat nest, it could sleep anywhere in the house. The dominant lifestyle could be summed up in one word: reckless. When it first arrived. "Shiritomaru, this is your house?" And now. "Shiritomaru, this is your house?" Fortunately, Shiritomaru didn't cause much trouble and was very friendly with everyone. So, Yakuma Azuma let it do whatever it wanted. Tonight, they had Coca chicken wings for dinner. After the meal, Yukino hugged Shiritomaru and ran straight to her room. Having not been able to inhale cat energy for a few days, Yukino decided she would make up for it double in the coming days. Note: I also want to be a cat. Yakuma Azuma could only smile wryly. Tonight, it was Gerasimov's turn to wash the dishes. After finishing dinner, Gerasa-sensei grabbed a plate and walked to the sink. Yukino Azuma lay on the couch, sticking his head out to look toward the kitchen. He watched Gerasa-sensei, with her long pink hair tied in a low ponytail, working around the house. Yukino Azuma thought that in the future, Gerasa-sensei would definitely be a great wife. Crash. The sound of something breaking was clearly heard. Time seemed to stop. Gerasimovha froze, slowly turning her head to make eye contact with Yukino Azuma. Then, Gerasa bent down to pick up the broken pieces of the plate. Gerasa-sensei. Let me do it. Yukino Azuma immediately reacted, flipping off the couch and quickly walking toward her, pulling her hand away. Gerasimovha looked like she wanted to cover her face. Clearly an adult. Yet her domestic skills were truly a disaster. She had no idea how many plates she had broken at this point. Yukino Azuma led her to sit down on the couch. Then, he grabbed a broom from the other side and began carefully sweeping up the mess. The broken porcelain pieces were very dangerous. Gerasa-sensei, don't worry, everyone has something they're not good at. Gerasimovha really wanted to cover her face now. Not only was she useless when it came to housework, but now her student was the one comforting her. The feeling of embarrassment overwhelmed her heart. Sensei, just go to your room, leave the rest to me. Yukino Azuma's words were like a pardon that saved Gerasimovha. The teacher, Gerasimovha, hurriedly went up the stairs, as if fleeing. In fact, Gerasimovha really wanted to apologize and thank Yukino Azuma for his kindness. She genuinely felt comforted. But as a teacher, it was just too embarrassing. Next month's rent. I'll have to pay double. As she reached the second floor, Gerasimovha whispered to herself. But before she could reach her room, a door suddenly opened from the side. Gerasimovha was immediately pulled into the room. Yukino? What's going on? Pulled into the room, Gerasimovha was startled and confused. Looking back, she saw her student, staring at her seriously. That gaze made Gerasimovha feel quite awkward. Muffa-sensei, I have someone I like. Yukino spoke in a very serious tone, gently twisting the hem of her white shirt. Gerasimovha took a moment to understand the meaning behind Yukino's words. Her eyes widened. Yukino, her student. It turned out there was someone she liked. Gerasimovha couldn't help but be surprised. Because, back when Yukino was a student, her gaze toward other classmates always had a strange look, as if she were looking at an insect. Knowing Yukino, Gerasimovha couldn't imagine it. Who could this person be to make Yukino open her heart and say something like, I have someone I like? After collecting herself, Gerasimovha smiled. This is good news. Who is it? Is it a colleague from your company? It was naturally a good thing that Yukino had finally figured out her feelings. She couldn't let her student live alone forever. At this moment, Yukino nodded slightly. Her fingers twisted the hem of her white shirt more and more into a ball. It's Azuma-kun. Yukino confessed her feelings. A topic like this, usually, girls would share with their close friends and discuss when they were still in school. But, during her student years, Yukino. Not to mention love. She didn't even have a same-gender friend. She had no experience in this matter at all. So, even though she had already entered society, at this moment, Yukino was still like a little girl when it came to matters of the heart. In Yukino's mind, the only person she could share her feelings and discuss this with was her teacher, Gerasimovha, whom she had always respected. And Yukino Azuma. But, discussing how she liked Azuma with Azuma himself was out of the question. So, Yukino could only turn to her former teacher. Muffa-sensei. I don't know what to do, I have absolutely no experience with this. Can you help me? It was normal for teachers to help students understand things they didn't know, wasn't it? That must be normal. Still, Gerasimovha was in shock. When she heard that the person who made Yukino feel this way was Yukino Azuma, the CPU in Gerasimovha's mind stopped working. Huh? The student she had once taught, liked her current student? But wait, Yukino had already entered society, while Azuma was still in high school. Wasn't the age difference too much? No, wait. There's that saying, as long as there's love, no matter how big the age gap, it doesn't matter, right? What is going on here? In Gerasimovha's mind, everything was completely chaotic. Even though she was a teacher, she was still an older unmarried woman. Not to mention a marriage partner, she had never even had a boyfriend. Giving relationship advice to Yukino, for her, this topic was really beyond her imagination. Well. The two of you seem like a good match, so there shouldn't be any issues. Basically, you need to focus on improving communication first. Talk more, increase physical contact a bit, express your feelings to each other. And then, find an appropriate time to confess, like during a fireworks festival, when the fireworks go off, and you say something like, I like you. Or you could watch the moon together and say something like, the moon looks beautiful tonight. Something like that. After the brain shock, Gerasimova finally started to sort out her words. In the end, from a few romance novels she had read, she summarized some advice that seemed reasonable about love. Romance novels. This was the only romantic experience that Gerasimova could count as part of her life. After speaking, Gerasimova nervously looked at Yukino. Afraid Yukino would make a face and criticize that her advice was terrible. It sounded like the words of an old girl who had never been in love. Fortunately, Yukino didn't do that. Instead, she nodded seriously. I see, Sasugamifa-sensei. Gerasimova felt terribly embarrassed. No. Don't praise me so seriously like that. My conscience is about to break. Gerasimova once again felt so embarrassed she wanted to die. As for Yukino, she truly took those words to heart. Having clarified her feelings, Yukino wanted to take the appropriate actions. Because she had confirmed that she was in love with Yukima Azuma, she would now try to approach him and win his heart. Though she had never tried dating and didn't know what it felt like to experience the things people often talked about during their school days, Yukino was not the type to hesitate just because she hadn't experienced something before. Even if she was starting a bit late, Yukino would now begin her journey into love. Chapter 91, Eriri, Azuma's stepchild shows up at the door. Friday afternoon, during the last class before school ended. Next week marks the beginning of the semester exams. You should spend more time studying this weekend. Save the fun for the summer vacation. It's not too late for that. If anyone fails to meet the requirements during the semester exams, they will have to stay back for remedial lessons until they pass the supplementary test. Gerasimova knocked on the blackboard, speaking sternly. Class 1E was immediately filled with groans of despair. The semester exams at Toyogasaki were always notoriously difficult. Not only were they inter-school exams, but the test papers were also written with renowned private institutions like Shuchin and Hyaku. The difficulty level was imaginable. Furthermore, the so-called passing requirement, it wasn't the usual 60 points. It was half a standard deviation above the school's average score. Failing to reach this mark meant staying back for remedial classes. If even during the summer break they couldn't pass the supplementary test, they would have to repeat the year. After all, this was a prestigious private school known for its academic excellence. The soul seemed to leave Eriri's small cherry lips. Even though she had been diligently focusing on her studies lately, math and English remained a chaotic mess for her. Eriri felt like the sky was collapsing on her head. Summer vacation. Her sweet summer vacation was slipping away. Yukima Azuma looked at Eriri's dejected appearance and couldn't help but laugh while feeling a tinge of pity. In any case, it seemed necessary to tutor her well this weekend. Retracting his gaze, Azuma turned his attention to Ella, the transfer student from Russia. Yukima Azuma hadn't forgotten Gerasimova's instruction to look after her a bit. To be honest, Ella had been in Class 1E for a few days now. In terms of adapting to the class environment, she seemed fine. But when it came to making friends, Azuma thought this might be a lost cause. This Ella girl had a rather aloof personality, seemingly the type who didn't enjoy forming close bonds. Although she could engage in conversations with her classmates, she didn't seem to have any particularly close relationships with anyone. It was as if she deliberately maintained a certain distance. It wasn't that she couldn't make friends, but rather that it was Ella's choice. Naturally, Azuma had no intention of interfering. Ahem, a bit off topic there. Kaja-san, you just transferred to Toyogasaki Academy, or rather, just arrived in Japan. In terms of your studies, are you having any difficulties? The exams are quite rigorous. If there's anything, you can come to me this weekend. I'll help you catch up, as a last-minute preparation for the exams. Upon hearing this, Ella smiled at Azuma. She could tell that Azuma's concern was different from the flattery she usually received from others. He genuinely wanted to help her. Conversely, Azuma didn't seem particularly interested in her as a person. It was the first time Elisa had encountered someone who wasn't intrigued by a beauty like her. That made her find Azuma rather intriguing. But about her studies, I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Yukima-san. Ella replied. Yukima Azuma nodded, not paying much attention. So gentle. Russian, once again, Ella spoke in Russian. Yukima Azuma had a strong urge to throw out a teasing comment. But he restrained himself. What did you just say, Kaja-san? Just told you not to worry. After class, Eriri ran over and grabbed the corner of Yukima Azuma's shirt. Azuma. Save me. Yukima Azuma pinched Eriri's cheeks. If you study seriously this weekend, you should be fine. Don't worry. Really? 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 Zunjudu really? Her rapid-fire questions became a jumble as Yakuma Azuma continued pinching and teasing her cheeks. Sawamura-san and Azuma-san have such a good relationship. A soft voice sighed from a seat behind them. The usual response would have been, well, we're childhood friends, after all. But Yakuma Azuma's response was different. He reached out his other hand and pinched Kato Megumi's cheeks. Megumi and I are also really close, and tomorrow Megumi has to study seriously too. No escaping. With her cheeks pinched, Kato Megumi blinked her eyes, which resembled tuberose flowers. She looked unbearably adorable. After school, back at home, Yakuma Azuma told Kasumijoka that he'd be hosting a group study session tomorrow. Kasumijoka Utaha merely snorted lightly. But she didn't seem to mind much. Since the book signing event, their relationship had progressed rapidly, growing more affectionate by the day. It was as if the brief separation had made their reunion even sweeter. Now, they were more loving than ever before. Such a passionate love scene couldn't be looser. At that moment, while they were chatting, Garasamitha returned home. Garasa-sensei, we're hosting a group study session at home tomorrow. Would you like to join and help out? Yakuma Azuma casually asked. I'm afraid I can't. I'll be at Shuchin tomorrow, spending the weekend there preparing exam papers. Sorry for the trouble. Garasamitha shook her head. Toyo Agasaki's semester exams were indeed incredibly rigorous. Garasamitha had been selected as one of the exam designers. She needed to stay at Shuchin's faculty dormitory over the weekend to work with other teachers on the preparations. The next day, early morning, Yakuma Azuma returned home after his morning jog. He found Ariri squatting at the door. Ariri, why aren't you going inside? Yakuma Azuma asked curiously. I don't have the key. Ariri looked a bit sheepish. Only then did Yakuma Azuma remember. He had forgotten to give Ariri a key to the apartment. Come to think of it, Megumi, despite not renting a place in Yakuma's house, had a key. So why had he forgotten to give one to Ariri? Yakuma Azuma fell into thought. Taking the key from his pocket, he unlocked the apartment door. Ariri took a deep breath, savoring the cool air from the air conditioner inside. Finally alive again. Ariri sighed in relief. Waiting outside this morning, she had nearly been roasted into a gyro. Yakuma Azuma opened his room door and retrieved a folding fan from the wall. A shogi player's home always had a few folding fans around. He unfolded the fan and gently fanned Ariri. Enjoying Yakuma Azuma's service, Ariri felt a sweet warmth rise in her heart. She suddenly remembered how often Yakuma Azuma had taken care of her like this in the past. I should do something to repay him. I'm not the same Ariri as before. With that thought, Ariri suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Yakuma Azuma on the cheek. After all, she'd done the same at the cinema. This time, it was just a kiss on the cheek. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Right? Ariri's face turned red like a ripe apple. Yakuma Azuma touched his cheek where he had just been kissed, looking a little surprised. It seemed Ariri had truly grown. Flustered, Ariri quickly changed the subject. Wow, your place even has a shogi board. She picked up a small shogi board from the corner of the room. Yakuma Azuma raised an eyebrow. Even if she'd matured, she was still a bit of an airhead. Watching Ariri start fiddling with the shogi pieces, Yakuma Azuma reminded her, Ariri, you came over today to catch up on your studies. Ariri shook her head, her golden ponytail swaying. It's fine. It's still early. Besides, Kato-san hasn't even arrived yet. Let's play a game. I'll have you know, I'm a shogi pro. Yakuma Azuma clicked his tongue in helplessness. At that moment, Kasumijoka Utaha, woken by the noise, stepped out and chuckled. As expected of you, Sawamura-san. Kasumijoka, what's that supposed to mean? I mean, you're an idiot. You're looking for a fight, huh? It seemed the two were about to start their usual Tom and Jerry quarrel. But this time, Kasumijoka didn't argue with Ariri. Instead, she nudged Yakuma Azuma to the other side of the shogi board, her face brimming with anticipation for the show. Sitting down, Yakuma Azuma decided he might as well tease Ariri a bit. After all, she was his ex-girlfriend. And yet, she didn't know anything about him. If she had bothered to ask why Yakuma Azuma often skipped school, wouldn't she have discovered that he was a shogi player? So, Yakuma Azuma set up the board, but he removed 4 of his pieces, the left lance, the bishop, the rook, and the right knight. Seeing Yakuma Azuma handicap himself by 4 pieces, Ariri immediately angry, baring her small teeth. What is this? Azuma. Do you dare look down on me? Watch me crush you without a single piece left. After the bold declaration, Ariri began playing shogi. The result? Not even half a cup of tea had passed. The pieces in front of Ariri were nearly all gone. And this was because she was playing the game very slowly, prolonging the time. Otherwise, perhaps by now, Ariri would have only had the king left. How could this happen? Ariri threw herself onto the tatami mat in the room, abandoning the game, her gaze blankly staring at the ceiling. She looked like someone who had just been badly bullied. Kasumijoka beside her couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Yakama Azuma quietly began to clean up the pieces. Everyone had seen it. Ariri was the one who had asked me to bully her like this. I've never heard a request like that in my life. At this moment, the doorbell from the entrance area rang. Yakama Azuma set aside the cleaned-up pieces and stood up to walk toward the door. Ariri and Kasumijoka didn't pay much attention, thinking it was Kato Megumi. But Yakama Azuma opened the door. Standing in front of it was a silver-haired young girl and a cute little girl. Ginkgo, what are you two doing here? Yakama Azuma was somewhat surprised, mixed with joy. Sora Ginkgo put a hand on her hip, using a folding fan to point at Hinitsuru Ai beside her, helplessly saying, "This little brat got a break and insisted I bring her here." At that moment, Yakama Azuma suddenly remembered. Elementary and middle school vacations often started earlier than high school. So, Sora Ginkgo and Hinitsuru Ai had already started their break now. Who's a little brat? I have a name, you know. It's Hinitsuru Ai, you old woman. Hinitsuru Ai puffed out her cheeks angrily in rebuttal. Since Hinitsuru Ai had become Yakama Azuma's apprentice, Ginkgo and I had often bickered over their way of addressing each other. In terms of rank, Sora Ginkgo, as Yakama Azuma's senpai, was indeed older than Hinitsuru Ai by one generation. But calling Ginkgo old woman when she was only in middle school? Alright, come in and talk. Yakama Azuma waved her hand. Shizu? I'm here to visit you. Hinitsuru Ai dashed in to hug Yakama Azuma, the ouch on her head wobbling up and down. It was shaking so much it almost looked like an airplane propeller. At this point, the two people in the room finally stuck their heads out. Ariri had a giant exclamation mark above her head. A woman. Where did this strange woman come from? And she directly came to Azuma House. Seeing Hinitsuru Ai jump into Yakama Azuma's arms, a bold guess suddenly popped into Ariri's mind. Could it be a lover bringing their child along? If Yakama Azuma knew what Ariri was thinking, he would surely scold her immediately. What the hell, a child of a lover? Not to mention whether Yakama Azuma and Hinitsuru Ai looked alike, there was also Sora Ginkgo standing next to her. With her age, how could she be the mother of someone else's child? Don't think such absurd things. Chapter 92, The Yakama household is particularly lively today. Wait. You guys, wait for me a moment. Ariri finally snapped back to her senses and quickly ran to the door. She pulled Hinitsuru Ai out of Yakama Azuma's arms. Who are you people? And what is your relationship with Azuma? Seeing Ariri standing protectively in front of her, Sora Ginkgo furrowed her brows. The folding fan in her hand lightly tapped her slender neck. That's something I should be asking. Who are you? And what is your relationship with Azuma? A cold aura unconsciously spread around. Yakama Azuma noticed that the grayish-blue eyes of his senpai had now turned an icy blue. Huh? I'm Azuma's childhood friend. Oh, really? I've never heard of you. That line sounds familiar. Wait. That's supposed to be my line. Humphrey, I'm his senpai. Ever since he learned how to read, we've been together. Ariri was so shocked she couldn't find any words. Could such a thing really be true? Doesn't that mean she had known him even earlier than Ariri herself? No, wait, what, senpai? Ariri looked at Sora Ginkgo with suspicion in her eyes. Sora Ginkgo didn't want to say more and used her folding fan to prod Yakama Azuma. This is Sora Ginkgo, my shogi senpai, in the truest sense, as we share the same mentor. This is Hinitsuru Ai, my disciple, who is currently studying shogi with me. And this is Ariri, my friend since elementary school. You could say she's my childhood friend. Yakama Azuma introduced everyone to each other. A giant question mark seemed to appear above Ariri's head. Azuma studied shogi? How did she not know anything about this? Standing behind her, Kasumijoka Utaha couldn't hold back her laughter. Ariri turned around, glaring angrily. Kasumijoka Utaha, what are you laughing at? Don't tell me you knew about this. Kasumijoka shot her a disdainful glance. Of course I knew. I've been acquainted with Sora Ginkgo over there for a long time now. Moreover, the fact that Lonely-kun is a professional shogi player is something even Kato-san knows. And yet, someone who claims to be his childhood friend knows absolutely nothing about it. Listen closely, the person standing before you is none other than Japan's greatest shogi genius. The youngest 7-dan professional shogi player in history, a legend with only one loss in his career, a symbol of overcoming the strongest Yakama Azuma, 7-dan. Ariri was utterly stunned. She thought back to everything that had happened. No wonder Kasumijoka had that smug expression, like she was watching a play, when Ariri played shogi against Yakama Azuma. No wonder she had been completely crushed, even with a 4-piece handicap. At that moment, Ariri felt like a total fool. Hello, everyone. The tension at the doorway was broken by a soft voice. Soroginko was startled by the unexpected sound. Like a startled kitten, she stepped back and hid behind Yakuma Azuma, looking in the direction of the voice. Zenitsu, meanwhile, was so frightened that the tuft of hair on her head stood upright. Neither of them had realized when a petite, gentle-looking girl had quietly appeared behind them. Seeing Kato Megumi arrive, Yakuma Azuma introduced everyone once more. Afterward, the 5 girls sat around the table. Ariri glanced at Soroginko with a stay-away, stranger look. She leaned over and quietly asked Kato Megumi beside her, "Kato-san, did you know Azuma is a professional shogi player?" Kato Megumi nodded. "Of course. Every time Azuma-san participates in official tournaments, I'm the one taking care of Shiritomaru." Under the table, Shiritomaru, hearing its name, trotted over to Kato Megumi and rubbed its head against her leg. Ariri looked up at the ceiling. She truly felt like an idiot. Oh, vast blue sky, why are you so unfair to Ariri? Yakuma Azuma popped his head out from the kitchen. "Megumi, come help me prepare the ingredients. There's too much stuff." Hearing this, Kato Megumi got up and walked into the kitchen. Zenitsu immediately hopped off her chair and ran after her. "Shizu, I will help too." The 3 remaining in the living room began to wonder if they should pick up some cooking skills themselves. Are these century eggs? Wow, this is my first time seeing them. Looking at the glossy black eggs on the cutting board, Kato Megumi blinked curiously. This was something she had only ever seen on variety shows before. She'd heard it was a culinary specialty from China. But in Japan, nobody dared to eat it. Even on variety shows, it only appeared as a punishment. Zenitsu wasn't much different. Standing on a small stool, she stared intently at the century eggs on the cutting board, the ojo on her head swaying gently. "Yeah, I ordered them internationally. The shipping cost more than the eggs themselves." Yakuma Azuma confirmed with a nod. Kato Megumi reached out to touch a century egg lightly, then brought her fingertip to her nose to sniff. Immediately, her small, delicate nose wrinkled. Seeing Kato Megumi's adorable reaction, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Is this really edible? Azuma-san, are you messing with me?" Kato Megumi's voice remained gentle, but her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Clearly, she thought Yakuma Azuma was playing a prank on her. "I'm not joking, Megumi. This is just an ingredient for cooking. I don't usually eat them raw either. But once prepared into a dish, the flavor becomes much more pleasant." Hearing Yakuma Azuma's explanation, Kato Megumi nodded thoughtfully. "Like sashimi, right?" Something like that." Megumi is really sharp. That morning's breakfast consisted of lean pork and century egg congee paired with soup dumplings. While busy in the kitchen, Kato Megumi couldn't help but be amazed at Hinatsuru's proficiency. Initially, she had planned to keep an eye on the younger girl, worried that Hinatsuru might hurt herself. To her surprise, Hinatsuru's cooking skills seemed even better than her own. "Hinatsuru-chan, you're amazing." "Of course. I is the young lady of the Hinatsu family, owners of a hot spring resort. I've been learning to cook since I was little." "Hee, Shizu, don't you think I'm great too?" Very impressive, very impressive." When the pot of lean pork and century egg congee was finally ready and served into bowls, Kato Megumi took her bowl, brought it up to her nose, and sniffed. This time, there was only the sweet aroma of rice and a light freshness of pork. The strong pungency from earlier had completely vanished into the congee, becoming a subtle enhancement to the dish's fragrance. As the bowls and dishes were laid on the dining table, the 3 girls stared curiously at the dark, semi-translucent bits mixed into the congee. "What is this?" Kasumijoka Yuta asked, looking toward Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Azuma smiled gently. "Try it first, and then I'll tell you." So, one by one, they tasted it. The first thing they noticed was the gentle fragrance of rice and a mild saltiness, without any unpleasant flavors. The strange ingredient had a texture akin to a slightly salty jelly when eaten. "This is delicious." Ariri's eyes sparkled. "Surprising. Very tasty." Kasumijoka nodded in approval. Soroginko simply bowed her head and focused on eating. Being naturally shy, especially with Ariri and Kato Megumi present, Soroginko felt a bit out of her comfort zone. Seeing everyone's reactions, Yakuma Azuma chuckled softly and said, "Actually, that's century egg." Upon learning the truth, the 3 girls widened their eyes in shock. No way. Ariri had tried century egg before when her mother bought some out of curiosity. It was a traumatic memory she'd vowed never to repeat. Kasumijoka and Soroginko had similar reactions. Though they'd never tasted it, they were well aware of its infamous reputation from online shows. "It's true. Yukima Azuma shrugged. The bad reviews online are just because of poor preparation methods. Breakfast continued in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Everyone seemed quite satisfied. Well, except for the part where Ariri burned her tongue. Yukima Azuma had clearly warned everyone that the soup inside the dumplings was hot, so they should be careful when eating. But Ariri, being the clumsy one, still managed to burn herself. Now, this silly girl stood outside the kitchen, sticking out her small pink tongue. Yukima Azuma retrieved some ice from the fridge to help cool her tongue. Fortunately, he had prepared small ice cubes earlier for chilling drinks. Come to think of it, Ariri sticking out her tongue looked somewhat alluring. Yukima Azuma couldn't help himself and lightly touched her soft, pink tongue with his finger. Ariri immediately let out muffled sounds of discontent. At that moment, the sound of knocking came from the front door. Yukima Azuma and Ariri exchanged puzzled glances. The girls in the living room also looked curious. Who could it be this time? Garasu-sensei was at Shuchen. Yukino had already left for work early in the morning. Logically, there shouldn't be anyone else visiting. Yukima Azuma wiped his hands and headed toward the front door. When the door opened, he saw a blonde girl with shark-like teeth standing outside. At that moment, she was flashing a malicious smile at Yukima Azuma. TCH. A sound of annoyance clicked from the hallway, where Soroginko was standing. Sei Nakami-ike, why are you here? Hearing Soroginko's question, Sei Nakami-ike tilted her head. Her golden eyes, adorned with a lightning bolt pattern, stared intently at Soroginko. Of course, I'm here to play shogi with Azuma. As for someone untalented like you, just shut up. Soroginko's face instantly darkened. In terms of reading ahead in a shogi game, she was indeed slightly inferior to Sei Nakami-ike. She had once been mocked by this person at the game table. However, this time, before Soroginko could retort, Yukima Azuma reached out and gave Sei Nakami-ike's head a light flick with some force. Ow! Even an eccentric girl like Sei Nakami-ike clutched her head and whined at this moment. If you say something like that again, then leave. Get out of my sight forever. After saying this, Yukima Azuma motioned for Sei Nakami-ike to come inside. After Yukima Azuma's stern reprimand, Sei Nakami-ike noticeably became much more obedient. She hadn't expected Yukima Azuma, who had always kept a distance from her, to be this assertive from the start. Who's she? Kazumadoka Utaha walked over to Soroginko and asked in a low voice. Azuma's ex-girlfriend. Soroginko replied casually. As a result, after hearing this response, all the girls in the apartment simultaneously turned their sharp gazes towards Sei Nakami-ike. Sei Nakami-ike? Ginko, stop saying weird stuff like that. She just confessed to me but got rejected. Yukima Azuma sighed helplessly. After letting Sei Nakami-ike inside, Yukima Azuma took a pair of disposable slippers from the bottom shelf and pointed to his room. You want to play shogi with me, right? Go sit there. Hearing that, Sei Nakami-ike immediately kicked off her shoes. Wearing only her long black over-the-knee socks and not bothering with slippers, she dashed excitedly toward the shogi table, looking at Yukima Azuma with anticipation. However, Yukima Azuma didn't look at her but instead turned and called out, come here. Zenitsu Aya obediently stepped in front of Yukima Azuma. Yukima Azuma pointed to Sei Nakami-ike at the shogi table. I'm giving Aya a mission, tame her. This is the challenge your master is assigning to you. Chapter 93, Megumi likes it this way? Who would bother competing with such a little brat? Sei Nakami-ike didn't even get to finish her sentence before Yukima Azuma's cold glare silenced her completely. He pulled Hinetsuru Ai in front of him, placed both hands on her shoulders, and introduced her. This is Hinetsuru Ai, my disciple. If you want to play against me, you'll have to beat I first. Sei Nakami-ike, you're always going on about talent and genius. But I is someone whose talent surpasses yours. Playing against I shouldn't leave you dissatisfied, right? Hearing this, Sei Nakami-ike's gaze shifted to Hinetsuru Ai. This kid has talent greater than mine? At least 70% of Sei Nakami-ike didn't believe that statement. The remaining 30% was only because the words came from Yukima Azuma, so she reluctantly listened. Go ahead, tame her. Yukima Azuma patted Hinetsuru Ai's shoulder, entrusting her with this significant task. Hinetsuru Ai nodded firmly, then stepped toward the shogi board. Soroginko approached Yukima Azuma, her face clearly worried. That brat. Is she going to be okay? Don't worry, senpai. Yukima Azuma reassured her gently. As for what Sei Nakami said earlier, don't let it bother you. At the end of the day, she hasn't reached the level where talent becomes crucial to advancing further. She's just an arrogant person riding on a bit of talent. The next time you face her, you most likely win. Yukima Azuma's words were entirely true. Talent only fully reveals itself when one reaches a certain height. Before reaching the critical level of level 7, talent is almost unnecessary. With diligent learning and practice, skills improve significantly. Sei Nakami Ike's shogi skills were definitely not at level 7. If they were, she'd already be a true professional player. Always going on about talent. She's just untrained. A single game against Jin would humble her. One game would be enough to shatter Sei Nakami Ike's so-called talent. Hearing Yukima Azuma's comforting words, Sora Ginkgo's heart instantly felt lighter. I'll go take a look. You carry on with your work. After saying this, Sora Ginkgo walked over to the shogi board to act as referee. Yukima Azuma casually shut the door to the room. Then, he turned to the remaining 3 girls. Alright, while they play shogi, we've got our own tasks. It's time to start studying. Kasumadoka Utaha immediately excused herself. She planned to go back and sleep. Last night, she'd stayed up late writing, so she went to bed very late. If not for the noisy commotion in the house this morning, she wouldn't have woken up at all. Yukima Azuma led the other 2 girls to the study corner on the 2nd floor. Ariri needed to review math and English. Kato Megumi, on the other hand, focused on history and literature. Sitting at the study desks in the corner, Yukima Azuma grabbed a test prep book from a nearby shelf. It was a collection of exams he had organized with Garasamitha earlier, practically the gold standard for test prep. Ariri, start with math. Megumi, work on literature. Once you're done, I'll explain any mistakes. English and history are more about memorization, so I'll supervise you 2 this afternoon. Yukima Azuma had planned out the entire day. Thus, the 2 girls quietly began working on their assignments. Time passed slowly. Ariri was the first to put down her pen. It wasn't because she finished faster than Kato Megumi. She just gave up earlier. When people are pushed to their limits, they can accomplish almost anything. But math problems are a different story. With math, if you can't solve it, you simply can't solve it. Ariri's test paper was left with large sections blank. Yukima Azuma helplessly picked up the test paper. First, he looked over the questions Ariri had answered. Sigh. Utterly unbearable. Ariri, let me see your scratch paper. As I suspected, the problem lies in your calculations. Remember, multiplication and division come first, followed by addition and subtraction. Even with more complex problems, don't forget the most basic rules. Yukima Azuma meticulously pointed out Ariri's mistakes. He also retaught her how to properly use scratch paper. This scatterbrain had written all over her scratch paper in a chaotic mess. There were calculations she could have gotten right. But because her scratch paper was too cluttered, she misread numbers from earlier steps, leading to errors in later calculations, ultimately ruining the entire problem. After correcting all her mistakes, Yukima Azuma began explaining the blank questions Ariri had left unanswered. Once he had gone through most of the problems, Yukima Azuma closed the test paper. Alright, Ariri, you can take a 10-minute break. Afterward, we'll move on to the next test. Hearing this, Ariri asked in surprise, what about these questions? Don't I need to learn them? She pointed to the final fill-in-the-blank question and the last long-form problem. No need. These 2 questions don't significantly impact your overall score. But studying them would drain more energy than the entire test combined. Knowing when to skip is the smart choice. After hearing this, Ariri naturally didn't insist. All she wanted was to pass the exam, not aim for the top of the school rankings or anything like that. She got up from her seat and ran downstairs. The test had drained her, she wanted to play on her phone and eat some snacks. Yukima Azuma's fridge was always stocked with delicious treats. Once Ariri left, Kato Megumi handed in her literature test. Yukima Azuma scanned through it from start to finish. The results were much better than Ariri's. With her current level, Kato Megumi would probably scrape a passing grade in her exams. But to be safe, it was better to study a bit more. This blank space, didn't you have any ideas? Yukima Azuma pointed to a question left unanswered. I didn't quite understand it. Since it's just a practice test, I didn't want to guess randomly. Kato Megumi nodded. Yukima Azuma took the question and rewrote it on scratch paper in a simpler form. I can, blank, Megumi will have a happy future. Our life together will be, blank, secure. Filling in the blanks, Yukima Azuma provided an explanation. On the scratch paper, he wrote down 2 potential answers. Guarantee and protect. In Japanese literature, this word means to commit or guarantee, while this one means to protect. Note, I don't speak Japanese, Yukima Azuma explained. Kato Megumi nodded. So it should be, I can guarantee Megumi will have a happy future. Our life together will be protected. Is that correct? That's right. Next question. Yukima Azuma pointed to the following problem. But while explaining, Yukima Azuma suddenly felt something, Kato Megami's leg lightly brushing against his calf. Azuma blinked in surprise. Then, he smiled gently and said, "Megami, you need to focus when studying." Kato Megami nodded. Her response sounded like a soft, delicate murmur. What's more, the sensation on his leg didn't go away. As he continued explaining, Kato Megami quietly murmured, "Azuma-san. I'm finding it hard to focus." Yukima Azuma couldn't help but feel exasperated. Pulling stunts like this under the table and still expecting to concentrate? That's rich. Megami, do you enjoy this kind of thing? But you really need to focus on your studies right now. Even if you say that, the person making it hard for me to focus is Azuma-san. Huh? Are you blaming me now? No, I'm not. Kato Megami poked Yukima Azuma's side with her finger. Azuma started to feel that something wasn't quite right. Her words and actions didn't match up. So both of them looked down under the table. What they saw was Shirotamaru. The white cat was under the table, rubbing its head against Yukima Azuma's leg while its tail softly brushed against Kato Megami's. Yukima Azuma picked Shirotamaru up and gave it a light pat on its rear. Nyan. Shirotamaru nyaned, then leapt away to a corner. The two refocused their attention on the test. But the atmosphere had turned a bit awkward. As Yukima Azuma continued explaining, he couldn't help but think back to their earlier exchange. How should he put it? It was a little embarrassing. But when he had asked if Megami enjoyed it, she had replied with So. She liked it? Liked what, exactly? While pondering this, Yukima Azuma shifted his leg slightly toward Kato Megami. But just as he moved a little, he felt something soft again. Shirotamaru. Both of them called out at the same time. Nyan? Shirotamaru peeked out from behind a bookshelf nearby. Seeing that Shirotamaru wasn't under the table this time, the two looked at each other in silence. Shirotamaru, noticing that no one was paying attention to it, tilted its head in confusion. Then, it trotted down the stairs and out of sight. Yuri rushed upstairs holding a plate of pastries, spoon in hand, and immediately took a bite. This cake is delicious. Huh? How are you two doing? Weren't you supposed to be studying? She noticed the strange atmosphere between the two of them. A question mark appeared over her head as she continued to eat her cake without missing a beat. The morning study session quickly passed. Yuri was still a bit worried about her math, but she was likely to pass the test. She planned to reinforce it tomorrow. Before the actual exam, she would review the practice work, and it should be fine. As for Kato Megami's literature, there were no issues at all. She made fast progress. Yukima Azuma let both of them review their mistakes. He then headed downstairs. He ran into Sora Ginkgo coming out of the room. Yukima Azuma walked up to her, looking into the room. Sei Nakami Ike was lying on the tatami, her shirt disheveled, looking like she had been playing around too much. Yukima Azuma couldn't help but feel a little helpless. That pervert still hasn't given up on the habit of stripping while playing shogi. On the other side of the board, Zenitsu I had tears all over her face, clearly having cried. However, her expression now was one of determination and joy. Just by looking at their faces, it was easy to guess what had happened on the chessboard. Zenitsu I was the best at reading the endgame. Sei Nakami Ike must have pressured her tightly in the first half of the game. But, after learning from Yukima Azuma, despite still being a girl who cried easily, Zenitsu I's ability to handle pressure had become incredibly strong. With her resistance, the game had gone on long enough for the endgame to come into play. In the end, Zenitsu I, using her excellent endgame skills, had turned the tide. It must have been something like that. Shizu? I won. Zenitsu I saw Yukima Azuma arrive and immediately jumped up, running over to him. Yukima Azuma reached out and ruffled her hair. Great job. After a while, I'll take you to participate in some practice matches and official tournaments. My disciple is about to become famous. Upon hearing Yukima Azuma's praise, Zenitsu I's eyes lit up, and her ojo on top of her head swayed happily. Don't spoil her too much, or she'll become overconfident and foolish like that idiot lying over there. Sora Ginkgo grumbled disapprovingly. I won't be like that. Zenitsu I retorted loudly. Chapter 94, Ali's distress and flutter. Are you being honest? Yukima Azuma gently kicked Sei Nakami Ike, who was lying flat on the tatami. Then, he sat down beside her. Sei Nakami Ike regained her composure, the arrogance on her face significantly faded. That girl. I just made a mistake. It was clear that she was dissatisfied. Yukima Azuma reached out and lightly tapped Sei Nakami Ike's forehead. Think I. She was the one who woke you up as your opponent. She was extremely gentle about it. Hearing this, Sei Nakami Ike looked at Yukima Azuma in confusion. Yukima Azuma, on the other hand, looked at the shogi board and casually moved a few pieces. Sei Nakami Ike also followed his gaze. These were the final moves in the match between her and Hinitsuru Ai. Azuma reversed the game by 45 moves, to the final stage, where the reversal of the situation had not yet occurred. He held the pieces of Hinitsuru Ai, who was in a disadvantaged position. Then, he began placing the pieces. He also moved Sainakami Ike's pieces. As a result, in fewer than 10 moves, Sainakami Ike was checkmated. Sainakami Ike stared wide-eyed at the board. These moves almost completely shattered her understanding of shogi. The moves Azuma made for her side were almost the best countermeasures she could come up with. She just stared at the board, unable to regain her composure for a long time. It wasn't until Yakama Azuma scattered all the pieces on the board that Sainakami Ike lifted her head again. Now do you understand? How fortunate it is for you to meet Ai at this moment, to have her as your opponent. If you had kept the mindset you had before, facing an opponent like me, you would have at least been mentally crushed for months. If you were unlucky enough to face Njin, I fear you might never want to play shogi again in your life. Yakama Azuma's words were not an exaggeration. That Njin, a person with shogi skills that could very well be at level 9. Currently, he was focused on one thing. That was using the techniques of the best player to fight against that same opponent. His goal was to explore the very core of victory and defeat in shogi through this method. Specifically, if both sides use the optimal strategy in the same game, would the player going first win, or would the one going second win? In fact, for shogi, the ultimate question is, will the first player win, or will the second player win? This leads to a consequence. That is, everyone who has faced Njin has the feeling that their shogi ability has been crushed into dust. Because the person sitting across from you uses the exact techniques you're best at, but then demonstrates a power you never even dared to imagine before. The solution you thought was optimal. That person only needs one move to show you that it's wrong. To explain it more simply, you think that when the apple falls from the branch, it will hit the ground. But Njin steps forward, slaps you. Then, kicks the tree trunk, causing the apple to fall from the branch, fly into the sky, and disappear without a trace. This mainly serves to make you doubt your own life. If your mentality for playing shogi isn't strong, just one game with Njin can leave you in a state of confusion for a while. As for people like Sainakami Ike, always boasting about their talent, full of arrogance and impulsiveness. Just one game, and she might never want to touch shogi again. Currently, Sainakami Ike was sitting obediently in front of Yakama Azuma. The monster of the shogi world had been tamed to a basic level. If she behaves better in the future, Yakama Azuma wouldn't mind playing against her. After all, Sainakami Ike's talent was not bad, she was a worthy opponent for Hinitsuru Ai. Moreover, once he decided to take Ai as a disciple, it was important to find her an opponent. If she kept facing Yakama Azuma, a dominating opponent like him, even if Hinitsuru Ai improved, it would be hard for her to feel any sense of urgency. The busy weekend passed quickly. Monday. Those who returned to Toyogasaki faced the grueling midterm exams. Then came the rapid grading process. The morning after the exam, the results were already available in the afternoon. The entire exam lasted for 2 days. The day after the exam ended, which was Wednesday, the list of the top 100 students from each grade level was posted on the announcement board in front of Toyogasaki Academy where the admission list had been posted before. Yakama Azuma, upon arriving at school, went straight to the board to take a look. Third-year rankings. At the top of the third-year rankings, unsurprisingly, was Kasumijuka Utaha. She was also the top scorer in the overall composite ranking of this inter-school exam. Looking at her name prominently displayed, Yakama Azuma smiled faintly. Senpai's mind is truly formidable. Although she sometimes dozed off in class, the subjects she didn't understand were always seriously reviewed. She only focused on other tasks once she had mastered the knowledge. There was no doubt that Kasumijuka Utaha's admission to the University of Tokyo was guaranteed. Furthermore, Kasumijuka Utaha didn't intend to study medicine, so she would likely choose the Faculty of Literature. In that case, she wouldn't need to put in any more effort. After a brief reflection, Yakama Azuma's gaze shifted to the second-year rankings and then stopped at the first-year list. That's so unfair. You keep skipping class, but your grades are still so high? Is this the wall of difference? The wall called genius? How annoying. Satukazuma suddenly appeared, attempting to rush at Yakama Azuma and use a chokehold. Yakama Azuma easily dodged, then counterattacked with an arm lock. As a result, Satukazuma bitterly realized that not only was his troublesome friend smarter, but also much better at martial arts. Haha, I told you it was impossible. You just had to keep trying to ambush him. Kunimayama, standing beside him, gently patted Kazuma on the back. Looking at the reactions of his two close friends, Yakama Azuma guessed that his results must have been expected. Looking at the rankings. Sure enough. Yukima Azuma's name was prominently displayed at the top of the board. Moreover, just like Kasumijoka Utaha, Yukima Azuma was also the top scorer in the composite standardized value of this inter-school exam. Just below Yukima Azuma, there was a very long name. Of course, it wasn't Hariri. It was Ella. Second place at Toei Agasaki, ranked third in the composite standardized value rankings. A white figure quickly passed by in the corner of his eye. Yukima Azuma glanced over, and it was Ella. Kaja-san, you're amazing. You just came from Russia to Japan and already achieved such great results. Yukima Azuma complimented her politely. Upon hearing this, Ella looked away from the rankings. She gave a polite smile to Yukima Azuma. You're still better, Yukima-san. Your composite standardized value far exceeds mine. Though she said that. I'm so frustrated. In Russian, Yukima Azuma pretended not to hear. Class 1E. Garasumifo, who had been absent for a while, finally appeared. Garasa-sensei, usually as cold as an iceberg. Today, she was clearly in a much better mood. The atmosphere in the class had also become livelier. Everyone did great. This time, no one in our class failed. Also, Yukima-san has taken the first place in the composite standardized value ranking. Let's all give him a round of applause. The class erupted into cheers. After all, the composite standardized value was a competition between prestigious private schools like Shuchin and Hyako. The top student in the class. A student from Toei Agasaki, a member of Class 1E, everyone felt proud. And also, Kaja-san, second place in the entire grade, ranked third in the composite standardized value ranking. Well done. Garasumifo also complimented Ella a little. However, at this moment, Ella raised her hand. Kaja-san, do you have a question? Garasa-sensei, I want to know who is second in the composite standardized value ranking. Ah. I remember it's Shinomiya Kaguya-san from Shuchin, with a standardized value of. Garasumifo said a number. It was very close to Yukima Azuma's result. The two of them, Azuma and Kaguya, formed a clear gap from the Ella behind them. Alright, I understand now. Ella said, then slightly lowered her head. I'm so frustrated, really frustrated. In Russian, her whispered words reached Yukima Azuma's ears. Yukima Azuma tilted his head and looked at Ella. After spending some time together, he had started to pick up on a few things. This girl. She took everything very seriously. In fact, perhaps too seriously, to the point of being stubborn. She had just moved from Russia to Japan. Her academic results would naturally have some fluctuations. Being third place was probably already an outstanding achievement. But Ella clearly still felt like she hadn't tried enough. The class was noisy for a while, but Garasumifo didn't stop them. The exam was over. A bit of noise at the beginning of the day was fine. After most of the students had settled down, Garasumifo continued speaking. The remaining classes will focus on reviewing the semester exam. Also, the highly anticipated school festival will start on Friday. You all have the next 2 days to prepare actively. What is our class's theme again? A butler cafe. Everyone responded in unison. A question mark appeared above Yukima Azuma's head. Why didn't he know about this? Garasumifo tried to suppress a smile and glanced at Yukima Azuma. That's what you get for skipping school all the time. This is the consequence. Ahem. After a slight cough, Garasumifo continued, well, anyway, after the school festival, you'll have an official break. The first period passed in a noisy bustle. After school, Ella was lying face down on the desk, reflecting on her results. It wasn't that she couldn't accept her failure. It was that she felt she hadn't been serious enough. If she had been, even if she lost, she shouldn't have been so far behind the others in terms of the score gap. She thought about it endlessly, and soon tears began to slip from the corner of her eyes, soaking into her sleeve. Quickly, her sleeve became damp. In the midst of blaming herself, Ella suddenly felt someone poke her in the side. Instinctively, she immediately lifted her head. Her silver hair, like a waterfall, fluttered in the air. She hastily wiped the tears from her face in a fluster. Ella glared fiercely in the direction of the attack. As soon as she turned her head, her cheek collided with something cold. You are. She let out a cute squeal, took a step back, and looked more closely. In front of her was a can of red bean soup. Despite the scorching summer heat, the can was still emitting cold vapor, and droplets of water had gathered on its surface. Ella tilted her head, peered around the can of red bean soup to see more clearly. Ella looked toward the culprit. Yukima-san, what are you doing? Yukima Azuma shook the can of red bean soup in his hand. I saw Kaja-san looking a bit down, so I bought a little gift to cheer you up. I thought Kaja-san might like red bean soup. I've seen you buy it often. Hearing this, Ella's face turned slightly red. She hadn't expected her small habit to be noticed by the guy sitting next to her. Moreover, this thoughtful gift, given at just the right moment. This timely concern is too crafty, it's bound to make one's heart flutter. In Russian, Alla murmured softly. Chapter 95, The School Festival, Bocce Dream and Maid Kazuma. This timely concern is so cunning, it will make people moved. In Russian, what did Kaju-san just say? I said that sweets really do help improve one's mood. I see. Truly clueless. In Russian, Yukima Azuma almost blurted out a perfect Russian reply. His language skill level is level 6, don't mess with him. His pronunciation might even be better than Ella, that silver-haired girl. But Yukima Azuma still held back. Pretending not to know would make things more interesting later. Yukima. Come over here, the suit is ready. You're really not treating me like a human. From another direction, Kunimayama called out loudly. Yukima Azuma, frustrated, raised his fist. Ella looked up. Everyone in the class was holding a black outfit, resembling a butler costume with a tail. The theme of Class 1E's school festival was a butler cafe. In other words, this was the reverse version of a maid cafe. The main reason this plan was approved was mainly due to Yukima Azuma's existence. More importantly, when the vote for the plan took place, Yukima Azuma had taken a day off. You guys should act like humans. How can you decide something like this without even consulting me? Yukima Azuma tried to resist. Minority obeys the majority. Ariri immediately chimed in. She also wanted to see Yukima Azuma wear the butler outfit. Azuma-san, our Class 1E is a democratic class, you know. Kato Megumi calmly added the final blow. Even Megumi too? Yukima Azuma felt like he had been stabbed in the back. Looking at the bustling crowd, Yukima Azuma was holding the butler outfit, looking bored but still trying it on, while Aula couldn't help but laugh. The things that had been bothering her seemed to be alleviated after a good laugh. It wasn't so bad losing this time. She just needed to be more serious next time. The school festival is an essential part of school life in Japan. It usually lasts for 3 days. During this time, the school opens its doors to visitors and allows outsiders to register and attend. Most high schools hold their school festivals at the same time. This is also a rare opportunity to interact between schools. It's often seen as the start of the summer break. And it's a colorful, beautiful part of the memories of school youth. Of course, this only applies to extroverted and popular people. As for introverts, like the ghosts of the classroom school festival. Gota Hitori stood in front of the school's Shuka festival poster, looking sorrowful. Since middle school, Gota Hitori had dreamed of participating in a school festival. She wanted to stand on the school festival stage and perform once. In fact, the main reason she learned to play the guitar was for this. If she could stand on the school festival stage and shine with an excellent performance, then she would become the center of attention in the entire school. That was the final dream Gota Hitori had during her school days. However, since she started learning guitar, 3 years of high school had passed. She still didn't have the courage to sign up for a performance at the school festival. Just the thought of so many people watching her from below the stage made Gota Hitori want to crawl into a hole and hide from the embarrassment. At this point, she no longer dreamed of being the most beloved person in the school. She only wanted to perform once on the school festival stage. That way, she would have no regrets. However, Gota Hitori still lacked confidence. Even though she had joined Kesoka Band, she had performed twice at the Starry Live House. But the space there was really too small to accommodate many people. More importantly, there was no one she knew there. As for the school festival, the audience under the stage would be her entire class. Just thinking about it made her scared. Gota Hitori shivered. She then turned around, preparing to quietly head home. Next time, she would definitely try. She was just starting high school, there was still over 2 years left. However, she had also had this same thought back in middle school, and in the end, she graduated without ever following through. Just as Gota Hitori was about to step out of the school gates, her phone buzzed. She took it out to check. It was the Kesoka Band chat group online. They were probably discussing the school festival participation, right? With that thought, Gota Hitori opened the chat. Azuma, her school dream is to participate in the school festival and perform on the school stage once, Azuma, so let's help her achieve her dream. In exchange, I can introduce some commercial performance opportunities for Kesoka Band, Kita, huh? Really? Yukima-san, you don't have to pay us anything, we'll definitely help, Najuka. That's right, because it's Pachi-chan's dream, it's also Kesoka Band's dream, Ryo. Yukima, just be our manager. That way Kesoka Band will have an easier time making income, Najuka, Ryo. Don't be so rude, Bachi, huh? Hugh. Come in, Najuka, Bachi-chan has appeared. Bachi-chan, go sign up, we'll go up on stage with you, Kita. That's right, let's use our Kesoka Band name. Let's hit the stage, Ryo, Gambear, Gambear. Gota Hitori stared at the chat interface, unable to speak due to the shock. Why was Yakuma in the Kasokaban chat? Wait a minute. The important thing is, how did Yakuma know she wanted to participate in the school festival? Is it really telepathy? Gota Hitori exclaimed in amazement, starting to stammer. Looking at the situation in the chat, it was clear they hadn't discussed anything with her. Everything had already been decided, and they had even started choosing songs for the performance. Her dream suddenly felt so close. Gota Hitori felt a little flustered, almost as if she had received an unexpected gift from the sky. Her thoughts became a mess. Unconsciously, her fingers opened a conversation with Yakuma. When Gota Hitori didn't know what to do, her first reaction was to ask Yakuma for advice. She typed out a message, then deleted it. Deleted and then retyped. In the end, Bachi sent just one line. Bachi, Azuma-kun, someone like me, can I really perform on stage? Azuma, what are you saying, Bachi? Aren't you a guitar hero? Bachi, but when I face the audience, I get so scared I can't even open my eyes. Azuma, it's okay, Bachi, even if you say that, Azuma-kun, Azuma, when you get on stage, Bachi, you'll find yourself again. The school festival will be busy, but I'll find time to cheer for you, Bachi, I'll try my best. When she saw Yakuma Azuma say he would find time to cheer her on, Gota Hitori suddenly became determined. She had to get on stage. Not just for her own dream, but just to play the guitar for him to hear. She had to get on stage. Looking back at Bachi's messages, Yakuma Azuma smiled. He really couldn't bear to watch Gota Hitori be alone. The sight of her sitting alone on a swing in the park. It made Yakuma Azuma feel like he had seen it before. It seemed like he had also sat alone on a swing in an empty park, without swinging. Then, Yakuma Azuma met Kasamijoka Utaha Senpai. And then, that familiar feeling led Yakuma Azuma to approach Bachi. He pulled her off the still swing. If Bachi didn't want to make friends, Yakuma Azuma definitely wouldn't interfere. But still, she longed for someone to step into her world. Yet, she remained alone. Even though Yakuma Azuma didn't like interfering in others' affairs, he didn't want to leave her alone. In the end, he'd push her onto the stage. He'd let Bachi step into the light that was meant for her. Just a little push. The rest, Bachi and Kasokaban would handle. They would follow the path that had already been set. With their music, they would draw special notes across the sky of Tokyo. And so, the school festival officially began. On Friday. Hey, you guys understand what youth is, right? Yakuma Azuma struggled to hold back his laughter as he spoke those empty words. It was as if his face was about to write the two characters really serious. At that moment, Yakuma Azuma was dressed in a black, form-fitting tuxedo paired with custom-made trousers. Underneath, he wore a white school uniform shirt from Toei Agasaki Academy. His hair was slicked back and styled with gel, giving him a refined, sophisticated look. This appearance truly resembled the protagonist of a shoujo manga. From 7-year-old girls to 40-year-old housewives, no one could meet this boy without feeling their heart flutter. It's no exaggeration to say that if Yakuma Azuma were to join the male host of a club, after just 3 months, the sales could surpass 1 billion yen. Many girls would likely lose themselves and spend their fortunes on him. And standing in front of a young man like that were two mischievous friends, dressed in maid uniforms, Sato Kazuma and Kuni Mayoma. These two troublemakers had caused the most commotion when voting for the class's theme. They had secretly teamed up with classmates, keeping the idea of a butler cafe a secret from Yakuma Azuma. If these two troublemakers ended up getting their way, it definitely wouldn't be Yakuma Azuma's style. So, on preparation day, the boy in the tuxedo stood in front of his classmates and made a suggestion. Since they had decided to make it a butler cafe, it couldn't just be about having good-looking guys. They had to showcase their own unique traits. With his good looks, Yakuma Azuma had charmed almost everyone in the class. Thus, this scene unfolded. Yakuma Azuma stood before the two troublemakers and talked about youth. What the hell is youth? Yakuma. Are you even human? Kazuma. How dare you talk? Who here is actually a person? You're so handsome, what's wrong with using your looks? I think you'd look great in a maid uniform too. What's wrong with taking advantage of that? It must be said, Sato Kazuma, with his slim frame, looked surprisingly fitting in the maid uniform and wig, without a hint of awkwardness. Yakuma Azuma casually picked up 2 pineapple buns from the table. Here, this is for you, consider it compensation. Yakuma Azuma said as he pointed to Sato Kazuma's chest. Sato Kazuma lunged forward, intending to pull Yakuma Azuma down with him. Sato Kazuma fell, and Yakuma Azuma easily caught him. Alright, Kazuma, winner takes all, loser takes the fall. Kuni Mayoma was the type of person who had a psychological game plan. Once he teased someone, he was prepared to be teased back. Note, exactly, I hate people who are fine with teasing others, but get angry when they themselves are teased. Unlike Sato Kazuma, Kunimayama was the captain of the basketball club. He was not only tall but had a giant frame. The traditional maid uniform he wore was given a distinctly masculine touch when Kunimayama wore it. Sato Kazuma, who was held by Yakama Azuma, could only face the reality. Damn it, winner takes all, loser takes the fall. After realizing the truth, Sato Kazuma stood up. But through the window of the classroom door, he saw a long line of people waiting outside. Sato Kazuma almost wanted to jump out of the back window. One could die physically, but you couldn't die in the eyes of society. Kazuma could only cry silently. Chapter 96, Yotsuya Maiko, I am Azuma-sama's dog. 2 special sweet cream sauce omelette rice dishes, please. Sure, just a moment. Not long after, Yakama Azuma brought 2 plates of omelette rice drizzled with white sauce to the students who had ordered. Enjoy. Yakama Azuma flashed a commercial-grade smile as he spoke. The atmosphere in the classroom became noticeably lighter. When Yakama Azuma moved to the next table, the 2 female students who had ordered omelette rice couldn't help but squeal softly. Oh my god. Yakama-kun is so handsome. That smile. Just looking at his smile is worth the price of the omelette rice. He's so good looking. Plus, he's smart. And incredibly athletic. How can such a perfect person even exist? I want to marry him. What should I do? I can't control my thirsty for Yakama-kun anymore. The quiet murmurs of the female students buzzed through the classroom. Yakama Azuma held the menu in his hand, making his way around the tables. The menu, in reality, only featured omelette rice. There were various styles. Of course, but in truth, the special sweet sauce was just omelette rice with white cream sauce. The tangy sweet delight was omelette rice with tomato sauce. The lively love was simply extra tomato sauce. Yet despite this simplicity, the line outside the classroom seemed never-ending. It's worth noting that the marketing strategy of Class 1E was undeniably brilliant. Most of the budget for this school festival had been invested in costumes, with only a small portion spent on pre-made frozen omelette rice. A true marketing victory. Azuma-san is really popular, isn't he? From the partitioned kitchen, Kato Megumi poked her head out with a smile. The Yakama Azuma she had gotten to know always shone brightly. Seeing him like this made Kato Megumi genuinely happy. However, another girl didn't share the same sentiment. Directly below Kato Megumi, Ariri also poked her head out. Watching the crowd of female students glued to Yakama Azuma, she was nearly biting through her handkerchief. After serving one last plate of omelette rice, the kitchen finally declared its operations closed. All the omelette rice prepared beforehand had astonishingly sold out. Everyone in Class 1E looked at Yakama Azuma with eyes full of amazement and admiration. Yakama Azuma rotated his slightly stiff arm as his phone vibrated softly in his trouser pocket. He took it out and glanced at the screen. It was a line message, and the sender surprised him slightly. It was Yotsuya Maiko, the girl who could see spirits and ghosts. Since their encounter in Shimokitazawa that day, quite some time had passed. But she had never once asked Yakama Azuma for help. Instead, every morning and evening, she would send greetings. It's no different than worshipping on time. Yakama Azuma genuinely respected this girl. Despite seeing spirits every day, she managed to endure and handle things on her own without troubling others. Truly, a resilient soul. But this time, it seemed she was genuinely in trouble. Maiko, sorry for bothering you, Yakama-senpai, but I've encountered a problem I can't avoid. Could I ask for your help? Her tone was as sincere as always. Azuma, tell me clearly first. Maiko, yes, the thing is, there's a problem with the new teacher in my class. It's rather difficult to deal with. Maiko, since I have to interact daily, I've reached my limit. Maiko, so, I'd like to ask for your help. I'm willing to pay any price I can offer. Yakama Azuma read Maiko's summary. His fingers tapped lightly on the back of his phone. Azuma, let's meet tomorrow to discuss it. Is it urgent? Maiko, I can endure for one more day. Yotsuya Maiko. The girl who could see spirits and ghosts. Since meeting Yakama Azuma in Shimokitazawa, her life had entered a new phase. Even though she faced a world full of ghosts every day, she found a bit of solace amid the confusion and fear. Just knowing that there was someone she could rely on in this world gave her an anchor to hold on to. But Maiko understood well. She and Yakama Azuma weren't particularly close, theirs was merely a chance encounter. If she asked for help too many times, it would undoubtedly annoy him. So, despite constantly confronting the overwhelming presence of evil spirits in her life, Yotsuya Maiko had never once asked for Yakama Azuma's assistance. All she did was send him daily greetings once in the morning and once before bed. But recently, Yotsuya Maiko had run into a problem she couldn't ignore. Her previous homeroom teacher had gone on maternity leave and could no longer continue teaching. Naturally, the class needed a new homeroom teacher. That new teacher was Tano-zen, a young man with a delicate, gentle demeanor. The female students in Maiko's class were practically smitten with Tano-zen. Attendance rates noticeably improved as a result. But for Yotsuya Maiko, merely facing this new teacher was a torment. Why? Because Tano-zen was wrapped in a pitch-black, hellish or a horrifying tangle of vengeful spirits. The number of malevolent entities surrounding him was staggering. It was a living portrait of hell itself. Even a glance was enough to send shivers down her spine. Since gaining the ability to see spirits, this was the first time Yotsuya Maiko had seen someone enveloped by so many terrifying entities. In both number and sheer intensity, these spirits far surpassed any other hunting presence she had ever encountered. Most of them appeared as warped, shadowy cats. Beyond the massive swarm of ghostly cats, Tano-zen was also overshadowed by a colossal humanoid spirit. This being resembled a spider and was so large that it could fill an entire room. Its horrifying aura far exceeded that of the malicious spirit Maiko and her best friend had once encountered in a narrow alley. Every day, this spirit loomed over Tano-zen, shielding him. If anyone dared to look at Tano-zen, the spirit would immediately roar, "Don't look! Stay away from him!" Its ferocious screams were powerful enough to obliterate weaker spirits nearby. Since Tano-zen's arrival, each school day had become pure agony for Yotsuya Maiko. She could only try to keep her head lowered, her gaze fixed firmly on the textbooks in front of her. She didn't even dare to look up. This had even started to affect her academic performance. If that was all, Maiko might have gritted her teeth and endured it. After all, Tano-zen was only a substitute teacher. Once the previous teacher returned from maternity leave, he would leave. A few months perhaps she could get through it. But what Maiko couldn't bear was discovering a terrifying truth. Her best friend, Yurikawa Hana, had started feeling hungrier and hungrier ever since the new teacher arrived. Maiko had long noticed that Hana tended to eat much more than an average person. At first, she thought her friend simply had a big appetite. But recently, through a chance encounter, Yotsuya Maiko discovered an important fact. Yurikawa Hana, her best friend, was an extraordinary girl with a vast amount of life force. Every day, a large amount of life energy radiated from Hana, creating a protective effect against all evil forces. This was why Yurikawa Hana always had an enormous appetite. However, recently, the reason Hana had been getting hungrier than usual was because of Tano-zen. The malevolent spirits surrounding Tano-zen, along with the massive, terrifying presence of the spider-like humanoid vengeful spirit, drained Hana's life force whenever it came near her. This week, Hana had even fainted from hunger once. This was not something that could be solved by simply ignoring it. In desperation, Yotsuya Maiko had sent a distress message to Yukima Azuma. When sending the message, Maiko also prayed fervently, hoping that Yukima Azuma wouldn't refuse. If he did, she truly wouldn't know who else to rely on. Fortunately, while Yukima Azuma didn't immediately agree, he still accepted her request to meet and discuss the matter. Yotsuya Maiko sighed in relief. She glanced at her friend Yurikawa Hana, who was completely unaware of what was happening, and silently made up her mind. Whatever Yukima Azuma might ask, she would agree to it as long as she could. She couldn't let her friend fall into danger. Yurikawa Hana, with a suspicious expression, looked at Maiko, whose hands were clenched in the air. She felt that her friend had been acting strangely lately. Ever since their encounter in Shimokitazawa, Maiko's sudden shift into a masochistic behavior had shocked her. Fortunately, after that event, there didn't seem to be any other odd situations. Day after day, as they went to and from school together, Yurikawa Hana didn't see her friend sneaking to the Love Hotel or anything like that. And so, time quietly passed, leading to Saturday. Yukima Azuma had taken a day off. Everyone in class was understanding, since Azuma had been busy all day the previous day. His dedicated attitude was more than enough. Shuka High School, where Maiko studied, was really far from Shibuya Station. Yukima Azuma took more than half an hour by bus to get there. One could only say that it was truly a bocce move avoiding meeting acquaintances during high school by enduring such a long commute every day. What a decisive person. When he arrived at the gates of Shuka High School, Yukima Azuma saw Yotsuya Maiko walking slowly toward him. "Yukima-senpai." Maiko called out loudly, bowing at a 90-degree angle. The incredibly respectful gesture left the surrounding students confused. Yukima Azuma immediately helped Maiko straighten up. "Let's go, we'll talk while walking and, while we're at it, check out your school festival." Upon hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko eagerly nodded repeatedly. The two of them entered the Shuka High School campus together. Many students turned to look at them. Yukima Azuma's striking appearance truly drew attention. As for Yotsuya Maiko, she was walking on air. So happy. It was such a thrill. It wasn't because she was being noticed that she felt excited. Yotsuya Maiko didn't have such particular preferences. It was because she was walking alongside Yukima Azuma. This was just amazing. Normally, one could spot a few malicious spirits scattered around the school. But right now, nearly all of them had disappeared. The young man beside Yotsuya Maiko seemed like a moving barrier. From the moment Yukima Azuma appeared, Maiko had noticed this. The malicious spirits that usually latched onto people, asking, "Can you see me?" As Azuma got closer, it was as if they wanted to grow 2 more legs, frantically running away as fast as they could. In her sight, an almost spirit-free zone had formed. There was no trace of any malicious spirits left. Walking beside Yukima Azuma, Yotsuya Maiko even felt as if she had returned to the time before she could see ghosts. A normal, mundane life. In Maiko's eyes now, it was like a blessing from the heavens, as sweet as honey. Even being Yukima Azuma's dog would be far better than the days of facing those terrifying things. While Maiko was lost in her thoughts. Yotsuya-san. Yes. I want to be Yukima-sama's dog. Hearing Yukima Azuma call, Maiko responded quickly, but she accidentally blurted out what was truly on her mind. Yukima Azuma paused for a moment and then responded, "Everyone has their own preferences. If Yotsuya-san really desires it, I won't object. Preferences can be vivid, but people might die from embarrassment." At that moment, Yotsuya Maiko just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 97, Yotsuya Maiko, the Cats, and the Spirits. After inadvertently saying "I want to be Azuma-sama's dog," Yotsuya Maiko decided to completely let herself go. She, who was usually quiet and obedient, now just diligently followed Yukima Azuma. A submissive demeanor, ready to obey orders. After all, as long as she wasn't facing evil spirits. Even if Azuma intended to put a collar around her neck, Yotsuya Maiko would not resist. Yukima Azuma reached out to gently stroke the head of the girl with amber eyes. "In short, let's invite that teacher of yours to a quiet place for us to talk." Upon hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko nodded obediently. But soon after, she felt a little difficulty. Because teacher Tuuno-zen usually did not communicate with anyone. Every day, he only arrived on time for class and left after class. As soon as the school bell rang, he immediately left. Any attempt at conversation outside of studies, he completely ignored. Yotsuya Maiko could not think of a way to invite him to a quiet place. After all, she didn't even have a way to contact Tuuno-zen. Just as Yotsuya Maiko was feeling confused, she suddenly spotted a figure in the distance slowly walking out of the school grounds. That person. "That's my temporary homeroom teacher, Tuuno-zen." Yotsuya Maiko pointed at that figure and said. Yukima Azuma looked in the direction Yotsuya Maiko pointed. Due to the distance, Yukima Azuma couldn't smell anything. "Let's follow. That teacher is surrounded by the spirits of cats. Recently, there have been a lot of missing cat reports in Tokyo," Yotsuya Maiko said with a worried tone. She didn't want to see more cats harmed. Yukima Azuma nodded. Bocce's performance would take place in the afternoon, near sunset. There was still enough time now. So, the two of them followed Tuuno-zen's figure. They exited the school gate. Tuuno-zen entered a nearby alley. This action further confirmed the suspicion Yotsuya Maiko voiced. Because stray cats usually operate in alleys like this. The two quietly followed Tuuno-zen from a distance. Yotsuya Maiko hoped to catch him in the act. If they could gather evidence, maybe they could get Tuuno-zen arrested. After all, many cats had gone missing, and in Japan, it was illegal to kill cats. With that, the problem would be solved. They passed through a few small alleys. The three of them still did not see a single stray cat. It seemed that all the stray cats in the area had disappeared. After wandering around, eventually, Tuuno-zen turned under an arch bridge. From there came the faint sound of a cat meowing. Upon hearing the sound, Tuuno-zen jumped over the railing and landed on the grassy field by the embankment. "This is bad, we need to hurry." Seeing this scene, Yotsuya Maiko quickly ran over. For humans, cats were really fragile. In just a few seconds, they could lose their lives. At this moment, under the bridge, the painful cries of a cat echoed. Yukima Azuma sped up, jumping over the railing and landing on the concrete ground beneath the bridge. But he stopped in place, not continuing to act. Yotsuya Maiko hurriedly ran over. But when she saw the scene under the bridge, everything was not as she had imagined. Under the bridge, a three-colored stray cat huddled in a corner, letting out a frightened cry. On the other side, Tuuno-zen was pinning a hoodie man to the ground. Clearly, they had been in a brief wrestling match. Tuuno-zen had the upper hand. At this moment, Uno-zen was holding the man down, taking various items from his body and placing them on the concrete ground beside him. Yotsuya Maiko saw this and immediately took a sharp breath. On the ground were pliers, a large syringe, a stun gun, and other items. Moreover, these items had dry, faded blood stains on them. Even the pliers had some strands of fur stuck to them. Upon seeing this, Yotsuya Maiko understood. The culprit behind the series of missing cats in Tokyo wasn't Uno-zen, as she had thought. It was the man in the hoodie before her. Uno-zen had likely gone through the alley, perhaps concerned about the missing cats. Thus, he had wandered and conducted a patrol. Perhaps the vengeful spirits of the cats had also followed Uno-zen as he patrolled. Once Yotsuya Maiko figured this out, she felt a bit ashamed. She shouldn't have hastily judged someone as good or bad just based on what she had seen of spirits. Hearing the noise, Uno-zen turned around and saw Yakama Azuma and Yotsuya Maiko. The strength in his hands loosened a bit. The hooded man pinned to the ground began to breathe heavily. Yakama Azuma looked at this scene, raising an eyebrow. Humans always have many sides to them. Uno-zen in front of them might not be evil. But he certainly wasn't as good as Yotsuya Maiko had believed. If the two of them hadn't shown up here, Uno-zen might have directly killed the hooded man. The way he had restrained him earlier left no room for breathing. It truly seemed intended to kill. "What's your name again?" "I think you're one of my students." "How did you end up here?" Uno-zen asked Yotsuya Maiko. Clearly, he wasn't very good at communication. He couldn't even remember the names of students in his class. "My name is Yotsuya Maiko, I have something I want to say to Uno-sensei." Yotsuya Maiko wanted to explain but didn't know where to begin. At that moment, in her line of sight, a massive humanoid spider suddenly emerged from Uno-zen's body. Its enormous claws covered Uno-zen. The terrifying face roared toward them. "Don't look." Yakama Azuma stepped forward, grabbed the stun gun from the cement ground, and threw it to Uno-zen. Uno-zen understood and stood up. As he pulled his body away from the hooded man, he switched on the stun gun and pressed it against the back of the hooded man's neck. Accompanied by the man's screams and the smell of burning flesh, the hooded man instantly passed out. After finishing everything, Uno-zen looked at Yakama Azuma with a deep gaze. Yotsuya Maiko stood frozen in place. Uno-sensei seemed to be different from what she had thought. "Yotsuya-san, what did you want to say to me?" Uno-zen stood up and looked at Yotsuya Maiko. Yotsuya Maiko thought for a moment. Then, she looked at Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma bluntly said, "If you have something to say, just say it, it's fine." Yotsuya Maiko nodded. Then, she lifted her head. The terrifying humanoid spider was now screeching wildly. Yotsuya Maiko understood. The vengeful spirits of the cats were swirling around Uno-zen. They weren't following him out of hatred. On the contrary, they were thanking him. That's why they surrounded Uno-zen, trying to keep him away from the massive humanoid spider. The spider kept growling, "Don't look. Stay away from it." Although Yotsuya Maiko didn't know exactly what was going on, she felt that the reason Uno-zen didn't communicate with others might be because of the influence of this humanoid spider. So, whether for friends or out of kindness, enough, let Uno-sensei go free. She faced the massive humanoid spider, several meters tall, and spoke these words. The humanoid spider, which had been screaming wildly, seemed to be paused at the press of a button. Its head slowly turned, its huge, fierce eyes staring at Yotsuya Maiko. It seemed to be confirming something. Confirming whether Yotsuya Maiko could see it. After a moment of silence, the gigantic creature with 8 spider legs began to charge wildly on the ground, rushing toward Yotsuya Maiko. Uno-zen furrowed his brows. He couldn't understand Yotsuya Maiko's words. But in that very moment, he felt his body become light as a feather. A corner of his vision seemed to have something passing by. Yotsuya Maiko took 2 steps back, her legs already trembling. Normally, she would try not to acknowledge the existence of these spirits. But now, facing a monster that might be the most terrifying thing she had ever seen, Yotsuya Maiko wanted to provoke it. Her courage was shouting, but her legs were truly weak. Yakama Azuma caught a disgusting smell. It was like the smell of rusted iron fences. He tried activating his special vision that came with his cooking skills. But within that strange vision, Yakama Azuma still couldn't catch sight of any ghostly figures. It seemed that Yotsuya Maiko's yin-yang eyes were an extremely special skill. At this moment, the disgusting smell began to move. Yakama Azuma raised his right index finger. It was as though he was positioning a chess piece. He pointed downward. Through Yotsuya Maiko's eyes, the massive humanoid spider suddenly bore an invisible pressure. It was violently forced down to the ground. The spider's 8 legs emitted a series of screeching, unpleasant sounds. They were bent and twisted into a heap. The monster, once several meters tall, now. At this moment, the humanoid spider, pressed to the ground by the invisible force, was no taller than Yotsuya Maiko's calf. Seeing this scene, Yotsuya Maiko breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that such a terrifying evil spirit, in Yakamisama's hands, could be suppressed with just a flick of a finger. However, after waiting for a while, Yotsuya Maiko noticed that the invisible pressure still couldn't destroy the humanoid spider. Immediately, she looked at Yakama Azuma with concern. As a result, she saw Yakama Azuma seem to be lost in thought. He didn't appear strained or tense at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be examining something. When Yotsuya Maiko was about to speak, Yakama Azuma slowly raised his hand. He made a gesture of gripping space toward the area where the humanoid spider was. Yotsuya Maiko saw that an invisible pressure from all directions suddenly pressed in. The humanoid spider, which had been crushed into a heap, hissed from its throat. Its massive body continued to be compressed. As Yakama Azuma's fingers closed, a black-red orb fell to the grass beneath the bridge. Yotsuya Maiko blinked. It felt like Yakamisama was far stronger than when they were in Shimokitazawa. What just happened? Finally, Tuuno-zen couldn't help but ask. Yotsuya Maiko snapped back to reality and waved her hand at Tuuno-zen. Tuuno-sensei, just consider what I said nonsense, but if you like cats so much, why not adopt it? She pointed to the three-colored cat huddling in a corner beneath the bridge. Hearing this, Tuuno-zen also looked in that direction. I don't exactly like them. I wouldn't call it liking. But I'll give it a try. Halfway through, Tuuno-zen suddenly changed his tone. He had a feeling. Perhaps he could adopt a cat. His mother had long abandoned him, and there would be no one left to harm the cats he took care of. Tuuno-zen walked toward the three-colored cat and gently embraced it. In Yotsuya Maiko's vision, the vengeful cat spirits that had surrounded Tuuno-zen now began to dissipate. From dark red and gloomy colors, they shifted to a golden hue like sunlight, transforming into soft points of light that gently faded away. Chapter 98, The Answer Must Be Yes or Wolf Notification. Your shogi skill has been specially affected, proficiency has been fully achieved. Shogi, level 8, shogi, level 9. Before Yakama Azuma's eyes, a notification from the system appeared. At the same time, Yakama Azuma also saw golden yellow specks of light quietly rise from Tuuno-zen's body. Among them, a few golden yellow specks automatically gathered towards Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma opened the system's control panel. According to logic, his shogi skill proficiency was still lacking in some areas. But when he opened the system's control panel, Yakama Azuma saw that the last empty part of the progress bar for the shogi skill had been filled with golden yellow light. Then, the progress bar slowly filled up. Finally, the portion of the progress bar that was previously missing to complete was completely filled. The shogi skill officially reached level 9. A stronger aura erupted from Yakama Azuma's body. However, unlike the previous time when the skill leveled up, he had to suppress it with effort. Although this new aura was incredibly powerful, Yakama Azuma still felt that it was completely under his control. There was no need to adapt. In his hands, it was like a soft dough that could be molded at will. It could be transformed into any shape according to his desire. He looked toward Tuuno-zen. Yakama Azuma pondered for a moment. Is this considered something like merit? The effect seemed minimal, just reducing some of the training required for proficiency. Could it be that the quantity is too little? Yakama Azuma remembered this and prepared to pay more attention to it later. He walked to the grass under the bridge. Yakama Azuma bent down and picked up the round black-red gem lying among the blades of grass. Yes, Yakama Azuma could see this gem. After discovering that cooking vision couldn't see spirits, Yakama Azuma started to think that perhaps spirits are something too delicate. After all, ordinary humans can't see air. So Yakama Azuma tried to compress that terrible odor. The round gem in his hand was the result. Now, not only could it be seen, it could even be touched. Yakama Azuma glanced at Yotsuya Maiko next to him, and a few ideas flashed in his mind. Tuuno-zen stayed under the bridge and called the police. He was preparing to hand the man in the hooded sweatshirt over to the police. Meanwhile, Yakama Azuma and Yotsuya Maiko walked ahead, heading back to Shuka High School. On the way, Yakama Azuma handed the compressed gem from the humanoid spider to Yotsuya Maiko. When she took it, Yotsuya Maiko's eyes widened in astonishment. She had witnessed the process of the humanoid spider being compressed into the round gem. But she didn't expect that this gem could actually be touched. Yakama-senpai. Hey, Maiko said she wanted to be my dog, right? Yakama Azuma smiled and said. Yotsuya Maiko swallowed her saliva. Everything was going in a different direction than she had imagined. Yes. Yotsuya Maiko couldn't deny it. After all, she owed Yakama Azuma a great favor. Before, She had been ready to sacrifice anything she could to repay Yakama Azuma. Good. Yakama Azuma snapped his fingers. Swallow this. Yotsuya Maiko looked at the round gem in her hand. Yakama-san. Yakama-sama, this. The answer must be yes or woof. And call me by my name. I'll call you Maiko. Woof. Yotsuya Maiko closed her eyes, gathering all her courage, and swallowed the round gem. With the movement of her throat, everything was over. Yakama Azuma raised an eyebrow. After his shogi skill leveled up to level 9, the aura he could control became more fluid, like water. Telling Yotsuya Maiko to swallow the round gem wasn't without protection. Yakama Azuma had enveloped the gem with his aura, surrounding it. If anything unusual happened, Yakama Azuma could immediately crush whatever was inside the gem. He wouldn't let Yotsuya Maiko get hurt. But when Yotsuya Maiko swallowed the gem, the aura surrounding the gem faded. How does it feel? Woof. You don't need to do that often. It feels like swallowing a rag. Ugh. Yotsuya Maiko's face turned unpleasant. But her body seemed to have no serious problems. Yakama Azuma took a piece of orange candy from his pocket. He peeled off the wrapper and popped it into Yotsuya Maiko's mouth. The sweet taste of orange quickly spread through her mouth, making her feel much better. Once Yotsuya Maiko had recovered, Yakama Azuma asked, "Do you feel any changes?" Yotsuya Maiko closed her eyes, concentrating for a moment. It seems like I can spit something out." Saying that, Yotsuya Maiko turned to the side and tried spitting. Then, the giant humanoid spider reappeared in Yotsuya Maiko's sight. She was so scared that goosebumps covered her body. At the same time, the terrible smell from before rushed into her nose again. Yakama Azuma squinted. "Maiko, try to see if you can control it." Hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko tried to suppress her fear and spoke to the humanoid spider in front of her, "Go destroy that pile of dirt over there." If Yakama Azuma hadn't been there, Yotsuya Maiko would never have dared to try. The humanoid spider obeyed the command and rushed quickly toward the pile of dirt by the riverbank in the distance. Yakama Azuma saw the soil being tossed into the air from far away. It was indeed controllable. However, it seemed that even when controlling an evil spirit, they still had to follow basic rules. Before being seen, the level of destruction they caused was extremely limited. "Can you retract it?" "Let me try." Yotsuya Maiko took a deep breath toward the humanoid spider. The humanoid spider quickly shrank down. Yotsuya Maiko let out a small dry retch. "I feel like I just ate a rag again, Azuma-sama, hic." Yakama Azuma gently ran his hand through the girl's amber-eyed hair. He had only intended to test things out, but he didn't expect it to succeed. As expected, Yotsuya Maiko possessed the most powerful clairvoyant ability among all curators in the original works she belonged to. Whether the evil spirits were strong or weak, Yotsuya Maiko could see them clearly. Her talent was truly amazing. It seemed that there was still a great potential to be unlocked. Could this be called soul control magic? The two of them walked back to Shuka High School. On the way, Yotsuya Maiko several times wanted to say something but hesitated. Upon entering the school grounds, they stopped in front of a takoyaki stall. Takoyaki, being easy to make with a simple process, was always the top choice for student-run stalls during school festivals. Yakama Azuma ordered a portion with mayonnaise and Thousand Island sauce. The takoyaki had just been taken out of the pan and was still steaming, causing the bonito flakes on top to gently sway. He skewered a piece of takoyaki, blew on it to cool it down, and then offered it to Yotsuya Maiko. Yotsuya Maiko stared at the takoyaki being held in front of her, a little dazed, but in the end, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The taste wasn't anything special, but Yotsuya Maiko ate it happily. She hadn't had breakfast when she left the house this morning. When she woke up early, her mother called her and her sister to the breakfast table. Yotsuya Maiko immediately saw a giant lizard-like monster lying on the table. It even stuck its long tongue out to lick a piece of her toast. Although the evil spirits, before being seen, couldn't affect the material world, the sight still made Yotsuya Maiko unable to swallow her breakfast. She could only say, "I'm not hungry," and rush to school. After a busy morning, she was now finally able to have a bite of takoyaki. No matter how ordinary the dish was, Yotsuya Maiko still ate it with delight. "If you want to say something, just say it directly. You don't need to hide it from me, Maiko." Watching Yotsuya Maiko enjoy the takoyaki, Yakama Azuma smiled. Hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko suddenly felt like she wanted to say woof. Heaven knows how every day she had to pretend not to see, and talk in vague riddles. It was truly painful. "Azuma-sama, I want to move closer to your house." Yotsuya Maiko finally voiced the reason she had been hesitant about throughout the journey. If she could move closer to Yakama Azuma's home, at least every night when going to bed, Yotsuya Maiko wouldn't have to face the evil spirits in her room anymore. Every time she went to sleep, as soon as the lights went out, strange things would crawl out from the wardrobe or under the bed. She had to pretend not to see anything and force herself to sleep as if nothing had happened. At times, the evil spirits would even crawl into her blanket. If this continued, Yotsuya Maiko felt that her mental state would collapse. After making this request, Yotsuya Maiko nervously looked at Yakuma Azuma. "That's fine, there are a few apartments near my place that are up for sale," Yakuma Azuma said. "But don't you have your mother and younger sister at home? Can you convince your family to move?" he asked. Yotsuya Maiko let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Yakuma Azuma's words. As long as Yakuma Azuma agreed, that was all that mattered. "Yes, I think I can convince them," she replied. In her mind, Yotsuya Maiko was already thinking about how to bring up the conversation with her mother. Seeing this, Yakuma Azuma immediately sent the address of his house and the contact details for the apartment owner nearby to Yotsuya Maiko's phone. He skewered a piece of takoyaki and tasted it, only to immediately lose interest. It seemed that ever since he leveled up his cooking skill to level 7, his taste buds had become more selective. Therefore, Yakuma Azuma handed the rest of the takoyaki to Yotsuya Maiko. Yotsuya Maiko took it without hesitation and finished it all. "Speaking of which, Azuma-sama, what's the thing behind you that you've been carrying since this morning?" she asked curiously, eyeing the instrument case on Yakuma Azuma's back. "Oh, this is a magical tool that will be used later," Yakuma Azuma replied with a smile, patting the guitar on his back. Yotsuya Maiko didn't fully understand, but she trusted that Azuma-sama had his reasons for everything he did. In the afternoon, the two of them walked through the small stalls around Shuko High School, filling up with snacks. Then, they both headed toward the school's gymnasium. The performances for the festival would be held in the gym, starting at 1 p.m. Arriving early would give them the chance to pick a good spot. As soon as they entered the gym, their eyes caught a glimpse of a blonde-haired figure. Yakuma Azuma walked toward the temporary stage and greeted the blonde-haired person. "Manager Ijichi, you're here early." Ijichi Siyaka, Najuka's older sister, who was 12 years older than her, was also the manager of the live house Starry where Kesoka Band performed. The last time Yakuma Azuma went to see Bachi's performance, he had met and greeted Siyaka backstage a few times. Upon hearing his voice, Ijichi Siyaka turned around. When she saw Yakuma Azuma, she waved back. "Najuka kept pestering me to come watch the performance, so I had no choice but to come," she said. Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but chuckle. Manager Ijichi Siyaka had a cute, somewhat proud attitude. "Oh, you're Yakuma, right? Hello." A woman with purple hair, standing beside Ijichi Siyaka, staggered toward Yakuma Azuma to greet him. The strong smell of alcohol hit them immediately as she spoke. Yotsuya Maiko widened her eyes in shock. Where did this drunkard come from? Chapter 99, Thorough Prevention. Looking at the older sister with purple hair, smelling of alcohol, greeting her. Yakuma Azuma blinked, turning her head to look at Ijichi Siyaka. "Ijichi-san, is this your friend?" Ijichi Siyaka looked a little awkward. She raised her hand to rub her forehead. But in the end, she nodded. "She's a junior of mine from college, Hirokakuri. Bachi-chan met her on the street in Shimokitazawa after school. Now she's here to watch Bachi-chan's performance along with everyone." Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma nodded. He actually knew this alcoholic older sister. A bassist so addicted to alcohol that she couldn't leave her drink. In the original story, she was considered half a guide for Bachi to step onto the stage. "Hiro-san, hello." Hello, just like Bachi said, "You really are handsome." Hirokakuri staggered over, throwing an arm around Yakuma Azuma's shoulder. The smell of alcohol became even stronger, blowing straight into his face. But, if she was Bachi's friend, she was considered half a friend of Yakuma Azuma too. For friends, Yakuma Azuma had a very high tolerance level. "Has Hiro-san drunk a bit too much?" It's fine, I'm still very sober. I brought hangover medicine and red bean soup, Hiro-san, please have some." You're so thoughtful. I feel like I might fall in love with you." Hirokakuri took the hangover medicine. She mixed it into the red bean soup and drank it down. Then, she leaned against the edge of the stage to rest and cure the hangover. Ijichi Siyaka and Yotsuya Maiko looked at each other, surprised. They didn't understand why Yakuma Azuma had hangover medicine with her. Facing their suspicious looks, Yakuma Azuma shrugged. "Well, it's better to be prepared." What kind of prevention was this? It really was like a prediction. This thought appeared in their minds. "Yakuma Ani-Aizen." The voice of a child rang out. Yakuma Azuma felt his thigh being hugged. Turning around, it was the cute little girl with pink hair. Yukima Azuma reached out to pick her up and introduce her. This is Gota Futari, Bachi's little sister. Gota Futari Disu. Gota Futari was small and bright. She's Bachi-chan's little sister? Ijechi Sika looked at the cute Futari, a little amazed. Although they looked about 70 to 80% alike, in some ways, the two sisters were completely different. The manager always felt that all the positive energy of the older sister was poured into the younger sister. At this moment, the Mr. and Mrs. Gota also came over. Clearly here to watch their eldest daughter's performance. Mr. Gota even brought a video camera. They were very well prepared. For the first friend their eldest daughter had made, the couple showed great enthusiasm. As time passed, the auditorium gradually became more crowded. Amidst the crowd, Yukima Azuma recognized faces he had seen at the live house. They seemed to be fans of Bachi and Kesoka band. Although they had only been on stage twice so far, the group's guitarist, Bachi, truly had a strange allure. There were also some unfamiliar faces. Wait a minute, our classmate Gota is going to perform on stage, right? It seems like she'll perform with the band. I didn't expect Gota-san to know how to play an instrument. She seems really talented. Could it be because she's so immersed in music that she doesn't communicate much with others? Whispers floated through the crowd. Many had gathered here because of Gota Hitori. In just half a year, from the spring break to the summer break, Bachi had overcome many struggles and was no longer alone. Yukima Azuma couldn't help but smile faintly. On stage, behind the curtain, the equipment had been neatly arranged. The four members of Kesoka band were making final adjustments to their instruments. Bachi's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Why is there a drum sound already, even though it hasn't started yet? Yamada Ryo spoke up, confused. Bachi-chan. You should also take a deep breath. Kita Ikuyo, having found the source of the drum sound, hurried to comfort her. After finishing the adjustments, the four of them stood in a circle, placing their hands on each other. Kesoka band, let's do our best together, and enjoy the school festival together. Najuka said the slogan with enthusiasm. The hands of everyone were pressed down and then lifted up. With the announcement of Kesoka band's upcoming performance, the heavy curtain was slowly lifted. The four of them squinted slightly, adjusting to the bright light in the auditorium. Then, they saw the scene below the stage. This auditorium, several times larger than the live house, was packed with people. The orange light sticks glittered below the stage. After swallowing a gulp, the overwhelming noise suddenly erupted into their ears. The scene when standing on stage was far more impressive than anything they had imagined. Bachi was so nervous that she wanted to close her eyes, but she forced herself not to avoid it. Fortunately, just at that moment, good luck, On-chan. Following the voice, Bachi saw the energetic figure of her little sister, along with the light sticks of her parents cheering her on. Good luck. It was Bachi's fans. Over there, her classmates were also present, their faces full of anticipation. Bachi-chan, good luck. Kaikurion-san came to watch you. Do your best, Bachi-chan. Near the stage, the older sister with purple hair, like a ball of energy, waved her arms enthusiastically. It was clear she had been drinking, and there was a glass bottle of alcohol beside the stage. Bachi decided to pretend she didn't see her. Finally, her gaze stopped at the teenager in front of the stage. The teenager wasn't shouting loudly, he only mouthed words to her. But his voice resonated deeply in Bachi's heart. Bachi, do your best. It was that voice. Najuka started tapping the drumsticks on the drum, signaling the performance to begin. At the right moment, the bass blended in. Bachi also played the first note of her song in the school festival. The sound of the guitar spread throughout the auditorium. The skillful playing, the waves of sound connecting without any gaps. It was Bachi's first time stepping onto such a large stage, but she exerted 120% of her strength. The drum beat quickened, the bass deepened, and the guitar roared like a raging storm. The entire band blended together perfectly. The entire auditorium, every eye, was completely captivated by this band. No matter the unhappiness or fatigue, everything could be blamed on the weather at this moment. I like dark, cramped spaces, so I'd bury my face deep in my hood. My eyes resented the heartless world, but yearned for love. I liked being soaked by the rain, because my face looked better clouded over. I pretended to be afraid of the storm while waiting for the sky to burst. Strum through the light's distortion. I want to make thunder roar. Drum beyond the pain. What can I do? This fierce pounding is out of control. Strum in a harmonizing quartet. I want to cause a revolution. Drum in a lamenting forte. What can I do? My savage nature is beyond wild. Kita Ikuyo's clear voice rang out, like a skylark soaring through the space of the auditorium. The lyrics that Bachi wrote always carried her unique style. And when those words were sung by Ikuyo under the sunlight, it created a particularly lively feeling. Or perhaps, one could call it the feeling of rock. There was no conductor. The light sticks in the auditorium swayed up and down in rhythm with the guitar. After the instrumental break, a stronger wind blew. The music swept away the scorching heat of summer, clearing everything in its path. The first song ended with a skillful sweep of the strings from Bocce. This is our first song, Siashan Complex. We are Kesoka Band. Currently active in Shimoka Dazawa. Nadaka, the part-time mech, began introducing the band. In this brief moment of musical pause, Hirokakuri curiously looked at the guitar bag behind Yukima Azuma. Yukima-kun, will you be performing on stage later? Is there a bass in the bag? Or a guitar? Upon hearing this, Yukima Azuma pulled the guitar bag from behind to his chest. Through the fabric, he gently rubbed the strings beneath. It's not that, this is just for precaution. Hirokakuri tilted her head slightly, puzzled. Ijetchi Sika also glanced over it with curiosity. Next, our second song, Seiza ni Naratara. When Kita Ikuyo loudly announced it, Kesoka Band's performance continued. Everyone's attention turned back to the stage. The exciting musical experience from the first song had everyone eagerly anticipating the second one. While waiting, it was actually a drunk purple who noticed the problem first. Hirokakuri stared at Bocce, dazed. With the urgent drum beats, the second song, Seiza ni Naratara, began. As Bocce played, she glanced at the tuning knobs. From the start, the sound of the guitar was a little strange. As the performance continued, it became clear that something was off, even though everything had been fine until yesterday. But now, why were the first and second strings out of tune? Bocce lowered her head, feeling a bit unsettled. And just as she strummed the guitar, bang! A strange sound, barely noticeable, blended into the music. Bocce's eyes widened. The first string had snapped. The performance went on. Bocce quickly reached down to turn the tuning knob. But the knob was stuck and wouldn't turn. At that moment, Bocce noticed something. There was a crack on the guitar where the tuning knob was. Well, then, the second string can't be used either. Like this, she won't be able to finish the solo. Hirokakuri, who had noticed the problem first, muttered to herself. The guitar's tuning knobs were responsible for adjusting the tension of the strings. When the first string broke, it affected the tension of the second string. Without tuning, the second string would completely lose its pitch. If 2 out of the 6 strings were broken, no matter how hard you tried, you wouldn't be able to complete the guitar solo. What should I do? It's my turn to solo now. What should I do? Think quickly, Gota Hitori. A rare school festival performance was about to be ruined by her equipment failure. Everything was going to fall apart because of her. Bending down, Bocce desperately tried to fix the guitar, but it was hopeless. In her mind, everything was chaotic. The suffocating feeling of collapse weighed heavily on her chest. And at that moment, Bocce. A boy's voice rang out from below the stage. Bocce instinctively looked up. A light blue-pink guitar appeared in her line of sight. Seeing that guitar, Bocce quickly ran over. The two exchanged guitars quickly. Even holding the cold guitar that had never been used, Bocce still felt a little unreal. But there was no time to think. She listened to Kita Ikuyo's playing, then tuned the strings and focused. The perfect guitar sound rang in her ears. Bocce felt an amazing sense of harmony with this unfamiliar guitar. After all, this was the guitar she had first seen in the music store. And the perfect sound, clearly, someone had meticulously adjusted the tension of the strings. There wasn't a single flaw. Without effort, it would never be tuned to such perfection. Bocce could clearly feel that, as she played, it was as if another pair of hands were pressing the strings with her. Chapter 100, Yay, Bocce's first time the guitar solo begins. Bocce uses her new guitar, playing a solo melody that stirs the heart. The sound waves swirl around the space in the stadium. It's amazing. That's the thought of most of the people in the audience. Those who do not have the ability to professionally evaluate music. They simply comment on whether it's good or not. And what can capture attention and make people lose themselves is the greatest praise. Bocce only feels that playing the guitar is becoming smoother and smoother. The small mistakes she hadn't noticed during previous performances are now easily found and corrected. It's as if someone else is standing behind her, playing with her. She feels the magic of it. This is the first time Bocce feels like her guitar playing is plucking the emotional strings of her heart. If we're to describe it figuratively. At this moment, Bocce's guitar skills, from beginner level, have entered master level. Bocce's heart also resonates with the guitar strings. The performance slowly ends. The entire auditorium remains immersed in awe, unable to escape immediately. It's as if they are still submerged in that indescribable feeling. The vast stadium, after 3 seconds of silence, suddenly bursts into thunderous applause and intense cheering. The sound seems to tear through the dome of the stadium. Bocce wipes the sweat from her forehead, her eyes full of joy as she looks down at the audience. Across the stage, she and the boy lock eyes. The applause around her suddenly fades away. Only the sound of one person's applause reaches her ears. Nodoka on stage looks at Bocce with surprise. The solo just now. She could clearly hear the difference, a complete change from before. Even she, at this moment, could only describe the performance as amazing. Looking at the blue-pink guitar in Bocce's hands, Nodoka couldn't help but exclaim. The curtain slowly falls. The applause lingers, continuous. Are you still having the celebration party, right? Then, I'll excuse myself and leave first. Yakama Azuma smiles, bidding farewell to Eiichi Seika and Hirokiki Ori. Eh? Aren't you coming with everyone to the celebration party? Aren't you going? Both of them suddenly realize, quickly trying to stop him. Yakama Azuma gently shakes his head. I'm not participating, I'm not a member of the band, just a spectator. Hirokiki, hearing this, grumbles and rushes towards Azuma. Yakama Azuma quickly dodges. That being said, aside from Bocce and Kita Ikuyo, Yakama Azuma isn't particularly familiar with the others. And getting too close could make them uncomfortable. Eiichi Seika watches Yakama Azuma leave, unsure of what to say. He's prepared for everything. He definitely cares a lot about Bocce. After Yakama Azuma left, Eiichi Seika and Hirokiki also exited through the back door of the stadium. This door is closer to the backstage area. As soon as the two of them stepped outside, they saw Gota Hattori running toward them, holding her guitar. Even the other three members of Kesoka band were left behind. This scene made the two of them exclaim in surprise. Because Gota Hattori usually makes sure to stay behind the other members of Kesoka band. She tries to avoid standing out too much, keeping a low profile. How could she do something so attention-grabbing? Bocce ran up to them, stopped, and panted heavily. She could hardly catch her breath, but she quickly looked up, searching around. But after scanning the area, she couldn't find the person she was looking for. Gota Hattori's joyful expression suddenly dimmed a little. Manager, do you know where Azuma-kun went? Gota Hattori tried to steady her breathing and asked that question. Seeing Gota Hattori's expression, Eiichi Seika and Hirokiki exchanged a smile. Yakama-kun went in that direction. You can still catch up. Run. Bocce-chan. Run, hurry up. Gota Hattori nodded and headed in the direction Yakama Azuma had gone. But after running a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. Everyone, Manager, Kakuri-san, I'm really sorry. Because she had promised, after the school festival performance, they would celebrate together. At that moment, the three little friends had just arrived. Nodoka looked at her, as if to say, why are you apologizing now? With an irredeemable expression. Still apologizing at this hour? Hurry up and go. Kita Ikuyo waved her hand. Go, Bocce-chan. Ryo also waved her hand. So, Gota Hattori continued running ahead. She passed through the crowd. Crossed the empty school corridor. When she set foot on a corner of the grassy field, Gota Hattori couldn't stop apologizing to the grass in her heart. She passed through the gate of Shuka High School. Finally, the figure of the boy appeared within her sight. At that moment, Bocce stopped thinking and rushed forward. In the surprised eyes of Yakama Azuma, she opened her arms and threw herself into his embrace. The cars moving on the road. The people walking down the street. The students passing by the roadside. Everything seemed to disappear. In Bocce's world, there was only the boy left. Why are you chasing me, Bocce? Aren't you supposed to be celebrating with the band? Yakama Azuma was genuinely a little surprised. I came to return the guitar to Azuma-kun. Bocce, with only the image of him in her mind, could only awkwardly say that reason. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma shook his head and smiled softly. This guitar, Bocce, you can keep it. Unexpectedly receiving this answer, Bocce took the blue-pink guitar, her mouth slightly open in surprise. Seeing her cute expression, Yakama Azuma reached out, gently lifting Bocce's chin and softly brushing it. This was originally a gift for Bocce. That day, when you walked into the music store, you stared at this guitar for a long time, right? Bocce's guitar seems to be quite old. I heard from Mr. Gota that it was the guitar he used back when he was a student. So, I thought about buying this guitar and giving it to you at the right time. And you don't need to worry about money, because it was your money that paid for it. You gave me money with great meaning, like a dowry. And I promised to use it at the right time. Looking back, I think I chose the right time, don't you think? Hearing Yakama Azuma's words, Bocce finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears began to flow freely, dropping onto the hand that was lifting her chin. No wonder the guitar she loved appeared at the exact right moment when the strings broke. It felt like winning the lottery, this unexpected moment. It must be because the boy in front of her had woven a bit of care for her. This care didn't feel like a burden. It only made her want to cry. Tears continued to flow. Yakuma Azuma took a tissue out of his pocket and gently wiped away each drop of tear on Bocce's face. Finally, after a long while, Bocce stopped crying and, with a choked voice, said, "Azuma-kun. Shall we go for a walk?" Yakuma Azuma wiped the last tear from Bocce's face. "Are you really okay with not going to the party?" "Right now I want to be with Azuma-kun." "Alright." Yakuma Azuma took Bocce's hand. Bocce, in turn, tightly gripped his hand with her fingers. The two of them walked together down the small path of Shuka High School, heading towards the train station. This path, Bocce had walked countless times before. But today, it felt like the first time she was walking on it. The scenery along the way felt completely different. When she looked down, all she could see were the neatly arranged paving stones, with some sections of the sidewalk damaged, and the colorful shadows of trees reflected on the ground. But when she looked up, the soft afternoon light bathed the street, and the leaves swayed in the breeze. On the wall next to them were various kinds of street graffiti. The boy beside her, bathed in sunlight, smiled in a way that made her heart catch in her chest. Youth gradually reappeared in the fading memories. They both entered the train station. Together, they boarded the swaying train, the clattering sound of the tracks echoing. Since it was the afternoon, the train car was packed with people. But Bocce didn't feel bothered. In fact, this was better. She stood on one side of the train car. Yakuma Azuma held onto the handrail opposite her, his hand creating a small, comforting space of safety in the midst of the surrounding crowd. The two of them felt the gentle sway of the train, occasionally getting closer to each other. They got off the train at Tokyo Station. Hand in hand, they entered the bustling crowd of Ginza. They went to a bakery to buy a few cookies. Then, they entered a bubble tea shop and ordered plain milk tea and mango pomelo sago. Of course, Yakuma Azuma took care of the ordering. Bocce, holding a cookie in one hand and bubble tea in the other, felt a little awkward. At that moment, Yakuma Azuma suddenly brought the straw to her mouth. "Try it, it's really good." Bocce hesitated for a moment before she opened her mouth and bit onto the straw. Awawa. She had just performed an indirect kiss. Even though they had kissed several times already. The straw brought her a sip of the delicious drink. Unlike the usual milk tea or drinks from vending machines, Bocce, who had never been to a bubble tea shop and didn't have the courage to stand in front of the staff, just stared at the menu. So, she ended up ordering plain milk tea. As the two walked past a hair salon in Ginza, Bocce stopped. Yakuma Azuma blinked in surprise. Bocce took a few deep breaths. Then, she took off the hair tie with a strand of hair attached to it and handed it to Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Azuma looked at the hair accessory, which resembled a fruit-flavored bourbon candy, in his hand. Wow, has Bocce become more outgoing today? Not really. Her tense mood was easily eased by that comment. They entered the hair salon. Yakuma Azuma communicated briefly with the hairdresser. It was just a trim of her bangs and a slight adjustment to her long hair. No special styling, no need for curling or blow-drying. A hair salon that could exist in Ginza seemed trustworthy enough. Bocce sat in the chair, closing her eyes because of the tension. After hearing the sound of scissors snipping, the cute face that had been hidden under the long pink hair was finally revealed. After the hair was washed and dried, Bocce shyly stepped in front of Yakuma Azuma. How do you feel about it?" Her deep blue eyes were no longer hidden by her bangs, looking a bit flustered. "Really cute, and now, I feel like if I don't see you for a day, I'd miss you terribly," Yakuma Azuma said seriously. "Yeah. Then. I'll send you a photo every day, Azuma-kun." "Alright, let's make it official then." With such a pleasant surprise, of course, Yakuma Azuma happily agreed. Yeah, Yakuma Azuma had even gotten a membership card for this hair salon. When they walked out of the salon, hand in hand, the sky had begun to darken. In the distance, the sun slowly set, painting the evening clouds with a red hue. The orange-red color gradually faded away. A cool summer breeze gently blew, making the hair by the girl's ear flutter lightly. "What should we have for dinner tonight? Or do you want to go home and eat, Bocce?" Yakuma Azuma asked. But this time, there was no immediate answer. When he turned his head with a puzzled expression, Yakuma Azuma's eyes met Bocce's sparkling gaze. Bocce's eyes seemed to be speaking. "I don't want to go home tonight." Those deep blue eyes were how she conveyed that message to Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Azuma paused for a moment, then took out his phone. Well, anyway, he would find a nearby luxury hotel. "Bocce, do you have your ID with you?" Bocce felt lucky because this morning, when she left the house, she had put her ID in her skirt pocket. At that moment, she had thought that if the band's performance at the school festival failed, she would change her name and run away. Oh, and also change her hairstyle. But anyway, Having it with her was definitely a stroke of luck. Yukima Azuma chose a hotel and called to book a room. Since it wasn't a holiday or peak tourist season, the luxury suite was still available. He directly booked the room over the phone. After that, the two followed the GPS directions and headed toward the hotel. Passing by a pharmacy, Yukima Azuma stopped. The hotel. It should be have it. Bachi's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. But if we prepare, we won't have to worry. Yukima Azuma left Bachi outside and entered the pharmacy by himself. When he came out, one of the bags was slightly bulging. The two of them checked in at the front desk. The receptionist looked at the black card Yukima Azuma handed her and smiled brightly. Your room is on the 11th floor. The elevator is to the right. Have a pleasant evening. They received the room key. Yukima Azuma pulled Bachi, who was covering her face with her hand, into the hotel elevator. He swiped the keycard to open the room. The first thing that caught his eye was the lavishly decorated lobby. This luxurious suite had a shower room, and outside, there was a separate 2.5 hot spring pool. The towels and new pajamas were high-end and available for free use. Bachi ran straight to the bedroom. She sat at a corner of the pristine white bed. What should we do next? I'm so sorry, but I really have no experience. Yukima Azuma really wanted to say that not having experience wasn't a problem. Well, maybe Yukima Azuma didn't have much experience either. But right now, it felt like anything he said would only embarrass Bachi more. First, let's take a bath. Yukima Azuma made a sensible suggestion. Hearing this, Bachi quickly ran into the shower room. Yukima Azuma sat on the bed, letting out a sigh. After a while, he still didn't hear the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He turned his head. Yukima Azuma saw Bachi half peeking her head out. Do you want to take a bath together? Looking at her blushing face, Yukima Azuma felt like Bachi might faint from the embarrassment. Maybe next time. Finally, the sound of water gently flowing could be heard. About half an hour later, when Yukima Azuma began to wonder if Bachi had fainted from soaking for too long, a cute girl, wrapped in a pink towel, slowly walked out of the shower. Then I'll go take a bath too. After admiring her for a moment, Yukima Azuma spoke. As a result, while on his way to the bathroom, Yukima Azuma was suddenly embraced by Bachi. No need, Azuma-kun smells so nice. Since their first meeting, Bachi had really liked the scent of Yukima Azuma. The two staggered, and in the end, one of them lost balance and fell onto the white bed. Yukima Azuma looked into her teary eyes and said, if you regret it now, it's still not too late. Bachi didn't say anything. She only responded with bedroom eyes. Chapter 101, Going to meet the parents with Bachi early in the morning. The biological clock that Yukima Azuma had formed long ago woke him up. Opening his eyes, he looked up at the unfamiliar ceiling. His instincts made him want to sit up. As his body moved, a heavy feeling spread in his arm. A slight difficulty in moving. Yukima Azuma stopped his actions. It was only then that he remembered what had happened the night before. Simply put, what needed to be done had already been done. Currently, pink hair was at the tip of his fingers. Her head tilted slightly against his shoulder. Yukima Azuma saw it. In his arms, the pink-haired girl was sound asleep. From her expression, she was likely dreaming a beautiful dream. Especially this small and lonely girl, who was willing to cooperate with everything. An incredibly wonderful experience. Carefully pulling his hand out, Yukima Azuma stealthily got out of bed. It was only after leaving the bedroom that Yukima Azuma dared to move normally. He found the hotel's internal phone on the table in the living room. Yukima Azuma made a call to the front desk. Good morning, Yukima-san. Is there anything I can assist you with? Bring me some red dates, lotus seeds, pig kidneys, and spices, to the room. Yukima-san, do you need fresh ingredients? Our hotel offers a meal service. You can order food free of charge. I need the ingredients. Understood, Yukima-san. Please wait a moment. We will immediately send someone to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients and bring them to your room very quickly. Yukima Azuma hung up. The hotel's work efficiency was very high. After all, the cost of renting this room for a night was equivalent to the price of renting an ordinary apartment for a month. The good ingredients were neatly arranged in a box, placed at the door. Yukima Azuma brought the ingredients into the room and then entered the kitchen. He lit the stove and began to cook the soup. This was the first time Yukima Azuma had skipped his morning run since getting the system and starting his training. Previously, no matter how big the storm was, Yukima Azuma had never missed his morning run. But today, if he didn't run, then so be it. He couldn't leave the girl who had just lost her cherry like that. Yukima Azuma hummed softly, quickly using a kitchen knife to process the ingredients. His technique could already be considered an art. Pork rib soup with red dates and lotus seeds. A dish that signifies chi and blood, very delicious, with no ingredients that Bocce didn't like. My love story, it may sound very gay. Girlfriend say I'm loser scare tomorrow lose her memory no more, cry like baby say bye bye, I become single guy the boy's gentle singing voice. Like the seasoning for this morning. The morning light shone through the window, casting the boy's shadow long in the room. The bedroom door was pushed open, carrying a light breeze. Yukima Azuma stopped singing. Did I make noise and wake you up? He turned around, smiling gently and asking. Gota Hitori shook her head. At this moment, she was wearing only a loose white shirt that originally belonged to Yukima Azuma. The delicate white shirt was stretched tight, forming an exaggerated curve, and the button on the shirt had to bear a lot of pressure. As they say, the material creates gravity. That's the law of universal attraction in science. So, it was perfectly natural for Yukima Azuma's gaze to be drawn by the gravity of her presence. Girlfriend find another. Find another one like Taylor Swift. We break up today, I think I okay. Gota Hitori sang along to the song that Azuma hadn't finished yet. She stretched her arms out, wrapping them around the boy's waist from behind. So, Yukima Azuma followed her and sang along. Even without instruments, to their ears, it sounded like nature itself was the music. When Gota Hitori just woke up, she noticed the pillow beside her was empty. Her mood was a little complicated. A bit disappointed, but not because she was blaming Azuma. Azuma was the best in the world. If she woke up in the morning and saw him holding a diamond ring on his knee, that would definitely make Gota Hitori feel awkward. She wouldn't be able to control her thoughts, wondering how could she possibly deserve him? In the days ahead, would she be able to bear the responsibility of being a good girlfriend, or even a good wife? Compared to receiving, Gota Hitori tended to lean more towards giving in a relationship. Receiving too much would actually make her feel scared. She thought about a bunch of meaningless things in her head. Gota Hitori vaguely heard the gentle singing from outside the bedroom. She grabbed the white shirt at the head of the bed and put it on. Gota Hitori poked her head out of the bedroom. The boy was busy in the kitchen. Steam gradually rose and spread through the air like an invisible cloud. Her heart felt light and fluttery, just like that. Back to the present. Yukima Azuma gently tapped the slender hand on his waist. Bocce, hurry and wash your hands, it's almost time to eat. Bocce's fingers were very long, and despite years of playing the guitar, she didn't have any calluses. When holding her hand, one couldn't help but want to caress it. Like a work of art, extremely beautiful. Now, Yukima Azuma somewhat understood Kira Yoshikage's thoughts. Bocce obediently ran off to wash her hands. When she returned, the aroma of the ribs had filled the living room. Upon smelling the fragrance in the air, Bocce seemed to have turned into a rock art. Azuma-kun, even if there's poison in the bowl, I'll still finish it all without leaving a single drop. What a weird declaration, come here and try it. Slap. It's so delicious, really so delicious, it feels like I might cry. Must be because you touched the hot tongue, take your time eating. Yukima Azuma raised his hand and gently tapped Bocce on the head. Bocce, as usual, lowered her head. But this time, her long hair didn't cover her eyes. Her bright and lively eyes, a bit shy, gazed up from below. It made one want to tease her even more. After being scolded, Bocce slowly drank the soup with a small spoon. It was truly delicious. She had never tasted such a wonderful dish before. Bocce's limited vocabulary couldn't express how she felt at this moment. The soft bed, the marks on the sheets, the morning kitchen steam, and him by her side. Before the spring break. Even in her dreams, Bocce couldn't have imagined this scene. If an ordinary person reflected on all these changes, they would probably feel like they were living in a dream. But Bocce understood clearly. Her former self could never have had this kind of thought. The sweet days of youth, sweet to the very marrow. They were scenes that, even just glimpsed on a television screen, made her heart ache. But only after half a year. Bocce was already in it, immersed in it, lost in it. The breakfast lasted nearly an hour. Bocce couldn't help but yawn loudly. Her once flat stomach was now slightly expanded. Yukima Azuma smiled lightly and reached out to poke her. Bocce covered her face with her hand, feeling a little embarrassed, but she didn't stop him away. Do you want to sleep more? Yukima Azuma asked. After all, Bocce had been tired all night yesterday and only managed to sleep close to dawn. A little. I guess it won't hurt. Bocce calculated the time. Hearing this, Yukima Azuma was momentarily stunned, then immediately pinched Bocce's cheek in displeasure. I said sleep, aren't you tired? Only then did Bocce realize her misunderstanding. Her fair skin suddenly turned bright red. Ah. Actually, I got a message at home asking how I'm doing, so it's better to go home earlier. Your family already asked, and you still say a little won't hurt. Bocce, are you not worried? No. No, it's just that if we delay a bit, we might still make it in time. I want to flick your forehead, but I can't bring myself to. Eh? The hotel staff had been assigned to go to the Ginza shopping center to buy new clothes. They both changed into their clothes. In front of the mirror, Yakuma Azuma adjusted Bocce's dress collar slightly. As for Bocce, her skills were still not proficient, and she was helping Yakuma Azuma tie his tie. Then, they held hands and first went to a high-end fruit shop to buy gifts. Afterward, they both headed to Bocce's house. As soon as they rang the doorbell, the front door in the foyer immediately opened. Yakuma Azuma was used to this scene. Seeing the Gota couple, Yakuma Azuma slightly bowed and greeted, then said, Mr. Gota, Mrs. Gota, as promised, I've came to visit. The two of them noticed Yakuma Azuma holding their daughter's hand. And their daughter was now wearing a new outfit. Unlike when she left home yesterday morning. They probably understood the situation. There was no awkwardness as they had imagined. Their grown-up daughter had a boyfriend, and both of them felt very happy. After all, Gota Hitori had always been an introverted girl, often hiding at home. Since meeting Yakuma Azuma, the smile on her face had appeared more and more often. They were a typical family. They hoped their daughter would be happy and content in the future. Moreover, the young man in front of them really seemed trustworthy. Naturally, there was no discomfort. Maybe when their younger daughter, Gota Futari, finds a boyfriend in the future. They might try to scare their son-in-law then, but for now, they'd be polite. Come in, come in. Yakuma-kun, really, bringing gifts when visiting. Mrs. Gota took the gift from Yakuma Azuma's hand, smiling and inviting them both inside. Bocce was a little surprised. She thought Yakuma Azuma was just escorting her home. She didn't expect him to visit. Immediately, her small hand began nervously drawing circles on the palm of Yakuma Azuma's hand. Yakuma Azuma tightened his grip, holding Bocce's worried hand firmly. Inside the apartment, the Gota couple, Yakuma Azuma, and Bocce sat across from each other at the long dining table. Yakuma-kun, would you like something to drink? We have green tea and orange juice. Green tea is fine, sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Yakuma-kun, you're just being too polite. Soon, a cup of green tea was placed beside Yakuma Azuma. Bocce felt a little nervous, her fingers swaying restlessly. Her small foot brushed against Yakuma Azuma's thigh under the table. The situation of meeting the parents made her feel a bit tense. The Gota couple also felt somewhat shy. After all, it was the first time they were meeting their oldest daughter's boyfriend. Ah, Yakuma-kun, what does your family do? What do you want to do in the future? Husband. What kind of question is that? It's so rude. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean anything, just making conversation. Mr. Gota realized his question was a bit inappropriate after asking. But in TV dramas, don't they often ask such questions? Mrs. Gota shot him a glance. She thought, this is the boyfriend that our oldest daughter worked so hard to find, and you're trying to ruin it? However, Yakuma Azuma didn't feel any pressure. It's fine. He waved his hand. I was actually planning to talk to you both about these things. Unlike regular high school students, Yakuma Azuma wasn't just talking about his feelings for Bocce. What he could promise wasn't limited to just protecting Bocce in the future. Chapter 102, Laplace Corporation acquires the office building. Yakuma Azuma had made relentless efforts up until today. Just so that on occasions like this, he could speak with a refined tone to everyone sitting across from him. If it weren't for that, why would he bother struggling and calculating like this? Wouldn't it be better to marry Ariri and live off her? Or marry Kasamijoka, and live a carefree life like that? It's fine. Yakuma Azuma waved his hand slightly. I also wanted to talk to both of you about these things. Seeing Yakuma Azuma's humble and polite attitude, the Gota couple finally felt at ease. As long as they didn't mess things up, it would be fine. However, when I was in junior high school, my family went through some hardships. Now, I'm the only one left in my family. Yakuma Azuma said this gently, as if it were of no importance. The Gota couple felt as if they had just been punched in the heart. It's ruined. They must have messed it up. We're really sorry, Yakuma-kun. I absolutely didn't mean to bring this up. Mr. Gota quickly explained, flustered. Mrs. Gota pinched her husband's waist hard, making him grit his teeth in pain. But he didn't dare to let out a sound. It's okay, it's okay. After all, this is something I brought up myself, you two don't need to worry about it. Yakuma Azuma spoke to ease the atmosphere. The two of them finally calmed down. However, their eyes when they looked at Yakuma Azuma were filled with sympathy. How old is this child? He had to live alone in junior high school. He must have suffered quite a lot over the years. If it weren't for the awkwardness, the Gota couple would have already wanted to ask Yakama Azuma to move in with them. But what Yakama Azuma said next left the two of them speechless with astonishment. Right now, I'm studying at Toei Agasaki Academy, the same age as Bachi. Aside from being a high school student, I've been learning to play shogi since I was young, and now I'm a professional 7-dan player. Although the income of a professional shogi player is unstable, since the beginning of this year. Through official matches, my income is approximately like this. Yakama Azuma raised his hand and wrote a rough number on his palm. For an average family, the prize money that Yakama Azuma earned just from official matches was an astounding amount. It had been mentioned before. Professional shogi players in Japan are very well paid. After all, it's very difficult to enter the professional field. Every year, only a handful of people can pass the tests of the shogi associations and be promoted to official matches. Not to mention those who reach the professional level. Currently, in the professional shogi world, there isn't even a single female player, which clearly shows the fierce competition. Yakama Azuma, professional 7-dan player. Even if he were 15 years older, in the Japanese marriage market, he would still be a sought-after son-in-law. The Gota couple were left speechless and astounded by this sudden turn of events. The teenager in front of them was clearly not what they had imagined. Although he had suffered quite a bit, now, he had risen like a phoenix, soaring to the high sky. So, you two don't need to worry about me at all. I'll definitely have the ability to take good care of Bachi in the future. Yakama Azuma lowered his hand, sitting upright, looking as serious and obedient as a well-behaved boy. It took quite a while for the Gota couple to regain their composure. Aha. I see now. Amamu. It feels like we're getting old. That's right, you two can decide things for yourselves. Yes, it's a matter for young people, let them take care of it themselves. With that, the couple stood up and went to their room. They casually picked up Gota Futari, who was trying to climb onto Yakama Azuma, and took her with them. Bachi stood there, wide-eyed in astonishment. She had been so tense just now, she could hardly stand it. She was afraid that her parents and Yakama Azuma might clash during their conversation. After all, in the dramas she'd watched before, such conflicts often happened. Parents would oppose a relationship and cause the two people to break up. But in the end, things turned out in an unexpected direction. Azuma-kun. You don't have to do that. After a long while, Bachi finally managed to say something like that. Hearing this, how could Yakama Azuma not understand her meaning? He raised his hand and gently lifted Bachi's soft face. Don't worry, our relationship can stay just as it is. The reason I came here was simply to avoid making you feel awkward. Bachi might be a fool, but at least we should give your parents a bit of peace of mind. As he spoke, Yakama Azuma gently pinched Bachi's cheek. This girl really couldn't bear the responsibilities of being a girlfriend or wife. On the contrary, the feeling of being a secret lover seemed to suit her better. How could there be such a fool in the world? Moreover, Yakama Azuma looked straight into Bachi's eyes. If you've decided you won't regret it, then of course, I won't give you the chance to back out. Bachi seemed drained of energy, her body slumping against Yakama Azuma's hand. She had completely given up. In short, it seemed like she couldn't escape his grasp now. That afternoon, they had lunch at the Gota house. Afterward, Yakama Azuma said goodbye to all 4 members of the Gota family. He left the Gota house. Under the scorching heat of summer, the sun blazed down from above. Yakama Azuma looked up and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. In any case, he needed to be more serious about his work. If he couldn't dominate Japan in the future and change the laws here, then marriage wouldn't be possible. Note, lol hahaha, this is really familiar. Correspondingly, he needed to provide more basic security for the girls. Although Yakama Azuma hadn't mentioned Laplace Corporation while at the Gota house, what he wanted to provide Bachi in the future certainly wasn't just the title of a professional shogi player. He hailed a taxi from the side of the road. After getting in, Yakama Azuma told the driver, to Shibuya. He paused for a moment and then continued. To the Laplace Corporation building. The taxi driver hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out his phone to confirm a location. He searched the map. It didn't take long for him to find the building Yakama Azuma mentioned. The car began to roll forward. Young man, are you an employee of this company? On the way, the driver struck up a conversation with Yakama Azuma. Yeah, you could say that. Ah, good for you, a bright future ahead. It's nothing special, just a small startup company. In today's environment, what small startup company could afford to buy an entire office building? It must have a lot of potential. Haha, then I'll gladly accept your best wishes, sir. As they chatted, the taxi arrived in front of the building. Yakama Azuma paid the fare and stepped out. He looked up. The high-rise office building completely blocked out the sunlight, so there was no need to worry about the glaring light. The old sign on the building had been taken down. Now, on the facade of the high-rise, two large words made of LCD screens were displayed: Laplace Corporation. Yes. Yukino Azuma had bought this office building. Now, the entire building belonged to Laplace Corporation. Leasing office space was just a temporary solution. Once you have money, who rents anymore? If employees saw that they were still leasing office space, they might think the company wasn't capable. A little workspace like that, who would find it sufficient? Every department needs its own floor. One person, one floor. Ahem. One person per floor might be a bit much. In any case, from a future perspective, buying this office building, especially after Japan's economic bubble bursts in a few years ago, would definitely not be a bad investment. In the future, Japan's economy will recover, and real estate prices will rise again. Even with the aging population and vacant houses starting to appear in the suburbs, an office building located in central Tokyo, in the Shibuya area, one of the busiest areas in the country, could never fail to be profitable. Moreover, Yukino Azuma wanted to hire real talent. Laplace Corporation was aiming for the future's pie. And of course, they needed to show the right attitude. Otherwise, what genius would want to work here? News of the acquisition of the office building had stirred public opinion. At the moment, very few people had the means to make such a bold real estate purchase. The specific good or bad evaluations of the deal were still unclear, but at least the company's reputation had been elevated. Even taxi drivers driving through Shibuya knew, this is the company that suddenly bought the whole office building. Looking at the small details, you can still see the bigger picture. Yukino Azuma entered the building smoothly. The security staff at the door, upon seeing Yukino Azuma, all greeted him with a bow. There was no typical scenario where the guards looked down on him or mock him or slap face casually. At present, most people working in the Laplace Corporation building knew who Yukino Azuma was. Although, since the building was acquired and the staff expanded, Yukino Azuma rarely appeared at the company anymore. When Yukino Azuma entered the elevator, swiped his card, and pressed the button for his floor, the employees in the lobby on the first floor began to whisper excitedly. Was that really our president just now? He's so young. He is even more handsome in person than in the photos, like a perfect male lead from a CEO romance novel. Didn't some people complain before, saying the president pictures were overly edited, looking fake? Didn't you think that at the time? Who would have thought he'd be so handsome in real life? The receptionists huddled together, chattering away. The elevator moved up. It stopped on the 22nd floor. Yukino Azuma stepped out of the elevator, walked down the quiet corridor, and reached the office at the end of the hall. Knock knock. At the sound of the knocking, a dignified female voice echoed from inside. Come in. Yukino Azuma pushed the door open and immediately saw Yukino, busy at her desk, not looking up. Which department are you from? What's the matter? Receiving no response, Yukino frowned and looked up. To her surprise, she saw Yukino Azuma standing right next to her. Seeing his familiar face made her heart flutter. The coldness on Yukino's face quickly melted away, her eyebrows relaxed, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Yukino Azuma walked over to her, placed his hand on her slender shoulders. Her muscles were tense. She must have been in that posture for too long. Yukino Azuma applied gentle pressure with his hand, finding the pressure points on her shoulders and neck, and began massaging to help her relax. Yukino, who was always so dignified, let out a soft, somewhat suggestive moan. As she felt his hand massaging her, the soreness in her shoulders was quickly relieved. May I ask, is there something you need from me? Big boss suddenly being so considerate, it makes me a little uneasy. Despite saying that, her tone carried no actual unease. Instead, it was more about hiding the embarrassment. Though she had decided to pursue Yukino Azuma, being massaged like this still made Yukino too shy to look up. Your comments are really heart-wrenching. I didn't mean it. Eh? You didn't choose to be tough and keep quiet? Apologizing like this makes me embarrassed. Yukino looked up, her black hair flowing down like a waterfall behind her. Her eyes looked up at Yukino Azuma from beneath her lashes. Her cheeks puffed slightly. Anyway, Azuma-kun, what brings you here? Just came to check on the company, haven't been here in a while. You're actually aware of that. I'm impressed. And you, Yukino, working so diligently. Why not hire a secretary to help share the workload? It's fine, I don't need one. Chapter 103, Amazed Yukino. Well, Azuma-kun, you're here to inspect the work, primarily to see what? I want to visit the workshop, and by the way, are there any finished products yet? I'll go with you. The products are in the warehouse on the 5th floor. Aren't you busy, Yukino? I can go check them myself. I'll go with you. Alright. Yukino quickly organized the documents on the desk. Then she stood up and led Yakama Azuma out of the office. The two took the elevator down to the 5th floor to the warehouse. After swiping the card to open the warehouse door, there was still another password-protected door inside. After all, the things in here are considered company secrets. Yukino entered the password, and the second door opened. A large warehouse, but inside, there were only a few electronic items. A bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a rice cooker, a dishwasher, a washing machine. Oh, the washing machine is a byproduct. Yukino checked the app on her phone and handed it to Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma glanced through it. From the perspective of someone who has been through it, these products still had some flaws. But compared to the current time, they were truly ahead of their era. Smart bed, it has a self-adjusting function and can adjust the firmness, height, and angle of the bed based on the user's sleeping habits and physical condition, providing the best sleep environment. Smart desk, equipped with a light adjustment system, it can automatically adjust the brightness and color temperature of the desk light based on the surrounding light, remind the user when sitting for too long, and has a clock and timer function. It can also adjust the height according to the user's height. Smart wardrobe, through sensors and a control system, it can automatically adjust the temperature and humidity inside the wardrobe, keeping clothes in good condition while also offering intelligent outfit combination suggestions. These products, at Yakama Azuma's time, could be considered common. So, there's no need to go into detail. The washing machine also deserves mention, because although washing machines are available now, they are all semi-automatic machines. The concept of a fully automatic washing machine was still only in the design phase. Not to mention the research into cleaning capabilities. Even so, this byproduct, the washing machine, might turn out to be one of the best-selling items in the upcoming consumer market. Looking at the products, there doesn't seem to be anything special. But the focus isn't on the products sold. It's on the basic logic of how the products operate. Currently, the public still views furniture as something cold. Once you buy it, it stays the same. Let alone the user experience. But with Laplace's smart furniture, the basic logic is to optimize the user experience through data collection. This basic logic ensures that the traditional furniture industry can hardly compete with Laplace. Yakama Azuma nodded in satisfaction and returned the phone to Yukino. Seems fine. Because the design concept you proposed is not only outstanding but its feasibility is truly chilling. Clearly, it's because we work under the Laplace demon. I've started to believe that saying now. Yukino looked at Yakama Azuma with a deep gaze. She put her phone away. Then she turned her attention back to the finished products in the warehouse. Yukino suddenly recalled the documents she had just processed. The extremely large expenditures listed within them. As for the investment in our research and development, Yukino hesitated slightly. Currently, overall, Laplace's research and operations truly seemed like a money-burning machine with no end in sight. Even with optimistic forecasts, the products could become bestsellers. But the furniture market today was really not that promising. How long would it take to recover the investment from these products? If they sold patents or something like that, they would surely make a lot of money. But Yukino knew that Yakama Azuma wouldn't do that. It's fine, I never expected the business to turn a profit in the short term. Rather, making these things is just a way to burn through the money we have. Yakama Azuma waved his hand, unfazed. Hearing this, Yukino nodded, seeming to ponder something. Afterward, the two of them left the warehouse together. Oh, and Yukino, don't forget to send a washing machine and dishwasher back home. Yakama Azuma said with a smile. Yukino shot him a glance. Sometimes, she really felt like this guy was just developing these things for his own convenience. The two of them took the elevator directly down to the underground parking garage. Yukino pressed the key fob. The black Cadillac a short distance away lit up. Yukino took a step forward, opening the passenger door. She gestured for Yakama Azuma to get in. Yakama Azuma blinked. It felt like Yukino's attitude had changed a lot compared to when they first met. Now, there was no longer any sense that she was treating him as a superior. After all, if Yukino could satisfy her superiors, she wouldn't have been fired repeatedly like that. The car left the underground parking garage. The two of them headed to a factory located on the outskirts of Tokyo. Upon arriving, the loud rumbling of machinery and the sound of people talking could be heard inside. This was one of the relatively small factories that Laplace had acquired. Previously, it produced rice cookers, and it still did, but the entire industrial chain had been completely reformed. Even though it was a relatively small factory, it employed around 300 to 400 workers, along with the management team and sales staff who traveled around. The factory had nearly 600 people in total. As the two of them got out of the car and walked toward the factory, an elderly security guard at the entrance called out loudly, You too, what are you doing here? This is a factory, you can't enter freely. Yakama Azuma smiled and walked up. Sir, we're with the company, here to check on the situation at the factory. Hearing this, the elderly guard seemed half suspicious, half convinced. Is that so? You look so young, and you're saying you're with the company. I just look young. Yukino tapped lightly on Yakama Azuma's head. This guy was really good at bragging. Then, Yukino handed her business card to the security guard. The elderly guard took a look at it, and couldn't help but exclaim. Well, it really is you too. You're quite impressive. A factory this big, if we don't work, a lot of people won't have food on the table. Yakama Azuma smiled. Yukino, on the other hand, seemed deep in thought. The two walked into the factory. The environment inside the factory was truly far from ideal. Hot, with no sunlight. But every worker they saw didn't look demoralized, they were only tired at most. Hey, Yukino, what do you think is the most common and enduring relationship between strangers in modern society? Yakama Azuma asked. Yukino had already had an answer in her mind for a long time. Labor relationships. Then, just evaluating a business solely with money is unreasonable. Because we're using money to buy human relationships? Exactly, once it clicks, Yukino, you really are a genius. Yukino looked at the workers working diligently. Being called a genius by a genius really felt somewhat strange. After all, it was only when she had bought the factory and began hiring a large number of employees that she truly understood the reason Yakama Azuma spoke about spending money. She was originally from the Yukino Shita family, which had long been wealthy from real estate, so it wasn't too surprising that she didn't understand these things. But Yukino still felt a bit embarrassed. Now, she finally understood Yakama Azuma's plan. At the same time, she also had to admire his ambition. If it was just an investment, no matter how much money was on paper, there would still be people trying to resist. But if it involves thousands, even close to 10,000 jobs, anyone thinking of making a move would have to think twice. Yukino looked around the factory, speaking about the benefits of buying human relationships. Yukainon-chan, I'm tired of hearing the word genius already. Yakama Azuma chuckled smugly. Sasuga Azuma-sama, may I ask what comes next? Yukino smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. You must have even bigger ambitions, right? She had seen Yakama Azuma's plan. When the capital from Laplace Corporation's headquarters returned. Or when the Japan branch started making substantial profits. Next, they would continue expanding at all costs. It was like walking a tightrope. After this madness, there would certainly be even greater ambition. Yakama Azuma paused when he heard Yukino's address. Is this really Yukino? She's even joking now. Incredible. Yakama Azuma also wanted to show a bit of his own flair. Yukainon, do you know the benefits of doing business in a small country like Japan? This question made Yukino a little confused. She really couldn't think of any particular advantage. Benefits usually came from population size or cheap materials. These were the typical industrial advantages of large countries. Japan was small, its population wasn't too large, and it was aging. There didn't seem to be any advantages. She thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. So, Yukino decided to look directly at Yakama Azuma, waiting for him to answer. When Yakama Azuma saw Yukino looking back at him, he snapped his fingers. The advantage is, a small country. This answer, which seemed like a joke, made Yukino furrow her brows. She didn't quite understand, so she continued waiting for Yakama Azuma to explain. One hint, Samsung for South Korea. That's the advantage of a small country, and it's something that could never happen in large countries. This time, Yukino immediately understood. She widened her eyes as she looked at Yakama Azuma. Samsung, one of the pillar corporations of South Korea. Last year, Samsung accounted for around 20% of South Korea's total trade profit. Unlike 99% of companies around the world, which rely on government direction, Samsung has the power to somewhat influence the country's official decisions. This is something that could never happen in large countries. That was the advantage Yakama Azuma had been referring to. Upon understanding the meaning behind this answer, Yukino felt goosebumps rise on her skin. The hairs on her body stood on end. And at that moment, Yakama Azuma clapped his hands, brushing away the feeling from Yukino's body. Of course, talking about these things now is just daydreaming. It's good to have dreams, but making them happen would definitely be troublesome. Let's work hard together, Yukainon-chan. Yukino absent-mindedly nodded. The two of them toured for a while. Then they drove to the next factory. Throughout the day, they visited 3 factories. Whether large or small in scale, the conditions inside were almost the same. In the current era, many people in Japan were unemployed due to the collapse of the economic bubble. Laplace Corporation seemed to hire many people. But in reality, it was just a spoonful of water taken from a bucket. It might cause a small ripple, but it couldn't create a big wave. Under the cover of night, Yukino drove towards Yakuma's house. By the way, the people from the electronics division are really free right now. Yukino suddenly mentioned the branch. Laplace Electronics had only completed one project so far. That was the White Album project. Of course, the project had been very successful. To date, global sales of White Album had surpassed 1 million copies. A phenomenon in the gal game industry. A huge sum of money had already landed in the company's account. And it was foreseeable. The company would be able to earn money from the IP of White Album in the future. But what are they so free for? They should be making plans. I didn't hire them just to sit around all day. Yakuma Azuma said uncomfortably. It was outrageous. How could someone be hired and still be so idle? Chapter 104, Let the World Witness Megumi's Charm. Damn right. Just a bunch of second-rate programmers sneaking into Laplace Corporation, and they dare to slack off. Azuma sat in the car, loudly voicing his complaints. Yukino could only smile wryly. Clearly, plenty of employee-friendly policies had already been established. And yet, here he was, loudly making statements that could easily be misunderstood, like a demanding boss. Isn't it because you didn't make things clear? They're waiting for the plan for White Album too. Yukino calmly replied. Anyone in the industry could see it. White Album left a lot of loose ends, numerous clues that were deliberately unresolved. It was obvious there would be a second part. The first part told a university story. But the second part was truly the main stage of gal game storytelling. High school. With the explosive phenomenon of the previous installment, merging the clues and youthful themes into the second part, it nearly touched the hearts of every White Album fan. Moreover, it drew in a large group of staff involved in the production of White Album. Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma suddenly remembered he had completely forgotten about this matter. The plan for White Album 2 will definitely need to be delayed for a while longer. Everyone has their own things to deal with, they can't drop everything just to focus on this. Hearing this, Yukino appeared thoughtful. The two Bishujo in charge of the script and main illustrations were currently living at Yakuma's house. Yukino, of course, was aware of this. After all, it had been a long time, and as the tenant, as well as a member of Laplace Corporation, she couldn't be unaware of such internal matters. However, from Yukino's perspective, the current work those two were handling shouldn't have been more important than the plan for White Album 2. While Yukino was thinking this, Kasumijoka Senpai is a talented novelist. She's currently busy with the next volume of The Metronome in Love. Word is, it will be the final installment. As for Iriri, she's a famous online illustrator with a huge fan base. Because of White Album, she delayed releasing her Genshai and was chased down by fans for an explanation. They both have their own lives. Even though they came together because of me, I can't expect them to revolve entirely around me. Yakuma Azuma gently tapped his fingers on the car's armrest. Yukino glanced at him. Then slightly nodded. I understand. Tomorrow at work, I'll take on some tasks and assign them to electronics department. Compared to money, the young man sitting in the passenger seat clearly valued people more. This was entirely different from others. Normally, someone in Yakuma Azuma's position would almost inevitably be swept into the current of capitalism, advancing relentlessly. Like a snowball rolling on the ground, it could only grow bigger. Once it stopped, it would only end in collapse. But Yakuma Azuma was different. He wasn't swept away by any influence. He only moved forward when he wanted to. In the direction he chose, he advanced only when he decided to. This was the result of his cheat-like abilities. All one could say was, he truly lived up to the name Laplace Demon. Such thoughts naturally arose in Yukino's mind. The car slowly pulled into Yakuma's garage. Moreover, I have something else to do right now. Yakuma Azuma spoke with a hint of resignation. What is it? Yukino's curiosity was piqued. Writing a light novel. Yakuma House. Yakuma Azuma immediately felt a gaze full of resentment fixed on him. He gulped. At that moment, the boy suddenly remembered he hadn't returned home last night. Kasumijoka Utaha glared at Yakuma Azuma for a while. But in the end, she said nothing. If she were to scold him too much here, it might come off as excessive and suffocating. On the contrary, it could provoke annoyance. Kasumijoka decided to note this down in her little black book. She would settle the score another time. You asked me to contact Fujikawa Publishing, and I've had Machida arrange it. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Have you finished your first draft yet? Kasumijoka Utaha sounded skeptical about Yakuma Azuma's progress. Lately, she had often seen him staring at his light novel manuscript, revising it repeatedly. He had rewritten it countless times. I think it'll be ready in time. So, It's not done yet. Well, the deadline isn't here yet, so I still have time. Kasumijoka felt like Yakama Azuma was using a sarcastic tone with her. But she had no proof. As for the content of the work, I can't help you with that. You're on your own. Kasumijoka waved her hand dismissively. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma chuckled softly and changed the subject. In July, there's going to be a rare, once-in-a-thousand-years comet. Let's go to Hokkaido to see it together. Hearing this, Kasumijoka Utaha blinked. Hokkaido and stargazing. That didn't sound bad. Moreover, it was an invitation from him. Her mood instantly improved. Sure, but there's been a lot of storms lately. We might not see the comet, just rain. Kasumijoka recalled recent weather forecasts and reminded him. This storm doesn't seem like it'll affect late June. The skies over Hokkaido might even be clearer then. Yakama Azuma sounded optimistic. Kasumijoka Utaha said nothing further and simply nodded in agreement. After that, Yakama Azuma hurried back to his room to continue revising his manuscript. The youth of a lonely boy will not dream of a passerby heroine. In fact, once the title for this light novel was decided, the rest of the content became much easier to fill in. The heroine was right beside him. Yakama Azuma was intimately familiar with her every word and gesture. As for the plot of the light novel, that was even simpler to handle. Yakama Azuma's mind was brimming with countless outstanding light novel plots that had yet to be written. The reason he had to revise it repeatedly was, notification, your literature skill has reached the maximum level. Literature, level 6, literature, level 7. Seeing the notification from the system appear, Yakama Azuma smiled. He had finally achieved it. He opened the system control panel. Owner, Yakama Azuma, physique, 7 intelligence, 8 charm, 8 skills, language proficiency, level 6, literature, level 6-7, cooking, level 7, programming, level 4, shogi, level 9, note, skills below level 4 are hidden and not displayed on the control panel. He had gained his 3rd level 7 skill. Yakama Azuma closed his eyes, focusing carefully. A moment later, he opened them again with a hint of doubt. He didn't feel any tangible change in his body. Was the literature skill just an ordinary one? Or perhaps the special effect of the literature skill was a passive feature of some sort? He shook his head. Unable to figure it out immediately, Yakama Azuma decided not to dwell on it and focused on the task at hand. With a level 7 literature skill, he reopened the light novel manuscript he had revised multiple times. His eyes scanned a few scenes, and his mind instinctively generated better expressions and transitions. Surprised, Yakama Azuma began reconstructing the entire manuscript. The heroine's name. To avoid affecting Kato Megumi, he made some changes, naming her Kuju Megumi. She was an unremarkable heroine, devoid of the standout traits typical of light novel characters. She didn't have flaws that would bring humor or conflict. She was the heroine of both the anime world and the real world. A girl who wasn't extraordinary, yet could touch the hearts of those who truly understood her. She wasn't a twin-tailed blonde sundeer. But she would don an apron and cook for you. She didn't have long, jet black hair, nor a sharp tongue. But she would delve into areas she'd never known about, just because of you. Even if you rambled endlessly, she wouldn't reprimand you. Perhaps she would gently say, I don't quite understand. Yet beneath that gentle demeanor was her wholehearted effort to understand you. Few noticed her presence, because she was always by your side. When your eyes fell on her, you'd suddenly realize you'd already fallen for her tender charm without knowing when. But it wasn't the kind of calm tenderness most people think of. At times, she could be jealous. She might puff her cheeks at you. Occasionally, she'd harbor small schemes or hold grudges. These weren't emotions typical of anime characters but rather the tiny, concealed thoughts of a real-world girl. Such a girl was both the heroine of the anime world and the most remarkable heroine of the real world. Yakama Azuma strived to capture Megumi's allure in his light novel. But even with a level 7 literature skill, he could only depict about 90% of her charm. Still, that was more than enough. Regarding the distinctive story of the light novel, Yakama Azuma decided to center the narrative around the Laplace demon. An unremarkable girl, beneath the sky illuminated by a passing comet. The small regrets in her heart transformed into a supernatural phenomenon called adolescence syndrome. The world began to repeat the same day over and over. Her only friend unexpectedly awakened in one of those repeating days. And on that day, he finally turned all his attention toward her. Of course, he fell in love with her. Confessed. Then broke the curse of the Laplace demon. As dim white light poured through the window, Yakama Azuma finally finished the last sentence. The youth of a lonely boy will not dream of a passerby heroine. The entire manuscript, formatted to light novel standards, spanned 600 pages. Yakama Azuma believed that with these 600 pages, He could make millions of people fall in love with Kuju Megami. He gripped the thick manuscript firmly in his hands. Yakama Azuma looked out at the rising sun. At any rate, let the world see Megami's charm. After this bold declaration, Yakama Azuma collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep sleep. A small tip: if you think sleeping on a bed will make you not want to wake up, try sleeping on the floor. Usually, in about 4 hours, you'll wake up. Ah! Truly an unhealthy tip. That morning, Kasumijoka Utaha woke up quite early. She quietly descended the stairs, making no sound as she approached Yakama Azuma's door. Carefully, she opened a small crack. The scene inside didn't surprise her. She sighed softly. Then, checking the time and recalling the meeting with Fujikawa Publishing, Kasumijoka Utaha pondered for a moment before heading into the kitchen. It had been a while since she last cooked. She wasn't sure if she still could. But whether she could or not was one thing, whether she would or not was another. She took some eggs from the fridge. Kasumijoka Utaha began to prepare a meal. The first attempt was a failure, but the second turned out almost perfectly. She wrapped the amaris and placed it in a thermal bag to keep it warm. Then, taking out her phone, she looked up how to brew tea. Coffee? That lonely Kun wasn't used to drinking it. But if he didn't wake up properly, how could he negotiate in the afternoon? Thus, tea was the only option. Following the guide, Kasumijoka Utaha busied herself for quite some time. Her fingers became swollen from the icy water. In the end, she managed to make a somewhat acceptable cup of tea. At that moment, her phone alarm rang. Kasumijoka Utaha dried her hands, glancing at her pale, swollen fingers. Then she curled them slightly. Yes, this way they wouldn't be noticeable. And so, Kasumijoka Utaha walked toward Yakama Azuma's room. Chapter 105, No wonder Fujikawa Publishing has always been a second-rate publisher all these years. Lonely Kun, how long do you plan to laze around lecture at Tamaru? The familiar voice of Kasumijoka Utaha woke Yakama Azuma from an uncomfortable sleep. Azuma groggily got up from the floor. His entire body ached. Yeah, sleeping on the floor is definitely bad for your health. Using Shiritamaru to mock me is too much, senpai. Anyway, what time is it now? It's already noon. Oh, I'll go cook right away. Come on, Lonely Kun. Can't you think for a little? Do you think I'd starve just because you didn't cook? Huh? So you've already eaten, senpai? There's some food left in the kitchen for you. Kasumijoka Utaha subtly tilted her head toward the kitchen. Her swollen hands, reddened from ice, were hidden behind her back. Yakama Azuma, still groggy, shuffled toward the kitchen. There, he saw a plate of amaris, meticulously plated, and a cup of tea that had gone cold. Seeing these, Azuma's foggy mind suddenly cleared up. Had Utaha-senpai really already eaten? If he believed this was leftovers, then there was definitely something wrong with his head. Picking up the plate of amaris, Yakama Azuma devoured it like someone who hadn't eaten in days, exclaiming between bites, "It's so good. Absolutely delicious." His vague compliments made Kasumijoka Utaha roll her eyes in exasperation. After all, she knew herself well enough. Compared to Yakama Azuma's exceptional cooking skills, this dish was just barely edible. Lonely Kun, you really are out of your mind. Utaha-senpai, it's truly delicious. I'm not lying. With that, Yakama Azuma scooped up a spoonful of amaris and brought it to Kasumijoka Utaha's lips. Seeing Azuma's earnest expression, Kasumijoka Utaha began to doubt herself. Could her cooking skills really have improved? When she opened her mouth to taste that spoonful of amaris, however, all her doubts vanished instantly. Indeed, compared to Yakama Azuma's flawlessly crafted dishes, this was just barely passable. Kasumijoka Utaha shot Azuma a glare of frustration. But Azuma, undeterred, scooped another spoonful after finishing his own and brought it to Kasumijoka's lips again. Kasumijoka was about to say something, but the spoon of amaris touched her lips, leaving her no choice but to accept it. Like this, the two took turns eating spoonful after spoonful until the plate of amaris was gone. It was so good that I feel like crying. Yakama Azuma said with a smile. He picked up a cup of cold tea and took small sips. The taste was so exquisite that it was hard to put into words. Even though Yakama Azuma's literary skills were at level 7, he couldn't describe even a tenth of the tea's flavor. I'm heading out. Take care. Yakama Azuma waved goodbye to Kasumijoka Utaha. Kasumijoka Utaha returned the gesture with her usual calm demeanor. As Yakama Azuma left, Kasumijoka looked at her fingers, where the swelling was gradually subsiding. This guy really is too sharp. Even just hiding her hands behind her back wasn't enough to fool him. Fujikawa Publishing Machida Sanoko had been waiting in front of Fujikawa Publishing's building for quite some time. When she saw Yakama Azuma walking leisurely toward her, She quickly approached him in a hurry. "Hey, kid, why did you suddenly decide to start writing light novels? Didn't she Chan say you were playing shogi? And you're even a professional?" Debuting as a professional light novel author was no easy feat. Those who qualified for publication had emerged victorious among countless competitors. This, in fact, was quite similar to shogi. Machida Sanoko thought that Yakuma Azuma, being a professional, would surely understand the difficulty of the profession. Just an idea sparking in one's mind isn't enough. It takes significant determination, even exceptional talent, to reach this door. Yakuma Azuma said nothing and simply handed the manuscript he was holding to her. Machida Sanoko glanced at Azuma before taking the manuscript. Her eyes skimmed the title, "The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine." The title definitely feels like a light novel. Machida Sanoko opened the first page. And then froze. Most works require reading several chapters to feel their charm. Because of this, many light novel authors try to create an attractive opening. They just hope readers will continue with expectations. From an editor's perspective, however, things are different. By simply looking at the first page, one can make a preliminary judgment about the writing style. After flipping through 10 pages, one can get a rough idea of the plot. After reading through the manuscript once, one can conclude whether the work has potential. Machida Sanoko was an experienced editor. She had encountered numerous amateurish writers, and she had also read works by authors with remarkable writing skills. In theory, no matter the quality of the work, she should not be easily moved. But when she opened this light novel in her hands, Machida Sanoko was so taken aback that she froze in place. The writing style. Isn't this just too exceptional? It's the kind of writing where even if the story were bad, the writing alone could still sell the book. Someone like this. Why are they writing light novels? Go conquer the literary world, aho baka. She had only flipped through 2 or 3 pages when Machida Sanoko closed the manuscript. "What's wrong, Machida-san? Is there something wrong with my light novel?" Yakuma Azuma asked. Machida Sanoko shook her head. She wanted to give some critique but held back. "I have a feeling if I keep reading, the two of us will be standing in this sun for another hour. Also, evaluating this manuscript isn't entirely up to me. I've already set up a meeting with the editor-in-chief for you. Anyway, let's go upstairs first." The two of them entered the Fujikawa Publishing building, one after the other. They walked into the editorial office. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. It was the beginning of summer vacation, the peak season for the light novel industry. The editors were urging their authors to put more effort into this lucrative season. "By the way, Machida-san, you're the lead editor, right? But it seems you don't have many editors under you?" Yakuma Azuma casually asked. But this question seemed to strike an unnecessary emotional damage. Machida Sanoko felt as if an arrow had just pierced her knee. It was true, she had worked at Fujikawa Publishing for many years. But after becoming the lead editor, the number of editors under her had never exceeded 3. "Haze, it's just a genre issue. You'll understand later. And stop poking at other people's weaknesses, kid." The two walked through rows of editors' desks and headed straight to the meeting room at the back. Machida Sanoko walked up and knocked on the door. A voice from inside called them in. She opened the door. Next to the large meeting table sat 2 people. "This is the editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing." Machida Inko gestured to a middle-aged man. "This person." She looked toward the other man, her gaze slightly avoiding. "Is the owner of Fujikawa Publishing." Yakuma Azuma turned his attention to the owner. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Dressed in a neat suit, he looked like the epitome of a successful businessman. He wore a golden Rolex watch on his wrist. "These are Yakuma-sensei, the one submitting the manuscript this time." The 2 men merely nodded. Yakuma Azuma casually pulled up a chair next to the meeting table and sat down. Machida Sanoko gave a slight smile and sat next to Yakuma Azuma, nodding to the 2 men. "Yakuma-sensei, as for your conditions, Fujikawa Publishing is fully aware of them. But these conditions are rather strict. I think we could negotiate some terms." The editor-in-chief began speaking. Yakuma Azuma placed the manuscript on the table and pushed it toward the editor-in-chief. "Just read the manuscript first, then we'll talk." Upon hearing this, the editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing said nothing further and picked up the manuscript. Then, a long silence followed. The editor-in-chief's pace of flipping through the pages gradually slowed. Theoretically, for a 600-page light novel, a professional editor could finish reading and evaluating it in about 15 minutes. Unlike regular readers, editors look for potential highlights behind the story. While reading the manuscript, the editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing took a full 40 minutes. During that time, his expression continuously shifted. When he reached the last page, he let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this reaction, Machida Sanoko and the publisher's owner sitting beside her understood what was happening. The editor-in-chief slowly raised his head. But instead of giving immediate feedback, he turned to glance at his superior. They exchanged looks for a moment. After that, the editor-in-chief placed the manuscript on the table. Yakuma-sensei. He changed his tone of address. Your work is truly outstanding. This is indeed a rare masterpiece. Upon hearing that evaluation, Yakuma Azuma remained impassive. If they really thought it was exceptional, they wouldn't just say that. They'd start discussing the contract right away. Yakuma lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The attitude of Fujikawa Publishing felt a bit strange to him. Could it be that Senpai is working with a publisher like this? Sure enough, when evaluating a situation through a lens of familiarity, it's easy to make mistakes. Seeing that Yakuma Azuma seemed unconcerned, the editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing got straight to the point. Yakuma-sensei, although this work is impressive, it's still a youth love story. Currently, the most popular themes in the market are isekai and fantasy battles. The conditions you've set are too demanding, not only asking for the largest promotional campaign in the industry. Plus, you want to release it this month, which would push back the schedules of other releases. While Fujikawa Publishing is willing to invest, this is truly a risky bet. Yakuma-sensei, would you consider reducing the promotional costs or lowering the profit-sharing percentage? After speaking, he waited for Yakuma Azuma's response. Yakuma Azuma stood up and took back his manuscript. This action caused both the editor-in-chief and the owner of Fujikawa Publishing to frown. After retrieving the manuscript, Yakuma Azuma didn't sit back down. Instead, he casually asked, I remember that Fujikawa Publishing started with youth love stories, right? Upon hearing this, the editor-in-chief appeared to recall something. Yes, our first best-selling light novel was Orayamo. That was the famous work in the industry. My little sister can't be this cute. After receiving confirmation, Yakuma Azuma became even more confused. Clearly, you started with youth love stories, but now in your publishing house, there are almost no authors writing youth love stories anymore? This question caused the editor-in-chief's face to turn pale. At that moment, the owner of Fujikawa Publishing, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke. We are different from your authors. We have to keep the publishing house running, we're in business, we must follow the market. These words made Yakuma Azuma laugh. The values you hold? And yet you dare talk about business and the market in front of me. If you love the market so much, why not just open an investment bank? Retrieving the manuscript, Yakuma Azuma clenched his right fist and punched his left palm, with an enlightened expression. No wonder Fujikawa Publishing has always been a second-rate publisher all these years. After saying that, Yakuma Azuma turned and walked out. Chapter 106, I just start my own publishing house and publish my own books, right? What did you say? The editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing jumped up from his seat, pointing at Yakuma Azuma, his eyes wide in shock. At that moment, Yakuma Azuma had already reached the door of the meeting room. He opened the door. Yakuma Azuma smiled. I said, Fujikawa Publishing, under your wise and brilliant leadership, will definitely prosper more and more. At least, it will be a second-rate publishing house until the day it dies. After saying that, Yakuma Azuma opened the door and left. Inside the meeting room, the editor-in-chief and the owner of Fujikawa Publishing looked at each other, their faces as if they had just eaten shit. They had encountered authors with bad attitudes before. But never had they met an author who would say a few words and immediately leave like this. It was fine to be scolded. But losing out on a light novel that could have been a bestseller made them extremely angry. They just wanted to reduce a little bit of the royalty percentage. Couldn't they sit down and negotiate? Why was there someone selling goods without discussing the price? Machida Sanoko sensed the situation wasn't good and said, I'll go negotiate again. Then hurriedly ran after him. Downstairs at Fujikawa Publishing, Machida Sanoko quickly caught up with Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma-sensei, if you want to debut as an author, you need to calmly deal with normal business practices. Don't get too angry. While advising, Machida Sanoko approached Yakuma Azuma. Upon a closer look, the young man did not appear angry. I'm not angry. Then why earlier? We just didn't hit it off, there's nothing to talk about with those two. Machida-san, let's go to the cafe over there and sit. I'm such a fool, worrying about you. The two went to a cafe opposite Fujikawa Publishing and sat near the window. Yakuma Azuma ordered 2 donuts. Machida Sanoko ordered a mocha coffee. Machida-san, thank you so much for taking care of Utaha-senpai. Yakuma Azuma said sincerely. Why are you suddenly saying this? Machida Sanoko asked calmly. With Utaha-senpai's personality, she definitely couldn't talk to those editors. If she could, she would have left Fujikawa Publishing by now. The pressure from the higher-ups must have been what you've been enduring, right? Yukino Azuma's words made Machida Sanoko smile bitterly. It was true. From the time The Metronome in Love was published until it started airing Volume 4, Machida Sanoko had endured a lot of pressure. Especially during the slump of Volume 2. Fujikawa Publishing had been thinking about cutting the romance-themed book. It was Machida Sanoko who mediated between both sides, and The Metronome in Love continued. It's just that Machida Sanoko had never told Kazumijouka Utaha about these things. It's nothing, after all, I'm an editor, isn't his part of my job? Machida Sanoko shrugged. Machida-san is an editor, so that's true, but whether those higher-ups think that way is hard to say. One or two of them sit there, looking at others not as authors but as sellable goods. A publishing house can only stand strong thanks to its authors and literature, but when it acts without any humanity, it's meaningless. Yukino Azuma spoke while munching on a donut. Fujikawa Publishing, an editor-in-chief and an owner. Since Yukino Azuma entered the meeting room, their attitudes had been aloof. Those who knew, thought Yukino Azuma was an author cooperating with the publishing house. Those who didn't, would even think Yukino Azuma was a debtor coming to repay a debt. Moreover, aside from the author collaboration, Yukino Azuma didn't believe those two didn't recognize him. How could they not know, considering the trouble at the signing event they were in charge of, which had become famous? Fujikawa Publishing still owed Yukino Azuma a favor. Not even offering a glass of water, let alone saying anything. After reviewing the manuscript, the intent to squeeze out more money was almost written all over their faces. Hearing Yukino Azuma's words, Machida Sanoko remained silent. She, having been an editor at Fujikawa Publishing for many years, surely understood all of this. In the early years of Fujikawa, it specialized in youth romance genres. It all started with Orimo. A number of authors in the rom-com genre and young editors who loved it gathered together. Machida Sanoko had joined Fujikawa during this period. But a few years ago, with the unexpected rise of the isekai genre, and over the past 2 years, the manga Jujutsu Kaisen became extremely popular, Fujikawa Publishing, in order to grasp market trends, started squeezing out the space for rom-com authors they were working with. Without mercy, they suppressed it. Either change the genre, or stop writing books for Fujikawa Publishing. After all, there weren't many good places left for publishing. Many authors who had worked with Fujikawa for a long time had to either change genres or leave. Now, Machida Sanoko was the only editor left in charge of the youth romance genre. And for this reason, although Machida Sanoko had worked at Fujikawa for many years and was considered a senior, the number of editors under her never exceeded 3. Machida Sanoko saw all of this, but there was really nothing she could say. Resign? And go where? She was no longer young, and the privilege of quitting at will belong to the young. Seeing Machida Sanoko silent, Yukino Azuma casually handed her the manuscript for the light novel. How should I put this? Machida-san hasn't finished reading my novel. Finish it, and I'll continue talking with you. Hearing this, Machida Sanoko sighed helplessly and opened the manuscript. As the words jumped off the page, her initial chaotic thoughts were quickly soothed. Machida Sanoko was drawn into a summer with the sound of cicadas and a cool breeze. The girl named Megumi seemed to appear right before her eyes. Every smile, every expression had a charm that transcended space. As an editor, she felt like a reader, completely engrossed in the work. She flipped through each page, the 600-page book, until the last page. Machida Sanoko once again felt as though it wasn't enough. She set the manuscript down. Machida Sanoko raised her head, feeling as though she had passed through another world. The experience just now quickly flashed through her mind. As an editor, she realized one thing. This light novel might not be a genre that needs to follow the market. On the contrary, the market direction would change with the appearance of this light novel. While Machida Sanoko was still in a daze, Yukino Azuma clapped his hands. Machida-san, now you understand, right? The saddest thing about Fujikawa Publishing is rejecting this book. Machida Sanoko smiled bitterly and nodded. She understood. Although Yukino Azuma had criticized Fujikawa for lacking humanity, from a commercial perspective, Fujikawa's choice couldn't be called wrong. It was just that between the market direction and social relationships, they chose the former. But the saddest thing was that the editor-in-chief of Fujikawa Publishing, as an editor, didn't recognize the true potential of this light novel. As an editor-in-chief, lacking expertise. As a speculator, failing to sense the business opportunity. A second-rate publishing house, a second-rate editor-in-chief, a second-rate speculator. Being second-rate, that was the saddest part. Machida Sanoko handed the manuscript back to Yukino Azuma with a complex expression and asked, "So, what's next? Are you going to find another publisher to submit your work to? I guess that sly boss will contact other publishers." Yukima Azuma replied casually. Small publishers probably don't have the courage to take your novel. Hearing this, Yukima Azuma shrugged. This is simple, I'll just buy my own publishing company and release the book myself. Machida Sanoko? Is this really Japanese? I understand every word, but when they're put together, I just can't grasp it. Seeing the bewildered look on Machida Sanoko's face, Yukima Azuma took a business card from his coat pocket and handed it to her. The last time he saw Yukino holding a business card, he had asked her to help make a set for him. Machida Sanoko picked up the card from the table and took a look. The back had a gold logo. It seemed to be an abstract design with some characters. Flipping it over, she immediately understood the meaning of the characters. Laplace Corporation. Machida Sanoko gasped. So, the company that bought the office building in Shibuya recently, is it yours? Yukima Azuma smiled and nodded. Machida Sanoko rubbed her forehead. Young master, why do you have to be so merciful? You should have stood up the table at the meeting and spoken with those greedy people, leaving your shoeprints on their faces too. TCH, you're right. I'll tell you, that jerk struts around the office every day, talks to people like he's sniffing them with his nose, and demands that we keep the phone lines open at all times. Really? Didn't any of you scold him? Who would dare? Wait, I think there was. There was a girl named Yukino Shita who scolded him, and she got fired. TCH, I'm starting to regret it. I should have spat in that guy's face earlier. Ha 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 ha, you actually dared to say that. Of course, I'm a young master. Stop acting so cool, be careful or I'll report you to Shi-chan. Ahem, I think that won't be necessary. Machida Sanoko laughed uncontrollably. Someone with more money than her boss, yet still being controlled by her Shi-chan like that. This guy was really too friendly. Compared to her nasty boss, he was clearly a completely different type. Changing companies would be good, and working for this guy would definitely be better than working for her jerk of a boss. Before she could finish her thoughts, Machida Sanoko heard Yukima Azuma say, Machida-san, when I buy the publishing company, you should become the editor-in-chief. Machida Sanoko, who had been enjoying herself, suddenly froze. Are you serious? This kind of joke isn't funny. Of course, I'm serious. By the way, I'll also try to bring Utaha-senpai's contract here. TCH, so you were planning this all along. Machida-san, you're quite talented. This is just a regular recruitment. By the way, you must still be able to contact the authors Fujikawa worked with before, right? TCH. No wonder you managed to open such a big company, your mind works faster than a beehive. As long as Yukima Azuma's light novel sells like hotcakes, the market direction in the future would definitely change. The wind of youth would blow into the light novel market. Readers who've read Yukima Azuma's works would surely be eager to see more rom-com stories. At that point, it would attract a large number of rom-com authors who were previously with Fujikawa. That would definitely be a huge profit. So, how about it? Do you want to join? Yukima Azuma stood up, smiling and offering his hand to Machida Sanoko. Machida Sanoko rolled her eyes, stood up, and shook Yukima Azuma's hand. Like I even have another choice. If Yukima Azuma succeeds, and the market direction changes, then Fujikawa Publishing's recent actions would have been digging their own grave. Without rom-com authors, Fujikawa would be in danger. Not to mention that editor-in-chief. And he still said that Yukima Azuma's light novel wouldn't sell well? What a joke. Chapter 107, Summer Vacation, The Visit of Megumi and Ayuri. The acquisition of the publishing company was actually quite easy. The light novel industry was thriving. Many people were rushing to establish new publishing houses. But the few publishing companies that truly managed to survive were just a handful of well-known names. Finding a publishing house with decent potential and offering a slightly higher price would make it easy for them to agree. In the early morning, Yukima Azuma discussed this with Yukino. By the afternoon, Yukino informed Yukima Azuma that the publishing company had been acquired. It was a third-rate publishing house called Dentaki Bunko. As for Machida Sanoko, she had also begun the process of resigning. Kasumijoka Utaha had signed an exclusive contract for the Metronome in Love with the Fujikawa publishing house. But fortunately, the rights for the Metronome in Love had not been sold yet. Moreover, because Fujikawa Publishing House had previously not regarded the Metronome in Love a romance novel highly, the penalty for breaching the exclusive contract was not very high. On the other hand, the profit-sharing terms were extremely strict. As long as a fine was paid, Kasumijoka Utaha could withdraw from the contract. But for now, the urgent matter was to find an illustrator. Yukima Azuma's novel still had no one responsible for the illustrations. If willing to spend money, there would certainly be many illustrators willing to take the job. But illustrators with real renown wouldn't work just for money. Like Ayuri. Although Kashiwagi Iri was only a well-known R18 artist, she carried a huge allure with her. When selecting works to collaborate on, Iri was always extremely picky. So, finding a talented illustrator wasn't easy. Yakama Azuma felt a headache coming on. As for Iri, it seemed she was still busy finishing her art book. Yesterday, she had even complained online. Apart from Iri, Yakama Azuma didn't know any other illustrators who could measure up to that level. Using a regular illustrator for his novel was not something Yakama Azuma was willing to accept. Right, an online selection contest. Finally, Yakama Azuma came up with this idea. If he wanted to find an excellent illustrator, he first needed to make the work accessible to them. The best way to promote a light novel was actually through the internet. Yakama Azuma typed in a series of web addresses and logged into one. Let's become a novelist. Note, Shazetsuke ni Naro. This was a Japanese website that hosted online novels, where the largest number of original works were published as light novels. Quite a few works had been adapted into anime from here. It could be said that this was the cradle of many light novel authors. Many works that didn't win awards or weren't officially published found a second chance here. This was also the most popular light novel website in Japan. Yakama Azuma accessed the author section and registered for an account. When it came to the pen name, Yakama Azuma hesitated for a moment. He had the intention of using a pen name familiar from his memories. For example, Takatsuki-sen. But upon further thought, he worried about one day he might be found out by the real person and be questioned. So, he abandoned that idea. After thinking for a while, Yakama Azuma slightly modified his name. He used the name Yakimi Azuma, changing only one character, as his pen name. After completing the registration, Yakama Azuma uploaded the first 13 chapters of Sakano. About 100 pages. For promotional purposes, this was enough. After uploading the work, Yakama Azuma wrote in the introduction that he was looking for an illustrator and left his Line account. Then, he contacted more than a dozen light novel bloggers, paying them to promote it online. Waiting for readers to find the work and rate it, he didn't have time for that. Isn't earning money for spending it? In short, now he just needed to wait. If the deadline came and there were still no illustrators up to standard contacting him, Yakama Azuma would have no choice but to, well, bully Eri a little. Putting down his phone, Yakama Azuma stretched. At that moment, the doorbell rang. At this time, who could it be? Muttering to himself, Yakama Azuma walked to the entrance. He opened the door. Standing at the door were two girls. One had a light scent of tuberose flowers, the other had the faint sweetness of pears. Sorry to disturb you, Azuma-san, I came to visit Shirotamaru. Today, Kato Megumi looked like an innocent first love, wearing a pure white dress, along with a white beret that seemed like a part of her. The digital drawing tablet I usually use is here, so I came to meet the deadline. Eri turned her face away, her yellow pigtails swaying slightly. She was wearing a youthful white shirt paired with a pleated skirt. And then, bang! Yakama Azuma slammed the door shut. The two girls were stunned, their faces full of confusion. What's going on? Eri looked at Kato Megumi in bewilderment. Kato Megumi also shook her head in suspicion. At this moment, inside the apartment, Yakama Azuma ran straight to his room. He hid the printed manuscript of Sakano under the mattress. He hadn't expected Kato Megumi to show up so suddenly today. If the manuscript of Sakano had been exposed right now, it would have been a disaster. Only when this novel had been acknowledged by countless people, then showing it to Kato Megumi would achieve the effect Yakama Azuma desired. What are you hiding, lonely-kun? Kasumijoka's suspicious voice rang out. She had heard the doorbell, so she came downstairs to check. But in the end, she only saw Yakama Azuma rush into his room. There was no one at the door. Adult magazines? Yakama Azuma chose a lie that would make him incredibly embarrassed, but also relatively believable. After all, this was Utaha Senpai. The senpai who was always driving and running over others without hesitation. Upon hearing adult magazines, Kasumijoka Utaha just blinked, clearly skeptical. Had she not helped him too little lately? Making lonely-kun so upset? Well, next time, she might try using her mouth. Yakama Azuma didn't know what Kasumijoka Utaha was thinking at the moment, but he quickly walked to the front door. He opened the door again. What are you doing? Eri flashed her small, cute fang. Kato Megumi didn't say anything, just tilted her head in confusion. Just now, Shirotamaru was right outside the door, and it was about to run out when the door opened. So, I had to close the door first, then bring Shirotamaru back to my room, and only after that did I come back to open the door for you two. Yakama Azuma silently apologized to Shirotamaru in his heart. I'll treat you to a nice meal tonight. Brother, the two girls heard this and turned their heads to look at Shirotamaru, who had just run out of his room, seemingly ready to welcome guests. That makes sense. Both of them entered Yakuma's house. Then, they changed into indoor slippers. Kato Megumi walked over and picked up Shirotamaru. She gently petted Shirotamaru's head. Don't run away, okay? If you become a stray cat, Azuma-san and I might not be able to find you again. Ariri also walked over. She poked Shirotamaru's behind. That's right, if you go outside, in no time, you'll turn into a piece of charcoal. By then, we won't even recognize you. Shirotamaru, Nyan. Being held in Mistress' arms, Shirotamaru looked confused, not understanding what was going on. What is happening? Poor Shirotamaru, unable to speak a word of human language, couldn't argue back. The three girls sat down on the sofa one by one. This time, because Kato Megumi was holding Shirotamaru, she took the seat in the middle. She was sandwiched between Kasumijoka and Ariri. Ariri casually grabbed the remote control from the table and turned on the TV. Sawamura-san, what exactly did you come here for? Kasumijoka glanced at Ariri. This girl was saying she was rushing to finish her manuscript. But the moment she sat down, she turned on the TV. And she also said something about the drawing tablet being here. Clearly, she still had a pile of drawing tablets at home. Humphrey, illustrators have a tough job, of course, they need to balance work and rest. Ariri tilted her head back and started making excuses for herself. Megumi, would you like something to drink? Yakuma Azuma stood behind the sofa and asked. Orange juice would be fine for me. Do you need any help? Kato Megumi turned her head back, about to stand up to help Yakuma Azuma prepare the drinks. Yakuma Azuma waved his hand. What about you, senpai? It's rare for you to have a break today, don't drink coffee. Kasumijoka Utaha thought for a moment after hearing this. Then I'll have red tea, please, Azuma-kun. Yakuma Azuma nodded, then headed for the kitchen. A big exclamation mark appeared above Ariri's head. What's this? Why ask them but not me? Am I just an unimportant character? Ariri stuck her head out from behind the sofa, pouting slightly, and asked, why didn't Azuma ask me? As soon as Ariri voiced this question, she realized that both Kasumijoka and Kato Megumi were looking at her with strange expressions. Sawamura-san is such an idiot. Ah, so Sawamura-san is the kind of character who's slow on the uptake? Ariri pointed at herself, looking completely bewildered. At that moment, Yakuma Azuma's voice echoed from the kitchen. Is it necessary to ask Ariri? Ariri gritted her teeth, revealing her small fangs. Of course it's necessary. Then, what would Ariri like to drink? I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, and then you can say it. 3, 2, 1. Under pressure, Ariri reflexively blurted out the choice in her mind. I want lemonade, but not Lipton, because it feels exactly like red tea when I drink it. Ariri's voice and Yakuma Azuma's voice from the kitchen echoed together. Every word was synchronized perfectly. Yakuma Azuma stepped out of the kitchen, holding red tea, orange juice, and lemonade. Ariri's eyes widened. Eh? How did Azuma know? Eh? You drink it all the time, except when you can't get it. Have you ever drunk anything else? The truth was clear. Ariri was indeed a bit of an ahobaka. Slowly pulling her head back behind the sofa, Ariri raised her hand to cover her face. After placing the drinks on the coffee table, Yakuma Azuma was initially unsure where to sit. On the left side of the sofa, next to Senpai? Or on the right side, next to Ariri? But now, it was clear. No need to choose anymore. Yakuma Azuma decisively sat next to Kasumijoka Utaha. But Ariri deserved it. Taking the remote, Ariri absent-mindedly searched for an interesting channel. While scrolling, Ariri accidentally passed a very terrifying horror program. Immediately, her channel switching speed increased dramatically. Ariri pressed the remote button frantically, nearly making it smoke. After switching through a few channels, she stopped. Huh? This one looks interesting. Let's watch the dating show. Ariri stopped at a variety show. The other three of them looked up at the screen. The title of the show was, From Today, Fall in Love Seriously. It turned out that this was the 5th season of the program. A new season had arrived, and it was time for the love season. The show was an unscripted reality dating show, featuring 6 teenage boys and girls from the entertainment industry as guests. In short, it was a show where fans could ship different couples. Chapter 108, Ariri's Aura Failure Activated. From Today, Fall in Love Seriously. Kato Megumi read the title of the show. That's right, it's short for Koi Koi, a super popular dating show. Ariri looked very excited. Seeing that Kato Megumi still seemed not to understand, Kasumijoka spoke up to explain. A dating show means a group of famous stars act out a love story in front of the camera. Usually, they claim there's no script, Or it's called the reality show, where the crew just films, and the stars express themselves freely. But in reality, it's just a bunch of people wearing masks, cooperating to make money, creating surprise situations to increase viewer ratings. I didn't expect you, Sawamura-san, to like this kind of show. Oh, it's because no one loves you in real life, right? Ariri. Why explain like that, and then attack me? You're the one no one loves. Besides, even in variety shows, some people really fall in love, and some even got married in previous seasons. You just have a gloomy personality, so you see everything in a negative light. In response to Ariri's rebuttal, Kasumijoka Utaha only smiled faintly. Then, she leaned toward Yakama Azuma beside her. This simple action made Ariri immediately fly into a rage. Yakama Azuma reached out to hold Ariri back as she lunged toward Utaha, trying to mediate between the two. Azuma. You tell us, who's right? Held by the forehead, Ariri looked toward Yakama Azuma. That's right, lonely kun, tell this idiot how dark the world really is. Kasumijoka Utaha also looked toward Yakama Azuma. Being seen as the referee, Yakama Azuma shrugged. Everything you two said, when added together, is pretty much how things really are. The basic goal of dating shows is to make money, so there's always some element of acting involved. But that being said, even without the cameras, no one easily reveals their inner self. This isn't at home, where you can be free, you still have to wear a mask, right? Stop it, you two. Under the sofa, Ariri's white legs and Kasumijoka Utaha's black legs were tangled together, secretly kicking and shoving each other, almost knocking over the drinks on the table. Hearing Yakama Azuma's judgment, the two girls finally quieted down. Although, because Yakama Azuma didn't side with one of them, both were somewhat dissatisfied. But Yakama Azuma's words made sense. After all, Utaha was an icy girl at school, a talented light novel author. And Ariri, a girl with twin blonde braids, was a perfect Ujisama at school, a half-blooded artist. Only when at Yakama's house could the two freely kick each other and argue back and forth. Nara Odo. Kato Megumi clapped her hands once, indicating she understood. What exactly she understood, though, only Kato Megumi knew. The dating show began airing. 3 men and 3 women, 6 guests, all high school students. There were actors, singers, and YouTubers. The filming location was also at some school. The director probably wanted to create a feeling of a school romance comedy story. When a short-haired girl with purple-blue hair appeared in front of the camera. Wow! Ariri softly exclaimed. It's Kurokawa-san, she's really participating in this dating show. Ah, I think I've seen her on TV. Kato Megumi said softly. She's a fairly famous actress. In a movie adapted from a game I like, she played the second female lead. Really? Yakama Azuma looked at the girl on the screen, thinking for a moment. Kurokawa-san. Kasumijoka Utaha curiously leaned closer. What's up, do you know her? Yakama Azuma shook her head. I don't know her, just remember someone like that, but never mind, it's not important. Seeing Yakama Azuma shake her head, Kasumijoka was slightly suspicious. Because Yakama Azuma's expression just now clearly suggested there was something more. At this moment, Yakama Azuma pointed at a blonde girl with devil horns on the screen. I know her. This statement immediately caught the attention of the 3 girls. When all 3 looked toward her, Yakama Azuma briefly explained, she's a YouTuber, named Memcho, with 370,000 followers and many active followers. When White Album was looking for online promoters, they invited her. Her trial videos have the highest views among YouTubers in the same price range, and her results are excellent. She's someone we've worked with before. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls immediately understood. Their gaze at the girl with devil horns softened considerably. After all, she was someone who helped promote the club's work. Of course, the money has been received in advance. The first 2 episodes of the dating show didn't stand out much. But the director managed to create a very good sense of youthfulness. Moreover, the actors were all real high school students. So overall, it was still quite interesting. Time passed quietly until noon. Yakama Azuma stood up and stretched. I'm going to cook, who wants to help me? Normally, Kato Megumi would be the one to help cook. Because Kato Megumi's cooking skills were very high. But today, Ariri raised her hand. I'll help. Kato Megumi, who was about to stand up, silently sat back down when she saw this. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma didn't say anything like, can you even do it? He simply nodded. At this moment, Ariri was visibly excited. Finally, it was her turn to show off her skills. Since the midterm exams, Ariri had been learning to cook under the guidance of Sayuri, her mother. The goal was so that at times like this, she could actively step in and stay in the kitchen with Yakama Azuma. The position in the kitchen was something Ariri had long been looking forward to. Moreover, as long as she could demonstrate her excellent cooking skills, she was sure it would make Yakama Azuma feel her charm. Ariri thought to herself. The two were about to head into the kitchen. Then, Yakama Azuma's phone rang on the coffee table. Azuma-san, your phone. Kato Megumi picked up Yakama Azuma's phone, flipped it over, and then picked it up. She didn't glance at the screen out of curiosity, simply handing it back to Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma didn't care. Ah, can you check who it is? If it's not something work-related, I won't bother. Cooking is more important. Hearing this, Kato Megumi turned the phone back over. Then, Kato Megumi's eyes widened slightly. After a brief pause of less than a second, this is a line message, sent by a girl with an anime character avatar in pink. Kato Megumi's light description made the atmosphere grow tense. Yakama Azuma blinked in confusion. Kasumajoka Yutaha, as if she had used teleportation, immediately moved next to Kato Megumi to look at the phone. The sender says, "Hello, sorry to bother you, I really like you." The rest is cut off. It seems the line name is Ero Manga. The tense atmosphere seemed to gradually boil over. It felt like there was wood burning in the room, crackling. Yakama Azuma took the phone and sat back down on the sofa. Without any attempt at concealment, he unlocked the phone and opened the line interface. The best solution here was to speak directly. After all, Yakama Azuma had nothing to hide. After all, there was no way Sora Ginkgo would suddenly send a message like this. And she couldn't possibly be using a pink animated avatar. When the phone was unlocked, the line interface appeared. It fully displayed the content of the message. It was a friend request message. The full text was, "Hello, sorry to bother you, I really like your light novel, and I would love to illustrate your novel by any means." After seeing the entire message, Kato Megumi's tuberose colored eyes returned to their normal state. "Ah, Azuma-san is writing a light novel?" Kasumajoka Yutaha stood up and yawned. "How boring, I'm going to lie down for a bit. Call me when it's time to eat." As for Ariri was extremely worried. Light novel? Illustration? What's going on? When? Why didn't I know about this? Why did Azuma's light novel hire other illustrators for the job? I don't understand. Why not pick me, someone as talented as this, and choose some stranger instead? I'm Kashiwagi Iri-sensei, you know. Ariri loudly proclaimed her identity as an R18 illustrator, something she had never admitted before. After her mixed blood trait was threatened by after being mocked as just a close friend who knew nothing, even the rights to her illustration work were taken away. It's ruined. Now, she truly has no place anymore. Upon hearing Ariri's declaration, Yakama Azuma only had a confused expression. But, Ariri, didn't you complain every day about your work piling up and being unable to keep up? Yesterday, you even said I'm in such a rush, the deadline is almost breaking my hands, I'm so exhausted. Or something like that. Since you said that, I was left with no choice but to hire other illustrators. I didn't want to hire any subpar illustrators, after all, this is a light novel I've invested my heart and soul into. But compared to the work or the piece itself, of course, Ariri is more important. After hearing Yakama Azuma's explanation, Ariri froze. Her eyes slowly lost their light. She had only wanted to complain about the workload to receive encouragement from Yakama Azuma. Words like Gamber, Sasuga Ariri, Sugoi, Psycho that she had seen online these past few days had made her so excited that she felt like she was flying. But the result came too quickly. Ariri was almost on the verge of crying out of anger at herself. Sorry, Anyway, if the illustrator isn't good enough, can I do the illustration work? Ariri realized this was the result of her own making, and since she had matured a little, no longer being, still trying, the tsundere girl, she quietly proposed her thought. Of course, that's fine. Yakama Azuma replied, but in his heart, he sighed. Could Ariri's luck really be this bad? Is this the failure aura of the female leads from Legends? And receiving the confirmation from Yakama Azuma, Ariri looked at Kato Megumi with hopeful eyes. By the way, what was the name of the illustrator applying? Kato Megumi, upon hearing that, tapped her cheek and thought for a moment. Seems like the name was Ero Manga, it does sound a bit special. Immediately, Ariri buried her head into the sofa. Only the two blonde braids hung down behind her. Ariri, it's okay, I'm fine. Ariri, I just need to cry for a month and it'll be fine. Chapter 109, Ero Manga Sensei. Ariri was in deep sorrow. Curled up on the couch, she cried incessantly. As a result, the task of helping in the kitchen fell to Kato Megumi. The two of them went into the kitchen and started their time cooking together. While washing and sorting the vegetables, Kato Megumi curiously asked, "So, is a Romanga sensei really that great? Is they better than Sawamura-san?" In Kato Megumi's eyes, Ariri's drawing skills were already exceptional. After all, she was the top talent in the Toei Agasaki Art Club. Yakama Azuma sighed, looking at Ariri Zora. How unlucky could this kid be? When he became a light novel author and began posting his stories online, while promoting them, he was really just hoping for some luck. But the result, after just one morning, he hit the jackpot immediately. Well, they's amazing. Yakama Azuma explained. Although emotionally, I lean more towards Ariri. If we're talking purely about drawing skills, Iro manga is definitely a step ahead. Kato Megumi slightly parted her lips, showing a surprised expression, almost saying, "Oh. Ariri. You know, she draws R18 works, and in that field, she's considered the best. But Iro manga is different, they're an artist aimed at all ages, not a manga artist, just an illustrator. Just based on drawing skills alone, they've gathered a huge fan base and have a very strong influence in the illustration world. Online, sometimes people joke that buying a light novel is like buying illustrations from a Romanga sensei, and the story is just a bonus. But for works a Romanga is involved in, there are actually people who think like that and buy them, and it's not a small number." With Yakama Azuma's simple and easy to understand explanation, even someone like Kato Megumi, who wasn't in the industry, now understood the value of the name Romanga. She turned her head and looked out of the kitchen. How strange, isn't it said that those who are foolish live happily? Why is Sawamura-san's luck so bad? Such thoughts crossed Kato Megumi's mind. Of course, she would never say these words out loud. It was just a bit of her darker, unspoken personality. By the way. Turning back, Kato Megumi changed the subject. "Azuma-san, you also write light novels, right?" Yakama Azuma nodded. At this point, there was no point in hiding it anymore. As long as Kato Megumi didn't see the content, there wasn't much of an issue. "When it gets published, I'd like to give Megumi a copy. Would you mind reading it when it comes out?" "Huh? You want to give me one?" "I was planning to buy one after it's released." "But, Megumi doesn't really read light novels, does she?" "Well, anime, light novels, those things. I don't really understand them." "Then why would you want to buy one?" "Because it's a light novel written by Azuma-san, so I want to read it and see." Yakama Azuma tilted his head and looked at Kato Megumi. He felt that recently, writing light novels had made him a little dumb. How could he ask such a question? She's Kato Megumi. The person who, no matter how much you talk about things she doesn't understand, would still be willing to listen and try to understand seriously. She's the undefeated Saint Megumi. "What's wrong, Azuma-san?" Noticing Yakama Azuma's gaze, Kato Megumi tilted her head, her tuberose-colored eyes blinking. "Oh, it's here, the 8-degree head tilt and the wink. It's the legendary spell that can steal someone's heart." "Oh. I didn't expect you to know that. But now that the spell has been cast, struggling is useless. I can't control myself anymore, I can't stop kneeling under Megumi's skirt. For Megumi, I offer my whole heart." "Azuma-san, that's dangerous. And you've spilled water all over your clothes." "Ah, sorry, I got too into character." Yakama Azuma put the kitchen knife he was holding back in its place. The move just now seemed to have been risky for cutting his fingers. Of course, with Yakama Azuma's cooking skill at level 7, even with handling a kitchen knife, he wouldn't hurt himself. But at this moment, it was best to just quietly obey. A serious Megumi has the power to make people listen. After lunch. "Today it's my turn to wash the dishes, right?" Kasumijoka Utaha stood up, cleared the dishes from the table, and went into the kitchen. "Ah, just the right time. I have something I want to discuss with everyone." Yakama Azuma snapped his fingers, as if remembering something, and also went into the kitchen. Kato Megumi and Ariri curiously followed. Yakama Azuma took the greasy dishes from Kasumijoka Utaha's hands. He started by scraping off the food scraps and throwing them into the trash. Then he placed the dishes into a white machine that looked like a microwave. He arranged them neatly and then closed the machine. "Done. From now on, if it's your turn to wash the dishes, just do it like this. This is a dishwasher. It has a drying function, so once it's washed, just leave it in there, no need to worry about it." A few minutes later. With a ting sound, Yakama Azuma opened the dishwasher and took out the sparkling dishes, as good as new. How convenient. It feels like something invented by someone who doesn't want to wash dishes. Yakama Azuma, who had just been mocked by Kasumijoka, could only helplessly shrug. Laziness does drive progress. Isn't the purpose of technology to make life more convenient? This is a product developed by company, and it's still not released yet. What I brought back is a prototype. In the afternoon. Ariri obediently returned to her room to immerse herself in drawing the art book. This time, she didn't complain about being tired. She didn't delay either. She was solely focused on quickly completing the task at hand. Even though she had been hit hard at lunch, Ariri had almost recovered by now. After all, HMPF, that Ero manga has been famous for a long time, and all their illustrations are in a Ero style. Someone like that is definitely the type of creepy older guy from the legendary of otaku world. It must be. The pink profile picture is probably just to attract fans. Someone who can draw such seductive illustrations cannot possibly be a cute girl. There's nothing to worry about. Ariri reassured herself with this logical analysis. After all, it was just some creepy older guy. It wasn't a big deal. On the other side, Yukima Azuma had accepted Ero manga's friend request. Immediately after, he initiated a video call. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the call was finally accepted. On the other end of the video call was a room so dark that the surroundings couldn't be clearly seen. Only the vague shape of a bed could be made out in the background. In front of the screen, in the white light emitted by the screen, there was a person wearing a giant pink anime character mask, sitting very close. "Hello, may I ask, are you Ero manga sensei?" "Yes, I am Ero manga. And you must be Yukima Azuma sensei, right? Why the sudden video call?" The voice in the call was clearly altered by a voice changer, sounding like a machine, impossible to tell if it was male or female. Even though the person on the other side was wearing a giant mask and using a voice changer, Yukima Azuma immediately recognized that it was a girl. Yes, it was the cute girl who drew seductive illustrations that he remembered from his memory. Compared to appearance or voice, the structure of the body was the best way to recognize gender and age. With his sharp eyes, which seemed to see through the world along with his cooking vision, Yukima Azuma only needed to glance to see the true nature of the girl on the other side of the screen. "I'm truly sorry," Yukima Azuma said sincerely. "But since this is related to the person who will be illustrating my light novel, I wanted to confirm it myself. Because this is a work I've put my heart and soul into, and I absolutely have to choose an illustrator who is up to the task." The person on the other side of the screen slightly frowned behind the mask, her eyes clearly showing some discomfort. Sudden video calls in Japan were often seen as socially unacceptable behavior. But because of this, Yukima Azuma's explanation moved the other person deeply. "Understood. I completely understand Yukima-sensei's thoughts. Please, go ahead. Whatever the test is, I will pass it. The illustration for Sakano can only be entrusted to me." A voice, full of determination, rang out from the other side. Yukima Azuma nodded, as if he had already anticipated this development. He knew that Ero manga sensei placed great importance on the emotions conveyed through a work. As long as they shared the same viewpoint in this regard, the relationship between them would naturally improve. For now, they would cooperate a few times. Then, he would bring her to Laplace Corporation. A genius artist who had likely reached level 7 in drawing skills. Moreover, she seemed the type to be easily influenced. If he didn't catch her carefully, it would truly be a waste. "Ero manga sensei, please draw a picture of Kujo Megami first. I want to see how you portray this character." Yukima Azuma made the request. On the other side of the screen, Ero manga nodded in agreement. The camera switched to presentation mode. On the drawing software, the strokes quickly began to sketch the outline of the character. After defining the basic bone structure, each detail was added from top to bottom. In less than 10 minutes, a full-body black and white illustration appeared on the screen. Even though it wasn't colored yet, the character already exuded such life that it amazed anyone who looked at it. The character in the drawing seemed as if it could step out of the picture at any moment. The appearance of the character resembled Kato Megami by about 50%. To be able to imagine a character so well based only on textual descriptions was, without a doubt, the work of a genius. As Ero manga was about to begin coloring the character, Yukima Azuma suddenly spoke up to stop her. "Ero manga sensei, please wait a moment." The strokes halted. The camera switched back to face mode. Perhaps thinking that a direct conversation would show more respect to Yukima Azuma, but she still wore the mask. The eyes behind the mask showed signs of worry, as if she feared Yukima might say something displeasing. After reading Sakano on the Let's Become a Novelist page today, she immediately became fond of the work. No matter what, she wanted to be the illustrator for this project. "Ero manga sensei, I understand how you perceive the character. I can feel your intentions through the illustration. I'll send you 2 photos. Please use the character in the pictures as a reference for Kujo Megami. And one more thing. I know your style leans toward the seductive, but for this work, please hold back a little." After saying this, Yukima Azuma sent 2 photos of Kato Megami to Ero manga via line. One was of Kato Megami looking spaced out, and the other was of her in a focused state. After sending the photos, Yukima Azuma added, "These photos must not be shared outside. Please delete them once the illustration work is completed." On the other side of the screen, Iromanga nodded seriously in agreement. Then, she leaned forward to examine the two photos carefully. At first, she didn't think much of them. But after observing them more closely for a moment, her eyes widened in shock behind the mask. Chapter 110, The Conversation Between the Kato Sisters. So that's it. I understand now, so this is the feeling. How wonderful, is this Kajumegami? Truly amazing. In the whispers, Iromanga-sensei continued to draw. This time, she didn't need to sketch the basic skeleton of the character. Each brushstroke was drawn directly from top to bottom, gradually completing the image. The character Kajumegami was born through that pen. Although the facial features were less similar to Kato Megami than before, the expression in her eyes and the subtle, airy aura were exactly what captured the essence of Kato Megami. A fragrance as gentle as tuberose flowers seemed to spill from the painting. At first glance, the female character in the painting did not surprise anyone. But on the second or third glance, that subtle feeling seemed to capture the heart of the viewer. Once your eyes truly locked on the character, you couldn't look away. Iromanga-sensei. Kajumegami asks for your help. Leave it to me with peace of mind. Neither of them mentioned any payment for the illustration. The call ended quickly. In a house somewhere in Tokyo, in front of a screen emitting white light, the girl stood up, removing the giant anime mask from her face. Her soft silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her small, cute face radiated with a bright smile. In the dim room, the girl took off the snug sportswear she was wearing, leaving only a light spaghetti strap dress. Izumi Sagiori. A teenage genius artist. The name Iromanga-sensei was inherited from her mother. Despite her young age, due to her extraordinary artistic talent, when she took on this title, none of her online fans noticed the change. The previous Iromanga-sensei was no longer around. At the age of 12, Izumi Sagiri's mother brought her to live at the Izumi household. Even though her mother remarried, those days were incredibly happy for Sagiri. However, a tragedy struck unexpectedly. Sagiri's mother and stepfather were involved in a honeymoon accident and both died. Only Izumi Sagiri was left alone. She was adopted by her aunt, who was also her stepfather's younger sister. But the immense shock from the death of her parents caused Sagiri to fall into a period of autism. Her aunt, who had just entered society and had no experience in raising children, tried rather forceful measures to help Sagiri overcome it. One of them was to attempt to drag her out of her room forcibly. But this method only deepened Sagiri's emotional wounds. From then on, up until today, Izumi Sagiri has never been able to leave her room. Reading light novels online became her greatest hobby in life. In fact, Izumi Sagiri didn't like light novels from the youth, rom-com genre. This reason was somewhat similar to bocce. The lively words felt like daggers stabbing her heart. Because she couldn't and didn't want to leave this room. But today, on the internet, Izumi Sagiri accidentally saw a post introducing a light novel from the youth genre. The book was recommended by a blogger she quite liked. The blogger praised the book to the heavens. Moreover, it seemed the work contained fantasy elements, which sparked Sagiri's curiosity. With the mindset of let's see what's so hyped about this book, she opened the first page of Sakano. That morning, Izumi Sagiri was completely stunned. The gentle, delicate words pulled her back to the summer in the schoolyard, a place she hadn't been able to touch for so long. Beside her, a girl named Megami, with her gentleness, gradually healed the wounds in her heart. After reading the chapters on the website, Izumi Sagiri buried herself under the blanket and cried uncontrollably. After crying, she wanted to know more about the upcoming developments of Sakano. She clicked on the introduction to check if the book had been published in print yet. What surprised and delighted Sagiri the most was, the novel was recruiting illustrators. For a work that had touched the deepest part of her heart, Izumi Sagiri was determined to contribute her illustrations at all costs. According to the contact information left on the website, she used her artist account to friend the author, Yukimi Azuma. The sudden video call in the afternoon startled Izumi Sagiri. She hurriedly wrapped herself up, put on her mask, and activated the voice changer. Only then did she dare to accept the call. In her heart, Sagiri felt a bit resentful about the abruptness, but that resentment immediately faded after hearing the explanation from the other side. Put your heart and soul into your work, was something Izumi's mother, Mrs. Izumi, always used to say. It was also a principle that Izumi Sagiri always followed. The other person's serious attitude touched her heart. Wearing her light spaghetti strap dress, Izumi Sagiri joyfully danced an otaku dance in her room. Without caring about the payment, just being involved in the illustration work for Sakano made her incredibly happy. The ding-dong from the phone sounded several times. Izumi Sagiori picked it up to check. It was the contract and the entire first book of the light novel Sakano sent by the other side. She completely ignored the contract, focusing all her attention on exploring the world of Sakano. Unlike her first read, Izumi Sagiori realized that upon rereading, the female protagonist in the novel had completely come to life. The girl on the pages of the book started to live in this world. However, the male protagonist of the novel, Izumi Sagiori, could no longer immerse herself in his character as before. The boy in the video call earlier seemed to have stepped out of that world. In fact, the descriptions of the male protagonist in the novel, Izumi Sagiori had secretly mocked before. She thought the author was overly imaginative. How could anyone like that really exist, charming and powerful enough to be the center of attention at school? But when she linked the image of the boy she had just talked to in the video call, Izumi Sagiori suddenly felt everything seemed to make sense. After finishing the read, Izumi Sagiori puffed her cheeks in frustration. It was all because of that boy. She couldn't completely immerse herself in the main character anymore. Grabbing her digital drawing tablet, Izumi Sagiori began to illustrate. She didn't need to think too much. In her mind, the lives of the boy and the girl were clear, she just needed to draw what she saw. Elsewhere. At Yakuma's house. Home so early? Not going to have dinner before heading home? Yakuma Azuma stood at the entrance, gently trying to advise the girl to stop. I would like to stay, but my sister is off today and came home, so I have to go cook. Otherwise, my sister will starve to death. Kato Megumi said. After hearing this, Yakuma Azuma could only laugh bitterly. Ah, so younger sister has spoiled older sister and made she into a brat. If you meet my sister, Azuma-san, don't say that. Eh? Why can't I say it? That's right, my sister is very sly. Yakuma Azuma nodded. From Kato Megumi, one could sense a kind of inherited slyness. But since Megumi was gentler, the slyness wasn't very apparent. After changing her shoes, Kato Megumi waved goodbye to Yakuma Azuma. In response, Yakuma Azuma didn't wave back. After changing her shoes, she walked with her to the station. At the station, Yakuma Azuma finally waved goodbye to Kato Megumi. Getting on the train at Shibuya Station, Kato Megumi got off at the station near her home. She arrived home, took the key out of her bag, and opened the door. As soon as she opened the front door, a grown figure with black hair rushed out. Kato Hiromi. Her older sister, 6 years older than Kato Megumi. She is preparing to graduate from university this year. Sis, what are you looking for? Kato Megumi asked as she saw her sister rushing out, looking around. Of course, I'm looking for your boyfriend. Aren't you bringing him home? Kato Hiromi said matter-of-factly. I don't have one. Are you lying? I heard from Mom and Dad that there have been several times you didn't sleep at home. I just stayed over at a friend's house, helping to take care of the stray cat that we adopted. That's a clumsy excuse, even worse than mine back in the day. Come on, Megumi, tell the truth. Kato Hiromi and her current boyfriend had secretly been in a relationship since high school. Back when she was in high school, Kato Hiromi had also often stayed out, not coming home to sleep. Kato Megumi had even helped cover for her. Last year, Kato Hiromi finally brought her boyfriend home. After meeting their parents, they got engaged. The wedding was scheduled for this winter. The same time Kato Hiromi graduated from university. With the experience of someone who had gone through it, Kato Hiromi understood all these little tricks. Under pressure from her sister's questions, Kato Megumi thought about a certain boy. But right now, they were just friends. They could only be considered good friends, not quite to the level of a romantic partner. Besides, there were still many competitors. Kasumijoka-senpai was the biggest threat. Then there was Yuki no Shita-san. And the pink-haired girl Megumi met at the live house in Shimokitazawa. Garasu-sensei also didn't seem easy to beat. Each competitor was very strong. Did I forget someone? Never mind, it's not important. Anyway, Kato Megumi didn't want to talk about romance with her sister for now. At least, she would wait until after achieving success. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be cooking dinner yourself tonight. Kato Megumi said lightly. With that strong threat, Kato Hiromi chuckled and immediately ran into the house. Megumi, I'm going to read a light novel for a bit. Call me when dinner's ready, love you. That was the last thing her older sister said before disappearing without a trace. Light novel? Huh? Kato Megumi muttered, then went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and skillfully tied the bow behind her. After cooking dinner, Kato Megumi went to her sister's room and knocked on the door. Kato Hiromi immediately opened the door and stepped out. The two sisters sat down at the dining table and began chatting. Sis, what's the female protagonist in a light novel usually like? Kato Megumi casually started the conversation. Eh? I thought you didn't like light novels. Just answer the question. Let me think. First, the female protagonist has to be very beautiful, someone who stands out in a crowd. Kato Megumi stroked her cheek and then twisted a strand of her hair a bit too hard. Then, she usually has one standout quality, like being a genius in some field. Kato Megumi took a sip of orange juice, and when she pulled the straw out, there were small bite marks on it. Lastly, she has a personality flaw, or a sad past that she keeps hidden. This is an important element that drives the plot. Kato Megumi thought for a moment. She had both parents, an older sister, a home, she wasn't kidnapped when she was young, and her grades were normal, so there wasn't really anything to regret. Megumi, could you scoop me another bowl of miso soup? Go scoop it yourself. You're always bossing me around like this. If you keep going, you'll turn into a useless person. Yeah. What's going on? Chapter 111, The Publication Day of Sakano Sato Kazuma. An otaku. Normally, when he's not playing games, he's either reading light novels or watching anime. He is the type of person who can seriously say, "Yesterday, my team and I went through a hard adventure, overcoming dangerous challenges, and finally accomplished a great feat." This could be used to describe the boss from the game we fought together yesterday. Being able to get into Toyogasaki High School was definitely pure luck. Picking random answers, but just right enough to pass. Speaking of which, this guy Sato Kazuma has been very lucky since he was young. He has never lost at rock paper scissors. Today, the online game Sato Kazuma plays is undergoing maintenance and updates. So, with nothing else to do, he casually reopened a light novel website Let's Become a Novelist. After a long time, he skimmed through the rankings a bit. Honestly, can these authors just die already? On the rankings, from bottom to top, The Legend of the Phantom Blade. Jujutsu Kaisen. He looked at them all. They were all battle stories, fantasy. Moreover, they were either the most famous works in the light novel industry, like Muramasa Senju Sensei's The Legend of the Phantom Blade, or manga works that had been expanded into light novels, like Jujutsu Kaisen. Clearly, the industry is in trouble, and everyone is struggling to survive. For this reason, Sato Kazuma had not visited the light novel website for a long time. When he was about to close the website, the top-ranked work immediately caught his eye. The youth of a lonely boy will not dream of a passerby heroine. It was a romance comedy novel. This was what made Sato Kazuma pay attention. Even though he had previously criticized the industry as being on the brink of death, he couldn't do anything about it. The market currently favors battle stories, fantasy, and isekai. This is an undeniable fact. In this context, a rom-com still managed to carve out its own niche to stand out. Sato Kazuma couldn't wait and clicked on the page to read. Yuki Miyazuma? This author's name is so similar to my friend's. Just one character different, almost the same pronunciation. When he saw the author's name, Sato Kazuma froze for a moment. But soon, he didn't care. Just a casual thought, then he moved on. There's no way that guy, the Ryaju, could be the author of this light novel. Then later. Holy shit, looks like it really is that guy. Sato Kazuma held his head. Why was he so sure? Because he saw his own name in the novel. The protagonist's best friend. This time, he didn't even bother changing the name and used the original one directly. It immediately made Sato Kazuma stunned. After reading the posted content, Sato Kazuma was left in a daze. After finishing reading, his first feeling was extreme jealousy. Sure enough, the top student in school writes really well. As a seasoned otaku, Sato Kazuma had also tried writing light novels. The result? Don't ever bring it up again. That's why he understood just how good Yuki Miyazuma's work was. With mixed emotions, Sato Kazuma opened his YouTube and Twitter accounts. As an otaku, Sato Kazuma often live streams gaming on YouTube. On Twitter, he runs game and light novel reviews. Both accounts combined have over 1 million followers. On his accounts, Sato Kazuma started tweeting. Advocating of gender equality, book recommendation, not an advertisement, enjoy freely. By the way, before introducing the book, I want to say to other light novel authors, stop being stupid and copying each other, dominating the rankings with nearly identical stories all the time, just die already. Main content, 10 out of 10, 120% recommendation, The Youth of a Lonely Boy Will Not Dream of a Passerby Heroine. By Yuki Miyazuma Sensei. Reason for recommendation, honestly, you'll understand once you read it, and if anyone doesn't like this book, all I can say is, go ahead and enjoy your brain-dead isekai harem stories. A tweet as sharp as this one is rarely posted even by bloggers who specialize in attracting attention. But it's true, compared to ordinary tweets that are nothing special. A sharp way of speaking like this easily piques people's curiosity. There are quite a few fans of Sato Kazuma. With the thought, this guy is definitely getting paid for advertising. They clicked on the link. preparing to look at a few pages and then return to scold Sato Kazuma thoroughly. However, almost no one came back. Sakano was posted on the web light novel and reached the top of the rankings in just one day. Apart from being introduced by many bloggers, the quality of the book itself left people with nothing to say. Especially in the context of an industry flooded with isekai and fantasy novels in the past few years, where readers have started to feel tired of these genres. Before the real promotion campaign even started,